Suddenly, jade-green vines spread out from Futian towards Xiaosheng and wrapped around him. Suddenly, jade-green vines spread out from Futian towards Xiaosheng and wrapped around him. They had a powerful breath of life within them. They poured into Xiaosheng's body, but Futian found that as soon as they did, they turned black. Corroded and withered, their vitality peeled away. And there were even dark lines stretching out towards Futian. Futian cut the vines and saw that Xiaosheng was covered in a dark fog. His whole body had turned black. Xiaosheng, Old Man Xiao, Xiao Qianhe, and the other members of the Xiao clan had all gone pale. They tried to rush forward, but Xiaosheng's body was already descending to the ground. There was no breath of life left within him. His life force had been completely cut off. He was dead. Below them, everyone's eyes were fixed on where they were, staring at Xiaosheng's corpse as it fell. He was dead. Futian had not even done anything, and Xiaosheng had still died. They all trembled on the inside. They finally understood. No wonder Futian had come here with so much force. It looked like he was already sure about many things. He did not know who was helping Xiaosheng. And had Xiaosheng killed himself, or had he been killed? But no matter if he had done it actively or passively, Xiaosheng had known everything. He had calmly met his death. He knew that since things had come that far, Futian would never let him go. Even if he agreed to spare his life, he would take something to pay Xie Qingyuan back with. He had collaborated with people from Emperor Li's realm and attacked the greatest contributor to the victory at the Battle of Empty Realm. Even if he didn't die, he would be reduced to a mediocre and unambitious life. To a cultivator, that would be even more miserable than death. Especially to a cultivator who had touched the Saint Plane. Xie Qingyuan's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Xiaosheng, a slightly ugly look on her face. At that moment, she was extremely conflicted. Xiaosheng had died like this. He had obviously been hiding his maliciousness, but she did not know if he had actively done this, or if he had been led into it. But no matter which it was, Xiaosheng had known all along. He had let someone plant poisonous seeds within him, leading him to this violent death. Futian descended beside Xiaosheng. Behind him, Zhuge Mingyu said, Linga and Phoenix were poisoned as well. This was clearly the work of the same person. This person must be a powerful cultivator. Even using someone else, he had almost managed to kill Linga and Phoenix with poison, and in the end, Emperor Xie had gotten involved. Not to mention, Xiaosheng had let them plant toxins within him, causing his death. Linga's admirer had probably died in that same way. But the difference was that he probably did not know he was being poisoned. In his prime, Xiaosheng could maybe have resisted him for a bit, but under Futian's attacks, he was extremely weak. He had lost the power to resist the poison's infection, and so he had died to the poison in an extremely short period. But even so, it was still evident that the poison was powerful. Princess Xie Qingyuan, are there any powerful saint-level cultivators who are skilled with poison? Asked Futian. The person who did this was powerful and was outside the control of Emperor Xie's realm, so they must be someone famous. There are many poison saints, but I can't think of who it might be. I looked into the affair with Linga and Phoenix but haven't reached a conclusion yet. Moreover, since he dared to use poison, it must be someone who is hidden very well, answered Xie Qingyuan. Futian was silent. He naturally understood what Xie Qingyuan meant. Since Xiaosheng was only one of the participants, there must be someone else behind him. This person must be very skilled, much more so than Xiaosheng. He acted meticulously and did not make mistakes. If he had not forced Xiaodong to act, there would not be enough evidence to prove anything now, like a knot that could not be untied. What was more frightening was that every incident seemed to be just a pure coincidence. If he had really died in Dali dynasty, then everything would have ended there. There would have been no disturbance in Emperor Xie's realm, just as if the people of Dali dynasty had uncovered his identity, and he had been killed. Qingyuan. Old Man Xiao stood before Xiaosheng. A faint sense of sorrow could be detected from him. Among the juniors of the Xiao clan, Xiaosheng was the most talented. Previously, he had been the most cherished disciple of the third generation, and now he had become a saint. He had once again given everyone high hopes but had come to a tragic end like this. He had admitted his guilt and been executed by poison. Moreover, this turmoil would certainly drag in the whole Xiao clan, even though due to Queen Xiao's status, Emperor Xia's palace would not do anything against them. But what had happened, and they could not pretend like it had not. The people of Emperor Xia's palace knew it for sure, as did the powerful forces of Emperor Xia's realm. After today, the Xiao clan would still be a powerful family, but they could not continue to advance. Old Man Xiao's banquet had probably been the height of their glory, unless a miraculous figure appeared in the Xiao clan, giving them a chance to fight back. Of course, this all presupposed that the Xiao clan had nothing to do with Xiao Sheng's actions. Otherwise, they would be dragged in, and the turmoil would be far from over. Xie Qingyuan looked up at Old Man Xiao and heard him say, Xiao Sheng was involved in this affair, and how he has paid the price. But I promise you that the Xiao clan had nothing to do with this. I will help you investigate this. If I find out who else was involved, I will not let them escape. Although his heart was filled with sorrow, he still had to show this kind of attitude. He was furious at the one who had helped Xiao Sheng and made him take this drastic step, and who had dragged the Xiao clan into all of this. If it were truly someone from the Xiao clan, he would certainly not let them go. Xie Qingyuan nodded slightly. Although the things that Xiao Sheng had done were terrible, he had paid the price for them. But the person who was acting in the shadows was even more contemptible. Xiao Sheng was not powerful enough to have arranged all of this. So it must have been the one working behind the scenes who had done it. Their skill was so great that even she was shocked. It had been such a long time, and they had still not made a mistake. When Xiao Sheng had died, all the threads had been severed. Futian stood there silently. Many people from the Xiao clan were looking at him furiously, especially Xiao Sheng's father, Xiao Qianhe. No matter what Xiao Sheng had done, he was still his son. He had become a saint and should have had a limitless future, but he had come to grief instead. Xiao Sheng may have done some things that he should not have done, but he had not really wanted to collude with Emperor Li's realm, he just wanted Futian to die. That was all. And now he had been hounded to death by Futian. Before, no one could have imagined that a junior cultivator of Emperor Xia's realm could kill Xiao Sheng and even weaken the Xiao clan. Given the Xiao clan's power, even an exceptionally talented junior cultivator would not be able to disturb them in the slightest. And even if they wanted to kill him, so what? But Futian had been able to ruin them due to his outstanding talent, which could not be found anywhere else in Emperor Xia's realm. Even when he went to antagonize the Dali dynasty, he had had a meteoric rise. Futian turned and left. He felt that the Xiao clan had not been involved. It was only Xiao Sheng who hated him, and Old Man Xiao was not that stupid. But he still had to investigate. Xie Qingyuan would continue to search for more clues. Xie Qingyuan looked at the people from the Xiao clan, then at the retreating figure of Futian. Then she turned around indifferently and followed him, whispering, "What are you planning to do next?" Futian kept walking, and his fellow palace members followed him. They left with Xie Qingyuan. Below, countless people watched the two of them walking side by side. There seemed to be a particular meaning to this scene. There were countless cultivators in the vast Emperor Xia's realm, but none of those in the same generation as her had the right to stand beside Xie Qingyuan, except perhaps for that white-haired youth. Futian did not think too much about it. When he heard what Xie Qingyuan asked, he was silent for a while, then answered, "Princess, previously, I wanted to see Xiao Sheng by force and wrest the answers from him, but now he is dead. As for clues, we only know that it was a saint-level cultivator skilled in the art of poison. But you already said that we could not find such a man, so there is only one clue left." "What clue is that?" asked Xie Qingyuan. "Saint Shihua," said Futian. "We've already proved that what happened to Linga wasn't just a coincidence. Saint Shihua chose that time to suddenly take revenge on the Holy Ji Palace. But you said that it was only a casual attack, and then they fled. They had no determination at all. So, someone must have been directing things behind the scenes. If it weren't for the things that Linga and Phoenix had encountered, no one would have suspected that there was someone behind the scenes pulling strings. After all, vengeance would have been served." But looking back on it now, things weren't so simple. Everything had probably been to test whether he was there or not. Saint Chihua has had people watching you all along. They must have had a part in this. Let's grab them, said Xia Qingyuan. They are still in the 9 states now, lying low and cultivating in the endless sea. Excellent, we will go there, said Yi Futian. The endless sea was vast. It was indeed a good place to hide from the world and cultivate. If it had not been for Xia Qingyuan having people watch them, it would not have been easy to find them. In the sacred war of the 9 states, the great holy lands had laid siege to the Holy Ji Palace. The palace had taken heavy casualties. This was all set off by Saint Chihua. At that time, the only enemy of the Holy Ji Palace had been the great Ju sacred king. Saint Chihua had entered and allied with the great Ju sacred dynasty, and afterward, the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs had gotten involved as well. As for the palace itself, a terrible holy war had broken out there, and Jiyu had died. Now, Saint Chihua was involved in these matters once again. Old debts and new debts would have to be paid back together. The group continued forward towards Emperor Xia's palace. A great matrix for sending people directly to the 9 states was there, which would speed things up considerably. Not long after, Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and the others activated the matrix, and amidst a swirl of light, the whole group disappeared from the upper worlds. The sky above the endless sea was as blue as the water. One could not see the end of it in a single glance. The wind and waves howled as a beam of powerful light descended. A group of people was coming from the sky. There were countless islands in the endless ocean. There were countless islands in the endless ocean. Among these islands were many island cities of various sizes. In the eastern portion of the endless ocean, there was a small, unknown island. People were scarce here, with a population of 100,000 or so. On the mainland of the 9 states, this would amount to only a small village. At that moment, on the eastern edge of the island, an old man was wearing a long robe, sitting peacefully on the rocks fishing. He had a plaited bamboo hat on his head, under which his face was sharply angled. He had his eyes closed as if he were dozing off. "I see you've come here fishing again, old she," called another dark-skinned old man from not far off with a smile. He was getting ready to go out into the ocean to hunt monsters. There were countless sea monsters in the endless ocean, and each of them had many cultivation resources. Since these resources were extremely scarce in this island, these sea monsters were the only source of them. Millimeter, the old man, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, nodded slightly. He opened his eyes lazily, then smiled at the other old man and said, "You're getting ready to go out into the ocean? I can see that there are huge waves out there. There must be a big monster out there causing trouble. Why don't you stay in today?" "That's no problem. My son and my son-in-law are quite powerful cultivators. If we run into a fierce monster, that will be excellent." The old man spoke clearly and honestly. He seemed to be very proud of his children. There were several other people behind him. One of them was shirtless, and his skin was dark all over. He was very strong. The other 2 people were a couple, both of them seeming very fierce. People's appearances could change due to natural processes or due to cultivation, but they could also do because of environmental effects. "But old she, you're probably not going to catch much here. Your disciple looks a bit delicate, he probably hasn't experienced much turmoil. Why don't you let him come out into the ocean with me?" said the old man with a smile as he looked at a figure in the distance. That man was handsome, with fair skin and not even a trace of aura coming off of him. He seemed to be a scholar. No wonder the old man had said what he did. "My disciple is very lazy, so I just let him sit there," said old she with a smile. The old man nodded, then brought his son, daughter, and son-in-law into a boat and sailed out onto the sea. They waved to old she up on the rocks. When a lone boat went out into the ocean, its fate was determined by heaven. This was a popular saying on the island. As he watched the boat sail away, old she whispered, "Sometimes I envy them. They may not know the ways of heaven, but they are still able to smile at everything." The people of the island say that you never know what day you will die, so you should face every moment of your life with a smile. Behind the old man, the young disciple opened his eyes and looked out at the boat. Their environment may dictate their attitude, but it's still a kind of optimism, continued the old man. I have a bad feeling. You two should leave. Another figure walked towards them from a mountain far away. Brother, he said, if you want to leave, you can. I will stay here and accompany our master, said the young man. Old She sighed, then looked up into the distance. The sky that had once been as blue as the water was suddenly covered in dark clouds, looking very frightening. The sea was vast, endless, and capricious. It could change its face at any time. How could the people who lived on this small island understand? If I had known that things would turn out like this, I never would have started down this path, whispered Old She. He had once been a giant in the 9 states. He had mastered all heaven and earth, and his voice shouted commands that could lead to the deaths of thousands. But now, he had fallen to this level all because he had tried to get revenge on a junior. Was there anything he could say about that? Who would have thought that that junior cultivator was not just exceptionally talented, but was, in fact, the most talented of his generation? Even since he had gone to the upper worlds, he still commanded the wind and rain. In both the upper and lower worlds, there was no one like him. He vividly remembered the sacred war at the Holy Ji Palace. The youth who gave off dazzling light was still firmly imprinted in his mind. At that moment, he had realized that that man was not simply incredibly talented. And after that, his fate seemed to have been set. But he had not thought that it would happen so fast. The violent wind whipped up huge waves, and dark clouds covered the sky. The lone boat floated in the sea and was swept into the storm by a large wave. A terrible monster appeared in the storm. It appeared to be a flood dragon. It rose into the storm as it stared at the few people in the small boat. It opened its mouth as it struck out to swallow them. At that moment, a burst of incomparable majesty descended from the sky, covering the whole area. Everything seemed to freeze, and the storm slowed. The dragon looked to the shore in surprise, and a fierce sense of fear could be seen in its giant eyes. It suddenly lowered its proud head. The people in the lone boat watched this scene in surprise. They rose into the air, but it seemed that they had been slowed by something. The dragon before them and the terrible storm had been slowed as well. It seemed that the area around them had frozen. "Begone, vile beast," came a voice from the sky. In the next instant, the dreadful power dissipated, and the dragon tuned in fear and fled, diving back into the sea. A giant hand descended from the sky and pulled the lonely boat, and the people in it back to shore. When the old man and the others returned to shore, they were a bit shaken. They recovered from their shock and looked at the old man, who had been sitting there, fishing. They saw that the bamboo hat he had been wearing had blown off. He stood up straight, not seeming old in the least. There was an overpowering majesty about him. As far as the old man was concerned, he was like a god. And it was not only the old man who had changed. Even his young disciple now had an extremely sharp aura that billowed up to the clouds. Divine brilliance shone from his eyes as he looked up into the sky. The old man and the others knelt to the ground and kowtowed. They did not know what to say. Were they gods? Up in the sky, the clouds had changed color as a suffocating power descended. The old man and the others were still kneeling, but they seemed to feel something and looked up. They saw a group of figures appear like gods in the sky. The two in front were a man who looked heroic and had an incomparable aura, and a woman who, although she wore man's clothing, was still extremely beautiful. To the people from the small island, she was like a goddess. Emperor Xia's daughter was indeed like a goddess to the people of the 9 states in the lower worlds. Those who should come have finally arrived. Saint Xihua sighed in his heart. Ever since the day when the mysterious man had made his threat, he had known this day would come. But he had not expected that Futian would have already become a saint. He was a saint, a supernatural figure. How many years had he been in the upper worlds? The princess had not yet become a saint, and yet he had. "Greetings, Your Highness," said Saint Xihua as he looked up at Xia Qingyuan. The old man who was kneeling on the ground's heart trembled even more fiercely. Those who were like gods in their eyes still needed to greet the ones who had come? Then who on earth were these people who had come from the sky? "Saint Xihua, who ordered you to attack the palace?" said Futian as he looked down on them. Saint Xihua looked up at Futian. There was no trace of disturbance on his face. He seemed very calm. Since he had known this day would come and had worried about it for a long time, now that the day had truly come, he was unperturbed. During the sacred war, you ordered people from the palace to destroy Shihua Sacred Mountain. Did I need someone to order me to attack the palace? Answered Saint Shihua calmly. Yi Futian, there is also something that I would like to know. Who on earth are you? This was a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Once, Emperor Xia had summoned all the people of the 9 states and forbade them from asking it. But now it no longer mattered. I am Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state in the lands of the 9 states, under the rule of Emperor Xia's realm, said Yi Futian clearly. Saint Shihua was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and did not ask again. He was Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. That was enough. The enmity between them had sprung up from that. Thinking back to when Liu Zong wanted to fight with you, it seems a bit ridiculous now. First, it was Saint Xi, then Chess Saint, then finally the great Jew Sacred King. Who would have thought that you'd mature so quickly? If we had known that you'd have such success after only a few years, perhaps no one would have looked at the barren state as weak, said Saint Shihua with a smile. He spoke casually and seemed incredibly calm. Rain Saint rose into the sky, and a brilliant radiance bloomed from him. His long robe flapped in the wind as divine majesty swept out from him. Dazzling brilliance shone from his eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Since you are a saint now, I must ask you for a fight. As he said this, he stepped forward towards Yi Futian, who was in the sky. He lifted his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Time and space seemed to freeze, becoming solid. It was as if that area had been petrified and became incredibly dense. Are you up to it? Yi Futian took a step down and pointed his finger at Rain Saint. As he did so, an incredibly powerful storm of swords swept out, cutting through the air. The tip of his finger descended towards the ground, and a heaven-slaying sword descended, cutting through the power that was freezing heaven and earth. Boom! There was a loud noise as the great path solidified. Countless large stones appeared and formed a wall. They covered Yi Futian, but they were destroyed as he pointed his finger at them. Not only that, but the terrible storm of swords wrapped around Rain Saint. Divine light flowed around Yi Futian, becoming brighter and brighter. The tip of his finger kept descending towards the ground, and the heaven-slaying sword followed it. The air trembled violently as everything was destroyed, and the sword rushed towards Rain Saint. Rain Saint waved his hands, and a powerful defensive force appeared around him, seeming to freeze the air around him. A stone wall made from the divine path appeared, crossing between the heavens and the earth. Yi Futian took another step downward, and his foot pressed down upon the heavens and the earth. He continued to press down with his finger, and suddenly sword will cut through the stone wall, shattering it and piecing through it. There was a crackling sound as golden lightning cut across, and the brilliant sword will slashed into Rain Saint, piercing through his body. In the next instant, brilliant light bloomed from Rain Saint's body. He shattered into countless pieces that disappeared from the face of the earth. He had destroyed a saint with a single finger. He had destroyed a saint with a single finger. Saint Shihua watched the figure disappear in the air. His eye twitched slightly, but he was not as agitated or angered as one might imagine. He calmed down after a momentary flutter in his heart, and he looked at the magnificent figure before him. When Rain Saint had become a saint, Yi Futian was nothing more than a minor figure. He remembered those days. That was when Xihua Sacred Mountain had held the 9 States Forum. Yi Futian, who was still a noble-level cultivator, had brought the destitute people from the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. After missing so many forums, they had finally come to participate in that one. At that time, the group of people from the barren state was tiny. As far as the people from the other holy lands were concerned, the people from the barren state were unnecessary. He still remembered that they had been seated in the last seats, and they were very unhappy about this, feeling like they had been humiliated. The people of the 9 states had just laughed and not thought it was anything serious. But later, they had taken first place in the forum and made everyone else look at them with newfound respect. But even so, the other holy lands still did not really worry about the barren state. How many years had passed since that 9-states forum? The one who was once a noble had slain Rain Saint, upon whom he had once placed such high hopes, and made Saint Chihua accept his fate. If he was not experiencing it himself, he would not have believed it. The old man beside trembled with fear as he watched the scene unfolding in the sky. He and those with him were kneeling on the ground. Everything that had happened today went entirely against what they would have imagined. Before, Saint Chihua had saved them from the storm, and he had seemed like a god then. But in a flash, it seemed like this man, who they looked at as a god, would be killed. What kind of person was the brilliant, incomparable figure in the air? And that woman? Old, she had even called her princess. Was this the princess of the 9th heaven? Up in the sky, Futian looked down on them all. He fixed his gaze on Saint Chihua. Whoosh! Another figure rose into the sky. It was Saint Chihua's sworn brother, another saint-level cultivator of Chihua Sacred Mountain. He had been a saint for a long time, but he was still stuck at the first tier of the saint plane. When they had fled from the upper worlds, they had realized that this day might come, and thus they had left a few people behind in the upper worlds. The reason he had not returned and had hidden away in the endless ocean was so that his juniors would not be dragged into all of this. Since the outcome of all this was already fixed, there was no reason to struggle. He could face it all honestly. He had understood as soon as he saw Futian kill Rain Saint. Although they were on the first tier of the saint plane and had been saints for many years, there was still a gap between them that neither time nor level could fill. Some people were destined to stand out from birth. Although Futian had not been a saint for very long, the combat power that he could bring forth was not something that saints from the lower worlds like them could match. After all, they had relied on outside power to become saints. But Futian had been without match in the upper and lower worlds even before he had become a saint, save perhaps for Princess Xia Qingyuan. They even suspected that even Xia Qingyuan was not as good as Futian. That day at the battle at the Holy Ji Palace, the divine light that he had called forth was like that of an emperor as it covered the world. Futian saw his opponent shoot into the air, and a powerful airflow surrounded him. His sword whistled as it shrieked through heaven and earth. Xianyuan stepped out, and the sky trembled. He pressed his finger forward, and 10,000 sword wills pierced the sky, shattering everything in their path. Looking down in it, it looked like an endless radiance descending. And right in the middle, there was a giant, holy sword that cut through the sky towards the saint-level cultivator, who had rushed towards Futian. It cut through him, killing him in mid-air. The second saint-level cultivator had fallen. And it had, once again, only taken a single attack. Of the 3 saints of Chihua Sacred Mountain, Saint Chihua was the last one left. Saint Chihua was saddened by this. Once upon a time, Chihua Sacred Mountain had dominated the 9 states and was even slightly stronger than the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the eastern state. But because of him, it had all been destroyed by one man. It was a tragedy. He raised his arms, and suddenly, there was an incomparably fierce airflow in the sky. A bunch of boulders was pulled out of the ground on the beach as loud booming sounds reverberated. The cliffs seemed to be uprooted, and in a flash, huge boulders were floating over a 100-mile area. The old man trembled as he knelt. His heart went numb as he watched this indescribable scene. Saint Chihua rose into the air, and the countless boulders rose with him, high up into the sky. Futian and the others were still standing calmly in that infinite sky, with brilliant light shining from them. They watched this happening peacefully. Several figures stepped forward, blocking the rest of the group. Yaya's long hair flew in the wind, and countless sword wills descended from her, cutting through the boulders. A huge sword matrix was formed that gave off a frighteningly bright light. Numerous sword shadows seemed to be reflected on Saint Chihua's body. The figures behind Glass Saint and Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, indifferently watching Saint Chihua far below them. Saint Chihua was still moving forward, causing the heavens to tremble. He gave a great cry and shook his hand towards the sky. Everything seemed like it would be buried by his boulders. "Take him," ordered Xia Qingyuan coldly. As she said this, several saint-level figures acted at the same time. Saint Chihua was the last saint of Chihua Sacred Mountain, so naturally, he could not be allowed to die. There was a brief but violent burst of combat in the air above the little island, which made the whole island shake. Countless people looked up and watched the short but brilliant battle. In the end, old Shi, who had fished on the cliffs, was captured and taken away, leaving only ruins behind. The man and his family pulled themselves out of these ruins. The waves were beating against the shore, making them shiver from the cold. They looked up into the sky and saw that everyone had disappeared. They were still trembling. What had they just witnessed? This was something they would probably never forget as long as they lived. The Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State could be called the most prestigious holy land of the 9 states at that time. There was none like it. The sacred war had shaken the 9 states. 10 holy lands had participated, which made it a spectacular event. Later, at the Battle of Proving Holiness, the palace had produced 5 saints, which was another spectacular event. This was in addition to Yi Futian's fame. Countless heroes from around the 9 states had rushed to the Barren State, wanting to ask to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Later it was rumored that Yi Futian had helped Emperor Xia achieve victory in the Battle of Empty Realm, making him a highly regarded figure. The saints of the Holy Ji Palace had brought 10 sacred methods to the lower worlds and taught them to the core disciples of the palace. Even Moon Saint of the Yu clan had sent the most talented juniors of his clan to the Holy Ji Palace. This showed how outstanding they were. Since there were too many cultivators who came seeking admittance to the palace, they had to raise the threshold for acceptance. Their disciples were getting more and more outstanding, and in these few short years, many heroes had emerged. At that moment, the palace was bustling as many of the disciples were there cultivating. In the air above the palace, a burst of divine power suddenly descended. Everyone faintly felt it and looked up into the sky. Dozhan walked out of the palace and looked up as well. He saw a brilliant light coming down, and then a group of figures descended from the sky. The 2 people at their head were heroic and magnificent. It was Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. There were many cultivators behind them, as well as a wounded Saint Xihua. The palace lord has returned. Everyone looked up into the sky and called out greetings. Yi Futian had become the symbol of the Holy Ji Palace, the thing they set their hopes on. Welcome, Palace Lord. Everyone bowed in Yi Futian's direction, overlooking Xia Qingyuan beside him. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. Given her status, she should be the most respected person everywhere she went. But Yi Futian was unequaled within the palace. None could match his prestige, not even Princess Xia Qingyuan. He had once fought with everything he had to save the palace. He was undefeated in the sacred war and had built up the palace's current glory. Yi Futian nodded to everyone, then walked towards Dozhan, calling out, "Master." Dozhan stared at Yi Futian for a bit, then smiled and said, "You've become a saint, Palace Lord." Millimeter Yi Futian nodded. Suddenly everyone in the palace was shaken. The Palace Lord had become a saint. No wonder his bearing was so magnificent. Many of his disciples had felt that something was different. The Palace Lord had finally stepped onto the divine path. And Saint Xihua, who had once launched a surprise attack on the Holy Ji Palace, had been captured. Everyone looked at the wounded, dejected figure behind Yi Futian, and their hearts were filled with many emotions. It was Saint Xihua, who had once been the Lord of Xihua Sacred Mountain, and before whom the Holy Ji Palace had once been insignificant and easily crushed. Now he had been captured by the Palace Lord and brought back to the palace. Such was the modern Holy Ji Palace. Who could resist them? "Keep doing what you were doing before," said Yi Futian to the people of the palace. He brought those who had come with him into a hall. Saint Jiang's figure flashed over, bringing Little Butterfly and Shu Chehan with him. A bright smile appeared on Little Butterfly's face when she saw that Yi Futian had become a saint. "Elder," called Yi Futian. "Palace Lord," called Saint Jiang. "Greetings, Princess," he said to Xia Qingyuan. Millimeter, Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. Beside her, Yi Futian said, "I need you to help me interrogate someone, Elder." Saint Jiang naturally knew what Yi Futian meant. He looked at Saint Xihua. "Will you really humiliate me so, Yi Futian?" asked Saint Xihua. Yi Futian ignored him, but Dozhan said coldly, "You must have forgotten what you did." If he is not willing to talk, then make him wish he was dead, said Yi Futian coldly. If he didn't talk, would that be enough? Please, princess, grant me a boon, said Saint Shihua to Xia Qingyuan. He was Saint Shihua. How could he be humiliated like this? I know that you have sons in the upper worlds, and I already have people watching him. I will do all I can to guarantee their safety. If someone is secretly threatening you, now they won't dare to act against them, said Xia Qingyuan. She guessed what Saint Shihua desired. Saint Shihua's face paled, and he felt powerless. He sighed and said, Princess, if I tell you all that I know, it will still be meaningless. He did not know the identity of the man they sought. He could only be sure that none of this was a coincidence. It had all been deliberately planned. Saint Shihua finally talked. He had no other choice. Saint Shihua finally talked. He had no other choice. Right now, it was not just Yi Futian who wanted to get payback on him. Princess Xia Qingyuan had brought others with her. There was no escape. There was an area in the Holy Ji Palace where there were usually very few people. The area was filled with tombstones, and names were carved onto each one. These were the names of cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace who had died in battle. Saint Shihua was escorted there and was placed on a punishment platform in the middle of all the tombstones. He knew what was about to happen. His face grew extremely pale. Many people from the Holy Ji Palace gathered there, standing behind Yi Futian. They all looked very solemn. As Saint Shihua was escorted to the platform, chains appeared out of thin air. They were locked onto his body, and even directly penetrated his bones, making him unable to stand up firmly. Kneel, said Yi Futian coldly. Yi Futian, no matter what I've done, I was still once the lord of Shihua Sacred Mountain, one of the titans of the 9 states. You've captured me now, so if you want to kill me, go ahead. Why must you humiliate me like this? Saint Shihua snarled. Would he kneel to be punished and then killed? No, he was Saint Shihua, the hegemon of the Eastern state. You instigated the alliance between the great Jew sacred king and Saint Shi, which caused the sacred war of all the holy lands of the 9 states. Many people died because of this. Even 1,000 deaths would not be punishment enough for this. What does who you are and your status have to do with anything? Said Yi Futian calmly and coldly. Kneel and confess. As he said this, a terrifying sword shrieked past, cutting into Saint Shihua's legs at the knees. His bones snapped as he knelt to the ground. His face twisted as he looked at Yi Futian in fury. Princess, I once held Shihua Sacred Mountain in the Eastern State in His Majesty's name. How can you let this happen? He roared. You were defeated and fled Shihua Sacred Mountain without any regard to your honor. What right do you have to call yourself Saint Shihua? Said Xia Qingyuan indifferently. A group of figures appeared above Saint Shihua. They were Dozhan, Shu Shong, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the other saints of the barren state. The divine power within them spread out, and a terrible destructive power descended upon Saint Shihua's body. Today, Saint Shihua's blood would be sacrificed to those who had died at the Holy Ji Palace. All the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace gathered together, staring at the scene before them. All of them appeared extremely solemn. Those among them who had experienced several sacred wars all had red eyes. There were many tears, especially from the older people whose feelings ran deeper. Those great wars had been so tragic. The first time, the great Jew sacred king had led a great army to attack the palace, threatening to destroy it. At that time, Dozhan had faced the divine catastrophe, not fearing for his own life, to win the battle and ensure the safety of the palace and giving them a chance to recover. This had lasted until the outbreak of the most tragic of all the sacred wars, in which the palace lord's wife, Hua Jiyu, had died. Even though it had been many years since, when they thought back to it, it was like it was happening right before their eyes. They would never forget. Those who had entered the palace later knew of this too. Although the palace was now in its golden era, these events had all become legendary, and every person newly admitted to the palace memorized this piece of history. Now, as they gathered in the cemetery, they were struck by emotion, and all looked very solemn. Terrifying divine light fell upon Saint Shihua's body, just like the light of the divine catastrophe. Shihua looked up at everyone angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Were they really going to let him die in such a humiliating way? He had waited for this to happen peacefully. He had prepared himself for death. But Yi Futian would not let him die peacefully. He would first carve Saint Shihua's name onto the barren state's pillar of shame. Kill him, spat Yi Futian. Suddenly, the 5 palace lords of the barren state launched devastating attacks at the same time. The sky looked like the end of days was coming as terrible power shot down, piercing right through Saint Shihua's head. Saint Shihua's body trembled violently. His eyes were open wide, still showing his humiliation and unwillingness to die like this. He roared as blood poured from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. But the destructive attacks continued to fall on him. This was his punishment. In this way, the life of Saint Shihua, who had once dominated the eastern state, was brought to an end. The life force of a saint-level cultivator was powerful, and so Saint Shihua struggled for a long time. But his life force was eventually completely exhausted. His body fell to the ground slowly and became a corpse. A hegemonic figure had died in the cemetery of the Holy Ji Palace. He was still kneeling there as he died, his head bowed in confession, and his body chained to the tombstone. It was an extremely miserable way to go. Yi Futian watched this all happen calmly. He had no sympathy, no pity. This was the punishment that Saint Shihua deserved for all he had done. Someone behind Yi Futian handed him a glass filled with wine. He dropped the wine glass in front of the cemetery and then bowed to all the tombs. The barren state was not like it had been before, and the Holy Ji Palace even less so. The Holy Ji Palace would one day become the greatest power in the 9 states, an unmatched holy land for cultivation. Its disciples would cover the earth. The cultivators of the palace, particularly those who had fought in the sacred war, would receive their own cultivation resources and would have a bright future. But the dead were dead. As far as he knew, they would never see the Holy Ji Palace's current glory, nor would they ever have a way to experience what that glory would bring. Even saying that they had died contently was nothing more than self-consolation. Death was death. There was only one life. As if affected by this emotional atmosphere, all the disciples of the palace bowed along with Yi Futian. All were serious and solemn. If the families of those who died in battle are still here, give them the best cultivation resources. And have them be trained by elders and treated with special favor, said Yi Futian. Don't worry, Palace Lord, we have already done so, Sword Demon said as he and a few others came up to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. This would let him rest a little easier. Now, all that is left is Saint Ji and the others from the Hall of Holy Light, whispered Yi Futian. He wanted to see how long Saint Ji could hide for. Waiting for death must not be a comfortable thing to do. Let's go. Yi Futian turned to leave, and the people of the palace made a path for him. At that moment, Yi Futian had a thought. He should pass on the title of Palace Lord. The palace's position in the 9 states was as unshakable as a mountain. No one would be able to threaten them again. Everything was on the right track, and now that he was a saint, it was even more so. The other holy lands would know about what had happened in the upper worlds. And now that Saint Shihua was dead, once he had destroyed the Hall of Holy Light, he would no longer need to be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace. After all, he seldom came back to the lower worlds. The reason he had not abdicated his position was that the palace still needed him. He was a symbol, the symbol of the palace. Yi Futian looked at Dozhan beside him. Other than here, 5 other palaces had been established by the Holy Ji Palace. Master Dozhan commanded the central palace, and he had once been the master of Battle Sage Palace, which was second only to Holy Sage Pavilion. If he were to step down, his master would be the most natural choice to succeed him. He had always believed in the Holy Ji Palace. As for what went on in the upper worlds, although Saint Shihua had come clean, he was farther from the end of this matter than he had thought. Saint Shihua had known too little. He only knew that a mysterious person had sought him out and made him get involved. But he did not know who this person was. Moreover, they were good at hiding and being unpredictable. They had arranged everything seamlessly. All that they were sure about now was that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. They had already known this, so it was not too important. They still had not found any key evidence. It could be said that there were no flaws to be found in their opponent's plan. When Saint Chihua was hiding in the upper worlds, I had people watching him, but he was in contact with too many people. After so long, it would be impossible to have all of them watched. Our opponent is skilled at hiding his identity, and can even conceal his saint-level aura. It may be impossible to find him now, said Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Now, we can only rely on conjecture and the process of elimination. Think, Princess, how many people in the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm could play this sort of game? Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She naturally knew what he meant. Who could arrange everything so secretly, not leaving any holes, and make an alliance with Xiao Sheng that he did not dare to divulge? There were not many in Emperor Xia's realm who could do this. Only those at the very top could have such power and skill. When we return, I will investigate this in detail, said Xia Qingyuan. Thank you, Princess, said Yi Futian. These days, Xia Qingyuan was indeed doing a lot for him. News of Saint Chihua's death spread quickly throughout the 9 states. Everywhere, people experienced mixed emotions. Saint Chihua was a hegemon whose fame had once shaken the earth. He had called the great Zhu sacred king to attack the Holy Ji Palace in a sacred war. No one could have imagined that, in the end, he would be humiliated and killed like that. Nowadays, the Holy Ji Palace made everyone respect it. It was said that Yi Futian had become a saint. On that day, a powerful aura descended upon the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. Many figures walked out of the palace and heard voices. The Ocean Palace in the Endless Ocean has come to greet Lord Yi. The North Deep in the Endless Ocean has come to greet Lord Yi. The Celestial Cliffs in the Endless Ocean has come to greet Lord Yi. The voices rang out, sounding very humble. Not only had 3 great holy lands come, but their lords had come as well. Their attitude was very respectful, and they trembled with fear. They had finally caved in. They had heard the news that Saint Chihua had been found by Yi Futian on a small island in the Endless Ocean. The people of the island said that Yi Futian had killed a saint with 1 finger. The Yi Futian of today was not like the Yi Futian of the past. They had once submitted to the Holy Ji Palace, but they did this without any sincerity. After all, the enmity left over from the sacred war was still there. Now, when they saw how strong Yi Futian was, how could they not feel afraid? They feared that Yi Futian would come to them to settle old scores, and they would come to the same end as Saint Chihua. At the Holy Ji Palace, many cultivators looked up into the void. At the Holy Ji Palace, many cultivators looked up into the void. They knew that this was because the lords of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean got scared and came to visit preemptively. The deaths of the 3 great saints of Chihua Sacred Mountain, especially the death of Saint Chihua, seemed to have had a huge impact on the 9 states, and with great rippling effects. Go to the palace cemetery and repent for 3 days, Yi Futian said. When the lords of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean heard this, they were stunned. There was no preaching, just the one sentence. Let them repent by themselves. This kind of directness was difficult for them to get used to. But soon, they took a deep breath of relief. Still, their hearts were conflicted. Yi Futian did not see them, and it seemed to be a gesture of slight disrespect, but they had vowed to submit to the Holy Ji Palace and swore loyalty to Yi Futian. Moreover, it was unrealistic to say that Yi Futian did not hold any resentment against them. In doing so, Yi Futian probably wanted to put an end to the matter. Henceforth, the storm of the sacred war was now ended with no further repercussions. If so, repenting for 3 days, though somewhat humiliating, was not a big deal. After all, given Yi Futian's position today in the 9 states, traveling to the lower worlds with the Princess Xia Qingyuan personally accompanying him, this was not usual treatment for someone from the 9 states. Even the highly respected Saint Xia had to pay respect to the little princess when he saw her. In the land of the 9 states, who could walk shoulder to shoulder with the little princess? Only Yi Futian of the barren state. What was the status of Yi Futian in the past, and what was the status of Yi Futian today, and what would be the status of Yi Futian in the future? Once the 3 thought about that, they looked at each other and replied, yes. After that, They stepped out and headed toward the cemetery, prepared to repent. At this time, from a palace, Yi Futian stepped out. Here, Dozhan, Yu Kai, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others were all here. Yi Futian walked to the front of the staircase and looked down at the vast land of the palace beneath. Lifting his head, Yi Futian looked up at the sky, where a battle of destruction took place once. Many cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace had perished, which also ruined the Holy Ji Palace. Now that great Ju sacred king had died, and Saint Shihua, the culprit, had received his just punishment, should all this be over? After a long period of silence, Yi Futian said, all these years, the 9 states was in chaos. I put an end to the 3 great holy lands. Although the Holy Ji Palace has now risen, the land of 9 states has suffered a setback, especially the eastern state. Dozhan and the others listened quietly without saying anything. Of all 3 holy lands of eastern state, the Glass Saint was now with Yi Futian. Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Ju Sacred Dynasty had both been destroyed. Sky Saint came and went as he pleased, without belonging to any place. It had indeed fared the worst. The old palace lord hopes that the Holy Ji Palace will be strong and become a holy land to pass on our crafts in the barren state. Now that the first step has been completed, Master and all you elders will complete the rest, Yi Futian said. Futian. Of course, Dozhan and the others understood the meaning behind Yi Futian's words. It seemed that he had an intention to resign. Futian, you have to know that whether you are at the Holy Ji Palace or not, even if you are cultivating outside, you carry the belief of the palace, as long as you keep the title of the palace lord, Dozhan said. Dozhan is right, as for the day-to-day stuff, you can leave them to your master, Yu Kai added. In the past few years, although I bear the title of the palace lord, it was the master and the elders who took care of the palace. There would be no Holy Ji Palace if it were not for all of you. Strictly speaking, it is not I who made the Holy Ji Palace, but it was the palace that achieved my reputation. Yi Futian shook his head. Now, everything should return to their rightful place. I am an incompetent palace lord, but I will do the last bit of things I can for the 9 states, for the palace. Dozhan and everyone looked at Yi Futian. It seemed that Yi Futian had already made up his mind. At this moment, Yi Futian looked into the distance and said softly, Master, I'm troubling you to go to all the holy lands in the 9 states and invite them to come to the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State. The Holy Ji Palace will host a feast to discuss the planning of the grandest martial arts event in the land of 9 states that will surpass the 9-state forum. This competition belongs to the cultivators of the Sage Plain. At that time, I will invite the princess to participate in the discussion, and I hope that this competition will open up the communication between the upper and the lower worlds. Dozhan and the others trembled inside, all of them were shocked. They vaguely understood what Yi Futian wanted to do. Today, perhaps in all of 9 states, only Yi Futian could have done it. Even Saint Xia couldn't do it. In this land of 9 states, only he could really influence the princess. Very well. Dozhan took a deep breath and then nodded in earnest. If this could happen, it would indeed be a great contribution to the land of 9 states, and it would make the spirit of martial arts in the 9 states that much stronger. Others also nodded earnestly. If Yi Futian could have this ambition, they were naturally willing to work together for this. This event must be widely spread and have participants from all over, and all of the 9 states will need to be informed. Yi Futian continued, in addition, pass my order on to the Hall of Holy Light of Qi State and tell them I also invited the Hall of Holy Light to join us in this event. The Hall of Holy Light is also a part of the 9 states as long as those who participated in the war are willing to come to apologize and repent for their past wrongdoings. I, Yi Futian, will no longer look to the past, and the Hall of Holy Light is still one of the holy lands in the 9 states. There is only one person I will not forgive, Saint Ji, Lord of the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji was one of the culprits of the sacred war. All the others could be forgiven and their pasts forgotten, except for Saint Ji, who initiated the sacred war. He would never be forgiven. Of course, the premise was that those who participated in the war must come to apologize and plead guilty and repent in the cemetery. Dozhan and the others, as they looked at Yi Futian, who stood there alone with his back facing them. After the initial shock, a smile appeared in their eyes. Yi Futian today, Was a saint. Yes, Palace Lord. Everyone took their orders then retreated. Soon, they all stepped into the void, heading out for all the places within the 9 states. Soon, the news spread throughout the 9 states. Yi Futian had summoned all the holy lands in the 9 states. The Holy Ji Palace of Barren State would hold an unprecedented grand event. In a short time, the 9 states responded, and all the major holy lands had responded, saying that they would go to the Barren State to participate in this grand event. The Barren State, once again, attracted worldwide attention and became the focal point of 9 states. Within the 9 states, countless people set off to the Barren State, wanting to witness this great spectacle. Many people had said that this event would be the most spectacular event of the 9 states in decades. As the appointed day approached, in the land of the Summer State, Saint Xia had set off, and Saint Li of the 9 State College had also departed. Of course, there was also Moon Saint. Holy lands, such as War State, Vaja region, Holy Temple of 10 Corners, began to set off one after another. In Qi State, the Lord of the Qi clan personally led his group there, and the same with Jixia Holy Palace and Yu House. Only the atmosphere of the Hall of Holy Light seemed a little peculiar. In the past few years, the development of the Hall of Holy Light had been rather fast, and it had become one of the top 5 holy lands in the 9 states. Saint Ji, the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light, ranked 5th on the saint ranking. For a time, he was at the top of the world, dominant and sharp, his force about to surpass that of the Qi clan, the long-time top holy land in Qi State and Jixia Holy Palace. However, after the Sacred War, Saint Ji was put under house arrest, and the Hall of Holy Light was continuously guarded by the Holy Light. He dared not relax for one moment. The grand matrix of Holy Light protection of the Hall of Holy Light was finally opened. The cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light successively walked down and left, actually going toward the direction of the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State. This was a situation that no one could have foreseen. In the Hall of Holy Light, there was a main hall, high above the sky. Standing at its edge, one could overlook the entire vastness of the Hall of Holy Light. At this moment, Saint Ji stood there, watching the flow of the crowd below, that cultivators of the hall stepped out and left, one after the other. There were fewer and fewer people, and he stood there, watching. As the people at the Hall of Holy Light decreased day by day, watching, many bowed to him and paid their respect before leaving. Until there was no one else left, the once glorious Hall of Holy Light now seemed extremely quiet. At a glance, there was hardly anyone in sight. The main hall that disappeared into the clouds seemed particularly lonesome, and his figure seemed even more desolate. Today must be the day that Yi Futian is holding the feast. Saint Ji looked into the distance and murmured, "Yes, Lord." Behind Saint Ji, an old manservant stood there quietly. It was an old man who had watched Saint Ji grow up many years ago. His hair was completely white. "Uncle Han, was I wrong?" Saint Ji asked. "My lord, in this world, there is no absolute right or wrong," the old man whispered softly. "Why did the people of the Hall of Holy Light all choose to leave?" Saint Ji asked again. "This is human nature. Not to mention, the Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, was able to let go of the grievances of the Sacred War. He is a man of stature. It is not surprising that the people of the hall would go down to join him. My lord should not blame them," said the old man. "Yes," Saint Ji nodded, "I thought I would wait for his revenge, but I didn't expect him to let it all go instead. And now that he is holding the event of a lifetime in the 9 states, not only trying to promote the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State but also to promote the 9 states, I am a far lesser man than him in terms of spirit and aspiration." The old man stood quietly and said nothing. Saint Ji smiled and said, "It's been quite a few years, and it's time for me to get out and take a walk." "Lord." The old man looked up at Saint Ji. Emperor Xia was the one who personally issued the house arrest on Saint Ji. Whoever dared to disobey the order of Emperor Xia was unlikely to live. Since he could have such generosity in his heart, I hope not to hinder the Hall of Holy Light from now on. As Saint Ji's words fell, a boundless radiance darted into the sky from his body, and then his body turned into light and rushed into the sky above. An era has ended. Saint Ji's voice spread through the Hall of Holy Light. He disappeared after he rushed out of the hall. Since then, no one in the 9 states had seen Saint Ji. Some people claimed that he had died, executed by Emperor Xia. Some claimed that he was taken by the people of Emperor Xia. This became a mystery in the 9 states. Contrary to the bleakness of the Hall of Holy Light, this day at the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State, there was an unparalleled feast that would affect the future of the 9 states. At this feast, Yi Futian announced that in the future land of the 9 states, the 9-state forum, that was to be held once every 3 years, would not only be open to those below the sage plane but that sages could also participate. Moreover, the principalities of the upper world would come down to the lower world and chose the best of them to be brought to the upper world to cultivate. Princess Xia Qingyuan had promised. All of the 9 states were shocked. Of course, there was something else that was even more shocking. Yi Futian announced that he would step down as the lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State and that the new palace lord was to be Saint Dozhan. This turbulent era had finally come to an end. Cottage Villa, in the upper world of Emperor Xia's realm, had made many new acquisitions. Cottage Villa, in the upper world of Emperor Xia's realm, had made many new acquisitions. Yi Futian had already become a saint and gained a firm foothold in Emperor Xia's realm. He'd deduced that the last assassination attempt had been meant to get rid of him in the name of Emperor Li's realm, but now that he had returned, the others would not be bold enough to try it again. Without Xiao Sheng as a sacrificial lamb, it would be easier for their scheme to be exposed. Therefore, they had brought some more people from the lower world to the palace. They'd brought with them the 4 senior brothers, Shui Yi, the entire family of Yu Shi, Qingxian, Liu Chenyu, and Goddess Wang Yu. Now that the big senior brother was a saint, Goddess Wang Yu would naturally follow him and they would cultivate together. The cottage villa was quite lively. On a green pasture, Yi Futian sat quietly. In the distance, an elf-like girl ran through the pasture toward him, shouting, "Uncle Yi." Yi Futian opened his arms, and the girl rushed into them. Yi Futian said with a smile, "Little grass, what are you doing here?" "My dad is forcing me to read again, but I have read a lot already, so I need to take a breather," the little girl said seriously and quite precociously. Yi Futian squeezed her cheeks and said, "It's for your own good that your dad asked you to read. It will make it easier for you to cultivate in the future." "What do I need to have such great cultivation for?" Little Grass asked. "To protect yourself," Yi Futian replied. "Aren't you here to protect me?" Little Grass looked at Yi Futian with her big eyes. Yi Futian looked at the girl's innocent eyes, smiled, and nodded. "You're right. So I don't need to cultivate so hard in the future, right?" Little Grass continued with her line of reasoning. Yi Futian had no words to refute her. Children nowadays were a lot sharper than he had been at that age. "Uncle Yi, when will Auntie Jiyu come back?" Little Grass asked. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, speechless and without a response. Then he squeezed out a smile and said, "Soon. But my mom said that Auntie Jiyu is now an angel and that she has gone back to heaven." Little Grass asked with some bewilderment, "But isn't this heaven?" Yi Futian looked at Little Grass and was speechless again for a moment. "Uncle Yi, I kinda miss Auntie Jiyu." Little Grass's eyes were slightly reddened. When she was little, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu had been extremely good to her. Now she was almost grown, but she had never seen Auntie Jiyu again. Was heaven a destination that she would never return from? "Little Grass," a voice called out. Yu Shi was coming toward them. He looked at Little Grass and said, "You are bothering your Uncle Yi again." "It's okay, I was a little bored anyway." Yi Futian smiled and hugged the little girl who was leaning on him and said softly, "Me too, I miss Auntie Jiyu too. One day we will go and find her together." "Really?" Little Grass looked up at Yi Futian. "Sure, when have I ever lied to you?" Yi Futian asked. "Okay then." Little Grass nodded seriously. Yu Shi watched Yi Futian and felt some sadness. It had been some years now, but Hua Jiyu was still a source of pain in their hearts. For Yi Futian, it must be even worse. Even though he was smiling at the moment, there was no mistaking the faint sadness on his face. Even though he was now a saint, there were still some things and some people that could not be let go of easily. Yu Shi looked at Little Grass again. The girl was a teenager now, but her mind was extraordinarily innocent. She understood that this was because of the environment where she had grown up. Although Little Grass had experienced a period of turmoil at the palace, because of her age, she had always been protected. Coupled with the fact that she had never gone outside by herself, she lacked practical worldly experience. She had rarely even gone outside of Alchemy City or the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian and the other disciples of the cottage were extremely indulgent and fond of her, so it was difficult for her to grow up. "Is there still no news?" Yu Shi asked softly. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Saint Shihua had not provided much valuable information at all. The only person who might have known the truth, Xiao Sheng, was now dead. Along with him, all the clues regarding the matter had been lost. Not even Xia Qingyuan could obtain too many valuable leads in her investigation. These days, Yi Futian had a better understanding of the many top principalities in Emperor Xia's realm. Although he did not know the truth, he had some hypotheses of his own. However, these hypotheses were unlikely to be confirmed soon. In the past, he dared to go to the Xiao clan to confront Xiao Sheng because he was convinced that Xiao Sheng had participated. Although there was no hard evidence, he was still determined to interrogate him. However, this would be more difficult than it had been before. It would probably be impossible to act like that again. Of course, he would not stop forever. But even if he was unwilling, he would probably need to let it go for the time being. Now, many people at the villa had reached the bottleneck of cultivation just below the Saint Plain, especially the third senior brother, Yu Sheng, and Wu Chen. They were already at the peak of the sages, within reach of the Saint Plain. The most important thing right now was his hope that everyone would successively enter the Saint Plain. However, sanctification required the right state of mind and opportunity. There was a figure coming out from the sky with a sword. Yi Futian turned his head and saw Qin Zhuang, clad in black, standing in front of him. He said, "Yaotai Divine Palace has prepared the Yaotai Divine Feast and sends their invitation." Yaotai Divine Feast, Yi Futian murmured to himself. The Yaotai Divine Feast was the grandest banquet held in the Yaotai Divine Palace. The banquet was always held with great fanfare, as everyone who was anyone in Emperor Xia's realm was invited. However, Yi Futian was not very interested in this, so he said, "Decline on my behalf. Just say that I am busy with cultivation and have no time to attend." People at Yaotai Divine Palace mentioned that Goddess Yarrow. She told them specifically that Master Yi should attend. Qin Zhuang insisted. When Yi Futian heard what Qin Zhuang said, he remembered that the woman with stunning beauty, and hesitated for a second. He gave it some thought and nodded, saying, "Very well." Strictly speaking, Yarrow she was a friend. Since she had already told him to attend, he would oblige. He would think of it as taking a short break for some relaxation. Qin Zhuang said nothing more and turned to leave. In Emperor Xia's realm, the news of the Yaotai Divine Feast had caused quite a stir. Yaotai Divine Palace was the highest power in Emperor Xia's realm. The enchanted island of the west in Emperor Xia's realm was known for its beautiful women and dozens of goddesses. It also gave rise to the top force composed entirely of women. The Lord of Yaotai Divine Palace was known as the Holy Mother of the West and was also the head of all the saints of the enchanted island of the west in Emperor Xia's realm. She was the most distinguished character in the entire realm. The reputation of her beauty had spread throughout the world when she was young. She was an unusual woman who was able to compete with Queen Xiao for the title of the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm. The Yaotai Divine Feast was not held every year, only once in a blue moon. However, every time the Yaotai Divine Feast was held, it signified a major event happening at Yaotai Divine Palace. Many in Emperor Xia's realm speculated that this year's Yaotai Divine Feast was being held by Yaotai Divine Palace as an occasion to select a path companion for the current virgin of Yaotai, Yaoshi. Although Yaotai Divine Palace was a principality of female cultivation, it did not reject the idea of path companions. On the contrary, many of the goddesses in Yaotai Divine Palace had path companions and cultivated outside. Even more so, their standard was extremely harsh, and their selected companions were only people of renown. It was said that at Yaotai Divine Palace, There were methods that were suitable for couples to cultivate together. For those who cultivated in Emperor Xia's realm, many had fantasies about the goddesses of Yaotai Divine Palace. Therefore, those who could succeed were rarer still. This time around, people in Emperor Xia's realm speculated that it was Yaroshi who wanted to choose a significant other. As the reigning virgin, Yaroshi's beauty was peerless, and many even claimed that she was qualified to compete for the title of the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm. Some had even compared her with Princess Xia Qingyuan, so one could only imagine the outstanding beauty she possessed. For this reason, how could the announcement of Yaotai Divine Feast not create a sensation all on its own? Those who received the invitations were the most powerful figures in Emperor Xia's realm. Ordinary people did not qualify. People from all corners of Emperor Xia's realm set off for the enchanted island of the west to the Yaotai Divine Palace. Yi Futian was prepared to depart and see for himself. However, before Yi Futian was able to leave, someone came to the cottage villa and appeared in front of him. The man who appeared was the guard of Emperor Xia's palace. He'd come carrying orders. Saint Yi, the guard, greeted Yi Futian with a bow. Now that Yi Futian was sanctified, Yi being his surname, he could be called Saint Yi, if there was no other specific title. Yi Futian nodded and asked, "What message do you bring?" The princess would like to remind Saint Yi that although Saint Yi has already entered the divine path, the road of cultivation will only be more difficult in the future, and cautioned against complacency. There are many methods for cultivation in the Golden Hall of the Lotus that could aid in comprehension and further cultivation, and there are now divine methods of cultivation that Saint Yi might want to visit for further enlightenment. "Do not forget and neglect your cultivation," said the messenger. Yi Futian nodded and replied, "Many thanks to the princess." The messenger nodded but made no motion to leave. Yi Futian looked at him. The messenger looked back at Yi Futian. The atmosphere was slightly ominous. "Is there anything else?" Yi Futian couldn't help but ask when he saw the messenger making no move to leave. "No." The messenger shook his head. Then, Yi Futian saw that the guard looked strange. The guard asked, "So, Saint Yi is not going to the Golden Hall of the Lotus to cultivate?" Yi Futian understands the message of the princess and will go to visit and cultivate at another time, Yi Futian replied. "Oh." The guard nodded, still showing no intention of leaving. "Then, you may return with my reply," Yi Futian said. "Yes." The messenger nodded, looked deeply at Yi Futian. He finally turned to leave. Yi Futian saw the messenger departing and said to those around him, "We should go now." "Let's go," the black-winged condor muttered excitedly. The master was always so authoritative. Better yet, this time, they would go and collect the Virgin of Yaotai. This thought made the black-winged condor even more excited. The experience of the past was memorable and, to the black-winged condor, downright unforgettable. He had also seen Yaroshi before. Compared to that she-devil in Emperor Xia's palace, Yaroshi was much gentler. If only Xia Qingyuan knew what the black-winged condor secretly thought of her, what would she do with him? She-devil? The territory of the western region of Emperor Xia's realm was vast, populated with many enchanted islands and temples of cultivation for saints. The territory of the western region of Emperor Xia's realm was vast, populated with many enchanted islands and temples of cultivation for saints. The Holy Mother of the West, who was respectfully referred to as the Holy Mother, indicated the prowess of her cultivation. She ranked first among all the saints in the western region with no one close behind. Whether it was cultivation or appearance, she reigned over all of the outstanding figures in the western region. Yaotai Enchanted Island was the temple of cultivation for the Holy Mother of the West. This enchanted island was surrounded by numerous other enchanted islands. There were countless goddesses and beauties who all regarded Yaotai Enchanted Island as a holy land. Anyone who possessed outstanding talent would come to Yaotai Enchanted Island, hoping that they would one day become a member of Yaotai Enchanted Island. But the selection of disciples at Yaotai Enchanted Island was extremely stringent. Most people were destined to hope in vain. Naturally, the Yaotai Divine Palace was not the only principality of Yaotai Enchanted Island. There were countless cultivators on the island. It was one of the most prosperous areas in the western region. On Yarotai Enchanted Island, countless people were discussing the same thing, the Yarotai Divine Feast. The last time the Yarotai Divine Feast had been held by Yarotai Divine Palace, it was when the Holy Mother of the West had formally taken over the position of Palace Lord of Yarotai Divine Palace, and it had been decades since then. From this, one could assume that the Yarotai Divine Feast always coincided with the occurrence of major events. But this time, people on Yarotai Enchanted Island thought that the most likely reason for the feast was that Yaroshi wanted to choose a path companion. Therefore, all the renowned figures from all walks of life had arrived, even those who did not receive an invitation were in attendance at Yarotai Enchanted Island. If Goddess Yaroshi wants to choose a companion, who is the most likely candidate? People were talking about it all over the island. Who knows? There are so many impressive figures in Emperor Shia's realm, but Yarotai Enchanted Island is located in the western region. It is some distance away from the center of Emperor Shia's realm. It is said that those who are the closest have the best chance. The young master of Shura Palace seemed to have been pursuing Goddess Yaroshi, whether it was talent or family name. He is outstanding, so his odds are good. Many people nodded in agreement. Shura Palace was a powerful demonic clan of the western region, and its strength was truly impressive. Furthermore, Shura Palace also had people at Emperor Shia's. Among the 8 sacred generals, Sacred General Shura, who was the most skilled at offense, was from Shura Palace and enjoyed a great reputation. The reigning Palace Lord of Shura Palace and Sacred General Shura were brothers, he the elder brother. However, it was believed that it was Sacred General Shura whose cultivation was a level higher. The young master of Shura Palace was the son of the Palace Lord of Shura Palace, and he had a close relationship with Sacred General Shura, so his status was considered very prominent. Although the young master of Shura Palace has excellent talents and comes from an impressive family, ultimately, he cultivates in the way of demonic method, and his temperament is cold and cruel. Goddess Yaroshi is as gentle as the water, so she does not necessarily like that kind of man. Someone else added, I am in favor of the romantic man from 100 Flowers Valley. He is considered to be the most legendary person in the western region in recent years. Many people remembered this person when they heard this. 100 Flowers Valley was a force composed of goddesses, but a few decades ago, the Palace Lord of 100 Flowers Valley had found an orphan and raised him in 100 Flowers Valley. As a result, he became the only man among the many hundreds of female cultivators there. He was handsome beyond words, his looks even hinting of feminine beauty. His talents were excellent and he was said to have the most perfect character. It was said that he had already arrived at Yarotai Enchanted Island, and would be attending the Yarotai Divine Feast. Don't just focus on the cultivators from the Western Region Temple. In the central area of Emperor Shia's realm, there are many noteworthy characters. In the Jyotian Temple alone, there are countless proud talents, not to mention the many descendants of Master of Jyotian Temple. Any one of them would be extraordinary. There is also the Shenyuan clan, the descendants of Ren Huang, and the swordsman of Lihan Heaven, and Wang Chuan, whose presence is yet to be determined. What's more, don't forget about the most prestigious person in this generation, a cultivator who could slay the saints as a sage. It was rumored that Goddess Yaroshi knew him and that their relationship was not insubstantial. He was also invited this time. If he comes, I am afraid that those many excellent figures in the Western region will be overshadowed. Don't just build up other people. Is this Yi Futian really that powerful? Someone asked curiously. After all, they had only heard of him and not seen him with their own eyes. This new rising star, since the battle with the Xiao clan, was well known in Emperor Shia's realm. Many others had learned of his name. He was able to defeat Xiao Sheng while in Sage Plain and force his death. How can that be false? Someone asked. You know, Xiao Sheng was not a frivolous character either. Before he became a saint, he was one of the few people in Emperor Shia's realm below the Saint Plane who enjoyed great reputation and recognition as Queen Xiao's nephew. Even so, he was crushed by Yi Futian and was forced to die by his hand. You can imagine what kind of person Yi Futian is. However, many people thought that Yi Futian's endgame would be the little princess. The upper world was vast and endless, but as long as Emperor Shia's palace was involved, it would be a major event. The little princess Xia Qingyuan was an unusual character. Unless they were truly peerless, people rarely struck her fancy. But as her relationship with Yi Futian was a close one, and because Yi Futian had been the only person who could walk shoulder to shoulder with the little princess in all these years, it had caused many to speculate. His Royal Highness, the fifth prince, has arrived. At that moment, a voice was heard in the distance. Many people were stunned. Someone asked, "What was that you said?" From the imperial palace, "The fifth prince has come down to Yarotai Enchanted Island," the man said, looking at the space below. Many people trembled in their hearts. Within moments, the news caused great waves of excitement. Had the prince come in person from Emperor Xia's palace? Emperor Xia had 6 children, and the little princess was his youngest child and only daughter. The other 5 were all a lot older than the little princess. The 5 princes were all in the Saint Plain. Now the prince had arrived in person to attend the Yarotai Divine Feast. What would happen? If His Royal Highness the fifth prince had an idea, and if Yarotai Divine Palace wanted to choose a path companion for Yaroshi, then the prince would undoubtedly be the most promising choice. If she married a prince, she could enter the palace and get to the heart of Emperor Xia's realm. However, some others also thought that Yaroshi, as the reigning virgin, would be the future heiress of Yarotai Divine Palace. If she married a prince, she would have to enter the palace and Yarotai Divine Palace would lose Yaroshi. The Yarotai Divine Feast seemed to be getting more interesting by the second. Every prominent figure from all corners of Emperor Xia's realm arrived at Yarotai Divine Palace. The Divine Palace was divided into enchanted islands which were interconnected into a whole. Looking down from the void, they were extremely beautiful. Visitors from many places were put on different enchanted islands. A mighty procession descended. The head of the group was extremely distinguished, clad in a brilliant robe. From Yarotai Enchanted Island, figures flashed and many goddesses personally came to greet the newcomers. All bowed and said, "Greetings to your Royal Highness. No need for formalities, goddesses. I came at my father, the Emperor's, behest to attend the Yarotai Divine Feast, and am just one of many guests. There is no need for the goddesses to pay so much attention." The fifth prince possessed an extraordinary temper, but his voice sounded gentle and polite like a spring breeze. "Your Royal Highness, please go to the Divine Palace to rest," said the goddess in the lead. The fifth prince nodded slightly, and then followed the goddess to the Divine Palace on the Enchanted Island. He looked around at his surroundings. This place was indeed a spiritual treasure for cultivation. Shortly after the fifth prince entered Yarotai Divine Palace, it caused quite a wave of excitement on the islands. Those who had already arrived from principalities such as Jotian Temple, Shenyuan Palace, Qin Palace, Tianji Pavilion, and Lihan Heaven had all heard the news. Many people tried to figure out where the fifth prince had settled so that they could visit him later. After all, he was the descendant of Emperor Xia. Respect must be paid. There was an enchanted island nestled near the Divine Palace where there were many beautiful pavilions and lofty structures. Between the pavilions, there were many lush and ancient trees. The scenery was incredibly ethereal. A group of people sat in a pavilion under a century-old tree, chatting casually. One of them had a head of white hair and a handsome visage. It was Yi Futian. He had been there for a while and had been welcomed to rest on this enchanted island. The Yarotai Divine Feast would be held the next day. On the way over, Yi Futian had heard many people mention that the reason for the Yarotai Divine Feast was to select a path companion for Yaroshi, which made Yi Futian speechless. Although Yaroshi was a perfect woman, he had no fantasies about her and was unclear as to the reason why Yaroshi had deliberately invited him to come. The two hadn't had much contact at all. He could not believe that Yaroshi might have feelings for him. When one reached their age and spiritual state, it was not easy to foster romantic feelings like it was for young adolescents. As mentally stable as they were, it was not very easy for them to move their true emotions. Unless it was to choose the right person, rather than on emotional preferences. Then it was more likely. Qin Zhuang came over and said to Yi Futian, "The fifth prince of Emperor Xia's palace has arrived at the Yarotai Divine Palace." Yi Futian heard Qin Zhuang's words with a touch of surprise. Although he knew that Emperor Xia had 5 sons besides Xia Qingyuan, he had never been in contact with them. After all, Emperor Xia's palace was immense and there had been no opportunity for their paths to cross. What puzzled him was, why had His Royal Highness come? Did he prefer Yaroxi's beauty? If it was simply a matter of appearances, Yaroxi was indeed one of the most beautiful women in Emperor Xia's realm. In the upper world, of all the women he had seen, only Queen Xiao could surpass Yaroxi. As for Xia Qingyuan, who he had never seen dressed as a woman, it was difficult for him to judge. Let's go and pay him a visit, Yi Futian said as he stood up. Even though they'd had no interactions before, when they ended up in the same place, a visit was still expected. Qin Zhuang nodded. As the group got up and prepared to leave, a voice was heard, saying, Master Yi. The speaker was a peerless beauty. Yaroxi was wearing a long dress today that enhanced her sexy figure to its fullest. Her face revealed a gentle yet charming smile. Master Yi's temperament seemed to have become even more delightful. Since you entered the Saint Plain, you have become even more handsome and extraordinary. Yaroxi's voice was as gentle as the water, and he was moved by her every smile and sound. This was a woman who could satisfy anyone's fantasies without any faults. The goddess flatters me, Yi Futian said. He saw that Yaroxi's temperament had also changed slightly. The feeling of being nearly immortal was even stronger, just like a figure in a painting. It made Yi Futian faintly feel that Yaroxi might be just inches away from the divine path. Was the Yarotai divine feast being held because Yaroxi was about to enter the Saint Plain? We haven't seen each other for some time. Master Yi seems to be estranged again. Yaroxi swept a playful side glance at Yi Futian, so charming in her every movement that it could make a man drunk with feelings. Futian smiled and shook his head. Yaroxi, I heard that His Royal Highness is here, and we were just about to go and visit. Why don't we go together? His Royal Highness has other people to receive him. How come I have just arrived and Master Yi already can't wait to chase me away? Yaroxi said, joking. Yi Futian still didn't know how to respond. This is Yarotai Divine Palace, how could I drive you away? Yi Futian laughed and said, I am afraid that I would be blown out of the Enchanted Islands. Who would dare to blast Master Yi out of the island? I would certainly not let them get away easily. Yaroxi smiled softly. I heard Master Yi had not planned on coming, and that you finally acquiesced only after being informed that Yaroxi had insisted on your presence. I have just entered the realm of the divine path, and my realm is still unstable. Naturally, I needed to cultivate more. I beg your pardon, Yi Futian responded. The instability of the realm refers to the destruction of the saint. Yaroxi went directly to the heart of the matter. It was in the realm of the sage that you defeated Xiao Sheng of the Saint Plain, and Master Yi's cultivation was quite stable then. It is clear that you did not want to come. Pity, I had always hoped to see Master Yi again. Yi Futian smiled helplessly. Yaroxi, you are going to make me run away with the way you talk. Casual chatting was impossible. Yaroxi laughed softly. She brushed the hair away from her forehead, appearing even more charming and enticing. She looked at Yi Futian and said, Then I won't tease Master Yi. I'll just sit here and we can talk. Of course. Yi Futian nodded. The black-winged condor sat watching next to them, his eyes wide. He looked at Yi Futian, then looked at Yaroxi. It was as if no one else was around. Yi Futian and Yaroxi were chatting on their enchanted island. Meanwhile, another island was also quite lively. Yi Futian and Yaroxi were chatting on their enchanted island. Meanwhile, another island was also quite lively. Naturally, it was the enchanted island where the fifth prince, Xia Lun, was located. By this time, a banquet was already set up for everyone to sit and chat to their heart's content. Well-known characters from all walks of life had come. Folks from Shenyuan Palace, Zhoutian Temple, Tianji Pavilion, Qin Palace, Shura Palace, and many other geniuses and disciples from other places had all come to visit. No matter how outstanding one was, Emperor Xia's realm was ultimately ruled by Emperor Xia. All the top forces were under the jurisdiction of the emperor, so when the prince arrived, etiquette dictated that visits must be paid to show respect. In addition, as the host, Yarotai Divine Palace had also sent their person as a representative, a goddess known as Yunshong whose cultivation was of the Saint Plane. She was highly recognized in Yarotai Divine Palace. Although her beauty was no comparison to Yaroshi, she was quite stunning. However, the person that everyone wanted to see was Yaroshi. After all the rumors that came from Yarotai Divine Palace were about Yaroshi. I haven't come out for quite some time. Today, I got to meet a lot of influential characters from Emperor Xia's realm, which is a great blessing. Bottoms up. The fifth prince, Xia Lun, raised his glass with a smile. His gentle manner was greatly magnetic. Everyone raised a glass and drank up together. After putting down the glasses, someone laughed and said, "Most of the known characters in Emperor Xia's realm only have titles bestowed by others. It's just that your Royal Highness and the princess never come out to visit. Otherwise, there would be no place for the likes of us." This statement was rather self-deprecating, but no one really felt that it was inappropriate. After all, the status of the other was clear. This kind of humility could be regarded as acting out of politeness, not something to be taken too seriously. Not so. Xia Lun smiled and shook his head. Being the characters of renown in Emperor Xia's realm, you have reasons to be proud. Take the disciple of the swordmaster of Lihan, Wang Chuan, whose defeat led to his sainthood. How legendary. Or take Yi Futian for example, who defeated a saint as a sage. That was something I could never have done. Many of you have already stepped into the Saint Plane and have caused some sensations in our world. All your fame came from your talents and strength. It cannot be considered vanity. Wang Chuan didn't come this time, but I heard that Yi Futian has already arrived. I very much want to see this unparalleled figure. When is he coming over? A young man who exuded a coolness asked. This person sat not far from Xia Lun, his eyes narrow and long, giving him a feminine look. His body exuded a faint sharpness. This young man was the young master of Shura Palace, Chu Shi. Having said that, his attention turned toward Goddess Yunshong and he asked, "Goddess, why haven't we seen Yaroshi?" Goddess Yunshong smiled gently and responded calmly, "Sister Yaroshi had gone to visit Master Yi. They were previously acquainted, so when she heard that Master Yi had arrived, she went directly to visit. We beg the forgiveness of your Royal Highness." Upon hearing Goddess Yunshong's reply, everyone revealed a strange look. Yaroshi had gone to visit Yi Futian? Rumors from the outside said that Yarotai Divine Feast was being held for matters related to a path companion for Yaroshi. What was the meaning of her visiting Yi Futian? Did it mean that Yaroshi's heart had already found the where place it belonged? Moreover, all the influential characters of Emperor Xia's realm had gathered here. As the reigning virgin of Yarotai Divine Palace, Yaroshi had gone to visit Yi Futian alone. Didn't this mean that she regarded Yi Futian above everyone else? What's more, today, in addition to those from Emperor Xia's realm, His Royal Highness was also present. Even if Yi Futian's talents were peerless, he was still a subject of the realm, after all. No matter how one looked at this, both Yaroshi or Yi Futian should be there right now. No matter. Xia Lun did not show any expression and appeared very casual as if he didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "Since Goddess Yaroshi and Yi Futian are old friends, it ought to be so. Yarotai Divine Palace is the host of Yarotai Divine Feast. I am but a guest. The goddess need not care so much about what I think. Gratitude to your Royal Highness for your understanding." Goddess Yunshong nodded with a smile. The atmosphere at the banquet was joyful. Everyone was chatting casually, but they all had their own concerns inside their hearts. From time to time, Mo Wen of Tianji Pavilion looked at Xia Lun. His eyes betrayed nothing, but in his heart, he was trying to figure out Xia Lun's reason for coming to Yarotai Divine Palace. He knew a lot more than ordinary people. Others only knew that there was a competition for the title of the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm going on between the Holy Mother of the West and Queen Xiao, but they did not know that there was more to the story. It was about Emperor Xia, the Holy Mother of the West, and Queen Xiao. After spending some time at Xia Lun's place, everyone slowly left, not waiting for Yi Futian and Yaroshi. However, since the fifth prince himself didn't seem to care, the others had nothing else to say. However, when they left the enchanted island where Xia Lun was staying, they heard faint sounds of ethereal and peaceful strings coming from afar. Because the sound of the music itself contained spiritual power, its ability to penetrate was great and could carry the tune further, causing many to stop and listen. This music is quiet and beautiful. It fits perfectly with the atmosphere of the Yarotai Divine Palace and leads people into its artistic conception. Who is playing it? Someone asked Goddess Yunshong. Yaroshi is the reigning virgin of Yarotai Divine Palace. She is proficient in many abilities, an expert in musical instruments, as well as dance and singing, Goddess Yunshong responded. Judging from the sound of the music, it's coming from the island where Master Yi is staying. Sister Shi Yarrow is probably discussing the art of music with Master Yi. Yi Futian's talent for playing the guqing was well known. When old Master Xiao was celebrating his birthday, Yi Futian had swept away the cultivators from Lihan Heaven with a single performance. So it was quite reasonable for the two to discuss music when Yaroshi went to visit. However, this situation was causing some discomfort for many people. They were all guests but were being treated differently. It should be obvious that many who'd arrived there today had certain thoughts about Yaroshi. Among the women of that generation in Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan was out of the question. Yaroshi was considered a very outstanding woman besides Xia Qingyuan, and it was rumored that Yarotai Divine Palace possessed a double cultivation method for couples and would not pose any limit on them. If this was really the case, then there were no other concerns. Perhaps it would even be a lovely story for posterity. But nothing had even begun, and yet it seemed that they were already behind. Chu Shi's brow raised slightly. He had courted Yaroshi before, but Yaroshi had never really been close to him, let alone playing instruments with him. No matter how one looked at it, this behavior was slightly dubious. Chu Shi stepped forward and landed on a raft on the lake in front of the islands. Many enchanted islands in Yarotai Divine Palace were connected by the numerous lakes. The raft moved forward quickly and sped toward the direction of the music, as fast as an arrow shot off from a bow. When they saw this, many people expressed an intrigued look. Then many figures stepped forward, landed on rafts, and moved forward across the lake. The waves of the lake flowed in the direction of the music. Many small rafts were now moving in that direction as well. On one of the rafts, a handsome young man clad in white clothes sat cross-legged. A guqin had appeared in front of him. He played. The music of the guqin was ethereal and in harmony with the atmosphere. It actually echoed the music from another island. The musical achievements of these musicians were obvious. The two played across a great space, yet they seemed to play as an ensemble, creating a beautiful harmony. Befitting of the name of Master of 100 Flowers, someone said, praising the man who played the guqin. He was the peerless man who had been raised by many goddesses in the 100 Flowers Valley of the Western region. He was called the Master of 100 Flowers. He was handsome and elegant, with great talents to boot. It was said that endless young women adored him in the 100 Flowers Valley, but he had never touched any of them. It was said that among many thousands of flowers, the leaves are never left behind. The lakes between the islands were clear and seemingly endless. Occasionally, flowers fell and floated upon the lake, adding to the landscape there. The leaf-shaped rafts were still floating, but Chu Shi's raft had stopped outside an enchanted island. He stood quietly on the raft, looking at the island. The sound of the guqin was coming from there. On the enchanted island, someone looked over there and saw Chu Shi's stick-straight body. He was standing there quietly like a statue. His loitering here, was it to provoke the resident of this island? On the enchanted island, Yi Futian listened to the music quietly. There was a beautiful woman playing in front of him, and it was definitely a beautiful picture. He was a bit surprised that Yaroshi could have such accomplishments in music. In many ways, compared to that proud little princess, Yaroshi was even more full of womanly charm. At this time, Qin Zhuang walked over. Yi Futian waved his hand at him, sensing the situation outside. Chu Shi had released a faint breath which indicated provocation, ever so slightly. What was more, with the music coming from the Master of 100 Flowers, it was impossible for him not to know. At the Yarotai Divine Feast at the Yarotai Divine Palace, there were some who wanted something, and there were some who wanted nothing. Those who wanted something would naturally hold a grudge, but he wanted nothing, so nothing really mattered. Yarrow she had attracted a lot of hostility. After a while, the music finally stopped. Yarrow she smiled softly and asked, "How about that, Master Yi?" "It was perfect," Yi Futian praised. Yarrow she smiled and said, "Yarrow she will be proud for a long time with such praise from Master Yi. I think the goddess had other ulterior motives." Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. Yarrow she understood what Yi Futian was referring to and gave him a charming look. Since this is the case, Yarrow she will not disturb Master any longer tonight. As she said this, she moved lightly in her steps. With a quick flicker, as if dancing, she quickly disappeared. After Yarrow she left, the music from outside stopped. Chu Shi's lonely raft drifted past, moving along through the water, and soon disappeared. After they had left, someone else came to the island, asking to be seen. It was someone sent by the fifth prince, Xia Lun. "Greetings to Saint Yi," the messenger said as he bowed. "Does His Royal Highness have anything to command?" Yi Futian asked. His Royal Highness had planned to come in person, but did not want to disturb Saint Yi's musing, so he asked me to send a message instead. His Royal Highness was too polite. "I should be the one who visits him," Yi Futian said. "If His Royal Highness has any words for me, please let me know." "His Royal Highness wishes that Saint Yi would not touch Goddess Yarrow she," said the messenger. The day of Yarrowtai Divine Feast had finally arrived. Yarrowtai Enchanted Island was bustling with festivities. The day of Yarrowtai Divine Feast had finally arrived. Yarrowtai Enchanted Island was bustling with festivities. The top principalities had all arrived at the Enchanted Islands in advance. They were all traveling by boat to the largest enchanted island. Their destination was the king of all the islands, the home of Yarrowtai Divine Palace. On the immense lake, thousands of boats traveled together. The sunlight shone down and the waves sparkled, creating an extremely lovely landscape. On the boats, many of the well-known figures from Emperor Xia's realm observed the lone figure who was sailing ahead of them. Many discussions centered around this individual. "That's His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince." Someone pointed to the figure in question. Xia Lun stood with his hands folded behind his back as the boat moved downstream. All around him, the passengers of the other small boats bowed and acknowledged him as they passed him, much like the stars surrounding the moon. Many people were wondering whether the fifth prince, Xia Lun, had come here for Goddess Yarrow she. If so, who could possibly compete with him for her hand? However, some news had come out of Yarrowtai Divine Palace yesterday. After many of the top figures in Emperor Xia's realm had arrived, Goddess Yarrow she had gone to visit Yi Futian alone. She had not paid a visit to the fifth prince. Many people couldn't help but be impressed. Yi Futian, who had come from the lower world in recent years, had truly captured the imagination of his generation. Before him, all the proud sons of Emperor Xia's realm battled to be at the top. All of them were brilliant in their own right and power. However, his appearance had overwhelmed all the others. With him around, no one else mattered very much. Now, was it possible that he could take away attention from the prince? Many people turned and looked for Yi Futian. Even those who had never met him were inquiring after him. After a while, the boat passengers' eyes locked onto a figure in the distance. The man had just taken a boat from an enchanted island. He was clad in clothing white as snow and stood casually, looking extremely handsome and attractive. His visage was perfection in itself, one in a million. What was even rarer about him was the transcendent temperament of his person. It still made others notice him immediately. As the small boat moved forward, his entire person seemed to integrate into the scenery, as if he had always been part of it. "That's Yi Futian," someone remarked. As other boats started to cross, one after another, the passerby looked in Yi Futian's direction. Everyone was at least a little curious about this world-famous figure whose reputation resounded through Emperor Xia's realm. Even the cultivators in the Saint Plain were no exception in their curiosity. Although the cultivation between sages and saints was only one step away, the distance between them was as far as heaven from earth. The fact that Yi Futian had been able to defeat saints as a sage was lore for the ages. It was a pity that Xiao Sheng, the genius figure from Xiao clan, had ended up as no more than a footnote in this legacy. Undoubtedly, Yi Futian sensed the attention of the people. The boat continued moving downstream. His eyes focused on the Yarotai enchanted island in front. It was indeed a fairyland, beautiful beyond description. Looking forward, one could see the stairs next to the lakeshore that lead up to the magnificent connected palaces. Further ahead lay the cultivation temple of Yarotai Divine Palace. Each island was occupied by a palace. A boat rushed past Yi Futian at an incredibly fast speed, causing ripples to spread across the calm lake. Yi Futian looked around and saw a lone boat overtaking his in an instant. Standing upon it was a figure clad in all black, showing a hint of coldness in his expression. Yi Futian had encountered this figure yesterday. It was the young master of Shura Palace, Chu Shi. Chu Shi continued forward as if he was not aware of Yi Futian's presence. Once he had passed Yi Futian, he went straight toward Yarotai Enchanted Island. This scene had indeed attracted the attention of many. Yesterday, Chu Shi had hovered outside the enchanted island where Yi Futian stayed. Everyone knew it. There seemed to be some invisible contention between the two. After all, it was no secret that Chu Shi had once courted Yaroshi. Yi Futian did not look at Chu Shi either. Instead, he directed his attention at the boat passing him. The boat seemed to slow down intentionally as if to wait for him. When Yi Futian's small boat caught up to it, the person on the other boat turned around to face him. He nodded with a smile, his appearance very diplomatic. Yi Futian brought his hands forward and bowed slightly in greeting. Yi Futian greets His Royal Highness. The man he addressed was the fifth prince, Xia Lun. Yesterday, Xia Lun had sent a message to the island where Yi Futian stayed, the meaning of which still eluded Yi Futian. Given Xia Lun's status, if he had thoughts about keeping Yaroshi for himself, he need not resort to such a method. Directly competing with Yi Futian would only make himself appear classless. So, what exactly was Xia Lun's intention? For the time being, he was still puzzled. Although he knew that Emperor Xia had 5 sons, he did not understand the 5th prince. Xia Lun was the first prince he had met. Xia Lun smiled winsomely at Yi Futian and said, "Brother Yi, I'm afraid my sister won't like this trip you are taking." Everyone around who heard Xia Lun's words looked surprised. What did that even imply? Was the little princess truly interested in Yi Futian? If this was the case, Yi Futian already possessed an unparalleled talent. Coupled with this layer of relationship, it would be enough for him to summon all the forces within Emperor Xia's realm. No wonder he dared to challenge the Xiao clan head-on. Perhaps Queen Xiao simply could not deny her baby girl. Even so, this guy had still come to attend the Yarotai Divine Feast, which was kind of a shameless act. Although Yaroshi was perfect, if a choice had to be made between her and Xia Qingyuan, most people would choose the crowning jewel of Emperor Xia's possession. After all, she was widely known as the future Ren Huang. Xia Qingyuan herself was truly beautiful, the daughter of the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm. How could her beauty be questioned? Yaroshi had more womanly charm, but wouldn't a proud and untouchable noblewoman like the little princess be a more fulfilling conquest? And even though such an expectation was a long shot, just imagine what would it be like if the little princess dressed in women's clothing of her own volition one day. Moreover, the people also noticed that the 5th prince, Xia Lun, had addressed Yi Futian as Brother Yi, which paid Yi Futian more than enough respect. After all, Yi Futian's title, for now, was nothing more than the princess's bodyguard. Of course, no one was stupid enough to still consider Yi Futian only as that. Would a bodyguard be able to force Xiao Sheng to his death? When Yi Futian heard Xia Lun's words, he also revealed a look of surprise. As a prince, Xia Lun's words were a little too casual and carried a sense of ridicule. Still, it was surprisingly pleasing to the ears, as if the prince could get close to you in an instant. Surely His Royal Highness is joking. How could my attendance of Yarotai Divine Feast be a source of unhappiness to the princess? Isn't your Royal Highness here also? Yi Futian responded. Xia Lun was the older brother of Xia Qingyuan, and he could joke with Yi Futian, but Yi Futian had to pay careful attention to the consequences. Xia Lun smiled at Yi Futian with a profound smile. He continued, "It seems that there is someone even Qingyuan can't control. Yi Futian couldn't figure out a way to respond. Xia Lun's speech seemed to be a bit too casual. If only Xia Qingyuan knew, what would she think? The two men sailed side by side in their boats. Surprisingly, there was no sense of competition between them. Yi Futian would not take the initiative to compete with the prince. Xia Lun did not seem to want that either. It was the young master Chu Shi of Shura Palace who seemed to harbor that intention. However, in the eyes of everyone else, no matter how exceptionally talented the young master of Shura Palace was, if he faced such genius as Yi Futian, he would probably be crushed. If Yi Futian wanted to fight, except for His Royal Highness, no one would stand a chance against him. After all, everyone had witnessed Yaroshi's behavior yesterday. The boats docked at the shore. The passengers alighted one after another and walked up the steps to the Yarotai Divine Palace. Both sides of steps leading to the Yarotai Divine Palace were lined with goddesses clad in pure white. They looked as if they had emerged out of the ether. The place appeared to be a true paradise. Yi Futian had also stepped onto the road. As he moved forward with everyone else, he sometimes felt a look or two being cast his way. On this trip so far, Xia Lun, the fifth prince, and Yi Futian had attracted the most attention. The mighty group continued moving forward. All those who had qualified to be here were extremely outstanding figures. The Yarotai Divine Palace had a platform set for a huge banquet. After the arrival of all the attendees, goddesses led everyone to their seats. Many found out that the seating arrangement had not been made at random, but had been done in a very deliberate manner. The most outstanding figures had been seated at the front. Yi Futian was naturally seated at the forefront of the Yarotai Divine Feast. There was no one on the platform yet. The top figures of the older generation had not come to the Yarotai Divine Feast this time. In fact, they hadn't been invited, which sent a clear message that the feast had nothing to do with them. Fine wines and delicacies were being offered up. The attendees chatted easily amongst themselves. But the important figures like the Holy Mother of the West and Yaroshi were no-shows so far, so the rest waited quietly. I had heard that Palace Lord Yi entered the divine path. Now that we met again, I salute Palace Lord Yi. Jiyu Mu of Jotian Temple faced Yi Futian, toasting him. Beside him were several extraordinary persons who were all children of the master of Jotian Temple. They, too, raised their glasses to Yi Futian to pay their respects. Thank you very much. Yi Futian raised his glass in return. Once upon a time, Jiyu Mu had accompanied Pei Qianying to Jotian Temple. However, that little grudge no longer mattered to Yi Futian, who was now a saint. Unfortunately, there is no saint ranking in the Jotian Temple. Otherwise, there would be a place for Palace Lord Yi. Mo Wen from Tianji Pavilion also laughed and raised a glass to Yi Futian. I also salute Palace Lord Yi, who is now Saint Yi. Yi Futian took another drink and asked, I heard that there was nothing that Tianji Pavilion doesn't know, so do you know who poisoned Xiaosheng? Surely Saint Yi jokes. Omniscience is dependent on the who and the what, so only God could be truly omnipotent. If Tianji Pavilion knew something that even the little princess could not detect, we would report personally to Emperor Xia's palace, Mo Wen said with a smile. Indeed, Tianji Pavilion did not know, but through certain clues, some conclusions could be drawn. Even if they knew, they would dare not speak of it. The things that had already been entangled with that palace were not things they were able to participate in. No matter how well the Tianji Pavilion collected its information, it must respect the ultimate authority. All drank and chatted to their heart's content at the Yarotai Divine Feast. All drank and chatted to their heart's content at the Yarotai Divine Feast. A group of goddesses appeared when the banquet was in full swing, dazzling everyone in attendance. 7 figures appeared at Yarotai at the forefront. Every one of them was unique and stunning. The 7 goddesses of Yarotai. All who were present looked at the 7 of them and mumbled excitedly. The 7 goddesses of Yarotai were of extreme renown in Emperor Xia's realm. All previous 7 goddesses of Yarotai had been candidates for the position of Virgin of Yarotai. As such, be it in talent or appearance, all of them were extremely exceptional. 5 of these goddesses were saints. One of them had reached the stage of saint of true self. All 7 of the goddesses sat on the ground in a line. Their dresses draped over the floor, making the scene look like a painting. What are they doing here? Many looked puzzled. At that moment, several others emerged on the stage. The one in the middle was dressed in a phoenix tail-styled, floor-length dress. It looked as if fire danced on the ground around her. That figure wore a phoenix coronet and robes of ranks, looking elegant and stunning. The dazzling phoenix tail-styled dress was tailored to her shape, making her look perfect. She walked to the center of the stage and scanned the crowd. Her smile was enough to mesmerize all who gazed upon it. Everyone present was enamored by her beauty. Futian stood and looked at the goddess as everyone else did. He was rather surprised to find Yaroshi capable of handling such elegant beauty. That figure was none other than Yaroshi, the Virgin of Yarotai. At that moment, she had lost all the charm and gentleness of a lady that she had shown him before. Regal elegance emanated from her like she was a queen looking down onto her subjects. She was someone that no one would dare to defile. At that moment, Futian was unable to help but recall Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan. Such a bearing should have been something only they were capable of emanating. However, it was obvious that Yaroshi was capable of handling such looks all the same. The aura that emanated from her seemed to be natural as well. Futian was not the only one who had never seen her like this, as not many had come to know Yaroshi of being capable of looking like this. Many were stunned by Yaroshi's beauty, which was different from how she was usually seen, making the impact very powerful. Chu Shi, the young palace lord of the Azura Palace, looked forward with dazed eyes. As a saint, there was little doubt about how firm his state of mind was, yet he was nonetheless momentarily dazed. He had always known that there was another side to Yaroshi's beauty, one that no one knew about. Her so-called gentleness was but a facade shown to the world. He had pursued Yaroshi many years ago, yet he had never been able to truly get close to her. He was able to feel an apparent distance from her, as well as the pride that belied those gentle, amicable looks of hers. Was this the real her? Chu Shi regained his composure and a bright smile was seen in his deep eyes, suggesting that he had become even more enamored by Yaroshi's beauty. Only one such woman would have deserved his attention and his desire. He was capable of understanding her. Yaroshi's dress sprawled on the ground as she sat at the stage. 2 goddesses of saint level stood by her side. That scene enabled more to understand Yaroshi's status in the Yarotai Divine Palace. Despite being the Virgin of the Yarotai Divine Palace, her training was lacking and she was still one step away from achieving sainthood. Despite her status as the Virgin, she should not have been able to behave and be treated this way in front of her Saint Plain seniors. However, at that moment, everything looked so natural that it seemed that she had been deserving of such a position all along. That seemed to mean that Virgin Yaroshi had been designated as the successor to the position of Palace Lord of Yarotai Divine Palace, and that decision was not one that would be changed. In the absence of the Holy Mother of the West, she was the Queen of the Yarotai Divine Palace. Futian felt somewhat rattled inside. The scene had proved to be rather shocking to him as well. Yaroshi had only visited the island for the first time the day before. She had been a quiet and modest maiden, looking gentle and beautiful as she'd lovingly played the guqin. Yet, at this moment, she was extraordinarily stunning and looked like a queen. The greater the contrast, the great the impact. Furthermore, Yaroshi never showed such a side to him when she was around him. He never knew that her status was this high. That position on the stage should have belonged to the master of Yarotai Divine Palace, the seat of the Holy Mother of the West. On that day, it was Yaroshi who sat there, as the Holy Mother of the West was absent. That meant that Yaroshi was able to speak on behalf of the Holy Mother of the West right there and then, in Yarotai Divine Palace. I, Yaroshi, was the one who invited all of you to the Yarotai Divine Feast. It is my honor to see you all here at Yarotai Divine Palace, Yaroshi said, smiling as she addressed her audience. It was only then that the crowd understood that the feast they were at had not been thrown by the Holy Mother of the West. It was thrown by Yaroshi. As had been speculated by the crowd, Yaroshi was indeed capable of speaking on behalf of the Holy Mother of the West. She was even able to throw the Yarotai Divine Feast on her own. With that said, There was little surprise as to why the Holy Mother of the West had not shown up. What is the purpose of holding the Yarotai Divine Feast, if I may ask, Goddess? Mo Wen of Tianji Pavilion asked. There were rumors throughout Emperor Xia's realm that the Yarotai Divine Feast was meant for selecting a path companion for Yaroshi. With her taking charge of the event personally, many were wondering if she was there to choose her future husband. Many turned to look at Yaroshi with great interest after hearing Mo Wen's question. They were rather moved to see Yaroshi as she was at the moment. Anyone who was able to conquer her would probably conquer the Yarotai Divine Palace. The Virgin of Yarotai Divine Palace seemed destined to become the future Palace Lord. I'd like you all to hear a song, Yaroshi said. Many looked puzzled at that. A song? What is Yaroshi getting at with this? The Yarotai Divine Feast was a grand event held in the Yarotai Divine Palace. It looked rather random and haughty for her to be the one inviting the geniuses from all over Emperor Xia's realm. What would that song be? Chu Shi asked. What kind of song would it have been worth Yaroshi throwing the Yarotai Divine Feast? It is a song that my teacher acquired years ago. It has rarely been heard in Emperor Xia's realm, and I can assure you that it will not disappoint, Yaroshi replied with a smile, piquing the interest of many. Judging from Yaroshi's tone, the song seemed to be an extraordinary one. Furthermore, Yaroshi claimed that it was a song that had never been heard in Emperor Xia's realm. That meant that only a select few had heard the song before. Since you put it that way, Goddess Yaroshi, I'm really interested, the Master of the 100 Flowers smiled and said. He was exceptionally handsome. A dandy whose smile could mesmerize many. However, the song will be rather overbearing. Please enjoy the feast without worries and the song shall be played later. I'm afraid that it would be a waste inviting you all here otherwise, as it might rob you of your enjoyment of the feast, Yaroshi continued. What she said piqued the curiosity of the crowd even more. The song is an overbearing one. Was she implying that there were some among us them would be unable to withstand the power of that song? The crowd was filled with exceptional people from all over Emperor Xia's realm. There were even many on the Saint Plain present. All of them were curious as to how powerful that song might be. Don't keep us hanging, Goddess Yaroshi. Please, play, someone in the crowd said. None of them were there at the Yarotai Divine Palace just to have a feast. Maybe the song was a test from Yaroshi? That's right. Please, just play, Goddess, someone smiled and said. Xia Lun sat quietly as he looked at Yaroshi. Despite being the prince of Emperor Xia's realm, he had not been received and honored much by being there on that day. Although a goddess had been sent to receive him the day before, Yaroshi had never bothered to greet him. At that moment, his status meant that the Yarotai Divine Palace should have invited him to a special seat just for him, yet that had not happened either. However, he found none of that to be surprising, taking it all in a stride. After all, he was not there to be served by the Yarotai Divine Palace. Yaroshi heard the cheers of the crowd and smiled, saying, if that would be the case, then shall I begin? Please, Goddess. Everyone nodded. Yaroshi waved and gukins manifested in front of the 7 goddesses who sat before her. All 7 goddesses were getting ready to play at the same time. Let's begin, Yaroshi said. Notes were played as soon as she gave the order. The one in the middle of the 7 plucked the strings and all the others continued to play. The music danced and seeped into the ears of the audience. The spiritual power of many tingled as well. The tune was soft and comforting, making it a pleasure to hear. It was as if one was being steeped in an extremely beautiful painting. One was sitting alone somewhere outside of the bustling world. There were flowing waters and a bridge, as well as beauties playing music all around. It was all leisurely and immersive, making those within earshot feel as if they were about to doze off. Futian found himself inside one such beautiful painting. He leaned on a pavilion and there were mountains and rivers around him, making him feel invigorated. Jiyu's figure appeared right before him. Her smile made his soul shudder. That image was just too beautiful, making the ones experiencing it want to stay within it forever. An illusion. A thought crossed Futian's mind. He was naturally capable of keeping his senses. The song was able to bring the listeners into an elusive realm, and they were entering the realm willingly. It was as if the song was a dream tailored to the listener, affecting the emotions of those within earshot. Furthermore, the elusive realm that everyone was in differed from one another, as said realms were created based on their thoughts. The notes continued to dance and immerse into the spiritual will of the listeners, seeping in without notice and affecting the emotions of the audience. Urges welled within some people before they knew it. It was the same with Yi Futian as well, and he frowned upon realizing it. It was desire. The song was bringing up the desires of its listeners. His will began to resist, but the sound of the song became increasingly rushed. Every note seemed able to keep the listener's desires burning. The eyes of many changed. At that moment, a group of goddesses came down before everyone. Every single goddess was dressed in an extremely sexy manner and they danced. Their alluring movements and enticing eyes caused many to want to surrender to their urges completely, getting themselves completely immersed in the illusions. The tune continued to seep into Yi Futian's mind. He too saw the bodies of those extremely sexy ladies and it seemed as if he saw Jiyu walking up to him, smiling. He seemed to see Xia Qingyuan dressed in women's clothing as well and looking stunning in it. He also saw a very sexy and alluring Yarrow Shi closing in on him. There was even the elegant figure of the glass saint, the one who was known to be the #1 beauty in the eastern state, within the picture. She looked incredibly stunning. It was as if they would have thrown themselves into his arms, so long as he was willing, and continued to be steeped in the beautiful picture. His spiritual will seemed to be about to give up resisting. His blood began to boil. The tune was still playing and every note seemed to be out to crush his resisting will, urging him to let himself loose. A terrifying song indeed. A thought crossed Yi Futian's mind. Xia Lun, who was at Yi Futian's side, was struggling as well. He was wondering if the song was the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. People have passions and desires, a fact that stays true to all regardless of their level of training. People have passions and desires, a fact that stays true to all regardless of their level of training. Not even sages and saints were capable of completely severing their own passions and desires. The thought of bettering oneself was a desire, the want for power was a desire, and the lust for women was a desire as well. The song seemed to be able to amplify people's desires and bring them to the forefront completely, swaying the emotions of cultivators, robbing people of their self-control, thrusting them into the depths of desires. It even gave birth an elusive realm woven in the minds of the enchanted, rendering them completely under the song's thrall. In the illusion conjured by Yi Futian, not just Jiyu was there. Xia Qingyuan, Yarrow Shi, and the glass saint were present. That was not due to Yi Futian harboring feelings for any of those women, but because of the lust sparked deep within him. No one was able to prevent themselves from having thoughts about beautiful things and matters, but what differed was the intensity of those desires. Those were not things that would have been brought to the fore in one's daily life, as those thoughts could have also been easily suppressed. However, under the thrall of the song, those desires seemed to have manifested in the form of illusions. In Yi Futian's mind, he found the silhouettes of Yarrow Shi and the glass saint to be somewhat stronger. Yarrow Shi had 2 sides to her, gentle and alluring, or elegant and regal. The glass saint, on the other hand, appeared cold and aloof. At that moment, those 2 extreme beauties seemed to be dancing around him with alluring moves. That was not due to him yearning for Yarrow Shi and the glass saint more than for Jiyu. His feelings for Jiyu were more than love. In comparison, his thoughts for Yarrow Shi and the glass saint were probably of another unspeakable nature. The reason why Yarrow Shi had manifested was that she had left a lasting impression on him for the past 2 days. The glass saint's appearance was probably due to both of them having experienced something extraordinary before. Xia Qingyuan, on the other hand, had always been unusually cold and aloof to him and never dressed in women's clothing around him. As such, he had few thoughts about her. The illusions created by the song had musical notes that constantly seeped into his mind, forming beautiful works of art that made it difficult for the listener to contain themselves. Those notes seemed to have enchanting powers in and of themselves, connecting to the great path and constantly eroding a person's self-control. Yi Futian knew very well that as soon as he gave up resisting and surrendered himself, he would be placed completely under the song's thrall. His demons in the forms of desires would be unleashed and amplified, preventing him from getting out. He looked ahead. His state of mind was clear and untainted. He kept a tight leash of his mental state and appeared unmoved in the illusion. However, the dancing notes continued to make him shudder deep down. The dazzling dance before him was being translated into a luring dance in his illusions. Cough. Cough. Someone coughed a little bit in the feast at the moment. They were standing up, their body slightly shaking. They cupped their hands and said, "Please excuse me." The person turned around and left right away at blinding speeds. The demonic sound continued to coil around their minds, making it imperative for them to leave as quickly as possible. If that person had stayed around, they might have ended up embarrassing themselves. Those who were present that day were all notable figures in Emperor Xia's realm. There was no way they would willingly embarrass themselves while they still had a measure of control over themselves. Others stood up one after another. Their faces were reddened from the struggle to resist the temptations. All of them rose from the tables before they lost control over themselves and left. They needed to keep their composure and leave with dignity instead of as disheveled clowns. None of them harbored any resentment after they left. They had come to the palace and yet they were unable to stomach a single song. They had no one to fault but themselves. There were perhaps some who were reluctant to leave, giving up resisting altogether under the spell of the song, succumbing to it and letting themselves lose altogether. None of them seemed to have made buffoons out of themselves. Rather, they felt unprecedented ease during the process of letting themselves loose. The effects of the song continued to work. They surrendered themselves completely and were gradually immersed in the experience as if they have forgotten who and where they were. Despite being of Saint Plain training, none of them had been able to resist the song easily. Some had chosen to leave while some had chosen to succumb. Furthermore, there were some who, while completely capable of leaving, let themselves loose all the same. They wanted to see just how much power the song held, and what would happen if they were to continue losing themselves in it. None of them were worried that the invitation from the Yarotai Divine Palace had been a setup. From their perspective, what was happening at the moment was a rare experience in itself. Hours passed before they knew it. In truth, other than the sound of the song from the guqin and the dance, the event was an unusually quiet one. Those who left had left, while those who succumbed had succumbed. There was a handful of those who were still capable of keeping a leash over themselves, maintaining their clarity of self, those who had not left and had yet to succumb. She continued sitting where she was, looking elegant and alluring. Her beautiful eyes smiled while she spoke. I invited all of you to the Yarotai Divine Feast because I wanted you to hear the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. Such a beautiful song should have been savored leisurely. Why the hurry to leave? Yaroshi's voice was alluring and mesmerizing. Futian opened his eyes. There seemed to be 2 dazzling beams shooting out of his eyes, enabling him to see through the illusions and break through the spell of the song. He then looked at Yaroshi and said, "The song is indeed an intricate one, capable of swaying the will of the listeners. What are your intentions of inviting people to hear the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires, Yaroshi?" Xia Lun, who was beside Futian, burst with brimming light. There seemed to be pure light of the lotus glimmering off at him, with whiffs of the will of the Renhuang emanating from it. As a descendant of the Renhuang, he'd inherited the lineage of Emperor Xia. He turned his eyes to Yaroshi and said, "Goddess Yaroshi, it seems like there are people who do not wish to hear you play the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. Is that so?" Yaroshi turned to look at Xia Lun and asked, "Who might that person you speak of be, Your Highness?" "You know who it is," Xia Lun said. "Pardon me, Your Highness, but I do not know indeed," Yaroshi said with a smile. None of the others reacted much when the 3 of them talked. Only a handful opened their eyes in response. Chu Shi, the young palace lord of the Azura Palace, the dashing master of the 100 Flowers, Qin Bai from the Qin Palace, and Jiyu Ran from the Jotian Temple, whose brother had scuffled with Futian before, all opened their eyes. He took a look at Jiyu Mu, who had obviously succumbed. Jiyu Mu was not the only one. Sages who had been present had either left or succumbed, not knowing where they were at the moment. There was only one of the sages who had stayed, Mo Li of Tianji Pavilion, who was trained in special abilities. There seemed to be constellations shining in his eyes as he opened them. Even so, it seemed that he was struggling with his urges, on the verge of giving in at any given moment. However, he still wanted to keep himself awake, just to see what else would happen. What was Yaroshi up to? While he had been able to speculate on some things, he nonetheless wanted to verify his speculations. Back all those years ago, Yaroshi had deliberately put herself at odds with Xia Qingyuan at the birthday banquet of Old Man Xiao of the Xiao clan. No one knew what had happened back then, but he was able to guess some things nonetheless. Yi Futian was surprised to hear the conversation between Yaroshi and Xia Lun. Was Xia Lun here for some specific objective? Who was it that Xia Lun was talking about here? He felt all of a sudden that there was something no one knew about going on in all of that. He remembered that Xia Qingyuan had always found Yaroshi irksome, and Yaroshi did not seem to be on good terms with Xia Qingyuan. But then again, the two had never duked it out. The two of them had never been seen going at each other's throats. He thought that all might have only been due to their differences in status. From the looks of things at present, however, it seemed that things were more complex than he'd anticipated them to be. Yi Futian recalled that, before he'd left, Xia Qingyuan had sent someone to the cottage villa to have him train at the Golden Hall of the Lotus. That should have been meant to prevent him from attending the feast. However, since he had promised Yaroshi first and had given his word to the messenger of the Yarotai Divine Palace, he'd pretended that he did not know anything about it and came to the feast all the same. From the current looks of things, however, there seemed to be something going on indeed. Yaroshi turned her eyes around and looked at Yi Futian, saying with a smile, "Sir Yi here is someone who is versed in the art of the guqin, which means that you should be able to understand the extraordinary nature of the song. The very reason I invited you here, Sir Yi, is in hopes that you and I will be able to look into the complete heavenly demon song of the 6 desires together. Goddess Yaroshi, you're saying that there is a chance for us both to do so?" Chushi asked. Yaroshi looked at him and nodded lightly, answering, "Indeed. If there is a chance to train in the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires, I'm fully willing to succumb myself to it, even if it means that I shall be dragged to hell," Chushi added. Mo Li smirked deep down when he heard what Chushi said. Get dragged to hell, eh? There had been rumors that there were methods for 2 cultivators to train in tandem in the Yarotai Divine Palace. Yaroshi might have been out to choose her path companion. Getting chosen by Yaroshi would never be like getting dragged to hell. It would be more like going to paradise. Yaroshi grinned uncaringly. The song continued to be heard and all who were still present had intense urges raging inside them as they looked at the woman of immense beauty before them. Even Yi Futian was not spared from having such urges rising inside him, but he was able to hold it back better than most. And that was because he did not want to do it. However, others yearned for it. Xia Lun sighed deep down. He was able to keep himself in check well enough and he continued, "Yaroshi, it's best to just let go." Yaroshi smiled and rose without paying heed to Xia Lun's words. She turned around and walked to the back. The wall at the rear of the stage was seen being pulled to the sides, revealing the scene behind. There was a pool before them and the place looked like paradise. There was an island further forward. Yaroshi's body floated and took to the air. Her dress billowed in the air. She turned around and smiled as she made for that island. She then said, "If there is one who can cross the fairy pool by boat, then I shall train in the complete version heavenly demon song of the 6 desires with him." Her eyes looked exceptionally alluring and mesmerizing as she turned them around. The 7 goddesses rose at the same time and took to the air, rising above the fairy pool as they continued to play above it. The song sounded even more rushed by then. Someone rose immediately and headed straight for the fairy pool. It was none other than Chushi. He took one step and landed on a boat, crossing the pool and heading for Yaroshi. All the others who were still awake rose as well and headed to the pool. However, there were only several of them who did so. Yi Futian took a look at Xia Lun. He vaguely sensed that something was off at the moment and asked Xia Lun, "Should I or should I not go, Your Highness?" Xia Lun had sent someone to remind him to not touch Yaroshi, which puzzled him. He was unable to tell Xia Lun's intentions of doing so. From the looks of things at the moment, Xia Lun had not been doing so to intimidate him. The prince had other agendas. Xia Lun took one look at Yi Futian and then at the ones who had stepped into the fairy pool. He then said, "Go." Xia Lun knew right there and then that Yarrow she would not have paid heed to his words. Xia Lun knew right there and then that Yarrow she would not have paid heed to his words. If she wanted someone to make it across the fairy pool, she would want that person to be him or Yi Futian, not someone else. While it was the first time he had met Yi Futian, Xia Lun had heard a lot about him before. The young man had the attention of his father while his little sister, Xia Qingyuan, likewise held him in high regard. There was no way Xia Lun could not know about Yi Futian. He deemed Yi Futian to be trustworthy. If Yi Futian indeed succeeded, then he would have to leave the rest to Yi Futian. Seeing how serious Xia Lun looked, Yi Futian nodded and turned his eyes toward the fairy pool before them. He leaped onto a boat and moved forward, heading towards the seemingly nearby island. The place seemed to be where Yaroshi lived. The trip enabled them to gain a clearer picture of Yaroshi's status at the Yarotai Divine Palace. Xia Lun, Qin Bai, and the others stepped onto their boats and moved forward as well. They hadn't had thoughts about Yaroshi initially, but now they yearned for her. They deemed getting her for themselves to be a splendid goal. The 7 goddesses of Yarotai played their song above the fairy pool. Runes danced about as the scene before them changed altogether. There was no longer an island before them, for the place had turned into a seemingly endless lake. The goddesses sat in midair and seemed to have become part of the borderless sea outside of the world. The 7 goddesses were all highly trained. One of them was even a saint of true self. Their will was imbued within the tune and brought out the true power of the song, bringing all of them into the illusionary ocean. The ocean seemed to be so real that it would have been impossible to distinguish it from an illusion. That was the true strength of the will of the Great Path. It enabled the conjurer to meld with the world around them and hold command over the heavens and the earth. There seemed to be no notable differences between the world of illusions and the true world at all. A beautiful silhouette appeared vaguely in the distance. It was none other than Yaroshi. She looked as if she was just within arm's reach, yet at the same time, she seemed to be somewhere high in the skies and completely out of reach. The boats kept moving forward, yet it seemed as if they had no way of ever reaching their destination. They knew that they had been trapped in an illusion. Yi Futian closed his eyes and let the boat continue to move forward despite not being navigated. Like the boats of the others around him, his boat did not change course, always moving forward. The song became a calm and serene one, no longer the one from before that had made the others succumb to the illusions. However, Yi Futian was still somehow able to sense how terrifying the new song was. An urge seemed to have developed inside him. He felt himself wanting to cross the pool and get his hands on Yaroshi. Furthermore, the thought became increasingly intense, just like a spark of lust that had been hidden deep within his mind. Now, it was being unleashed bit by bit. Said urge compelled him to move forward. It was so strong that he came to see the others as his rivals before he knew it. The influence was sublime, taking over the urges and thoughts of the listeners bit by bit. This made Yi Futian realize how terrifying it was. The heavenly demon song of the 6 desires was terrifying indeed. If it had not been for the fact that his spiritual will was exceptional, he would not have even been able to notice the sublime takeover at all. At that moment, the others were so affected by the song and their urges were lit up as well. Chu Shi of the Azura Palace gazed at Yaroshi's silhouette before him and burned with desire. He had to get his hands on her. He glanced around him and found that the one who posed the greatest threat to him was probably Yi Futian. Yaroshi had been showing interest in Yi Futian since the day before. Furthermore, her conversations with Yi Futian had also differed from those she'd had with others. Since Yaroshi wanted to pick only one to train alongside her, there was naturally no way that several could make it through the sea at the same time. Only one would be making it to shore. Such thoughts became increasingly intense as they ate away at his thoughts. He even failed to notice that his thoughts were being affected by hypnosis. A gust of cold wind blew across the lake, sending a faint chill across the water. A grey mirage streaked across the surface of the lake at speeds that the naked eye had trouble following, coming and going with a flash. Yi Futian's body moved all of a sudden. A beam of light flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. He disappeared without a trace and then appeared in the air above the lake. The grey mirage streaked by again, creating a chilling gust and a crisp noise. The boat that Yi Futian had been standing on was reduced to dust immediately, disappearing into the lake. A grey silhouette coalesced, destroying the boat with the gust that it had just blown. Chu Shi was seen standing there. Chu Shi made a move against Yi Futian in that instant. He was from the Azura Palace after all, and the cultivators from that place trained in the ways of the demon. The sacred general of Azura among the 8 sacred generals, who bore the title of Azura, was an extremely frightening figure who inspired fear in all those who had heard of him. To the cultivators of the Azura Palace, they were compelled to bag a kill in their very first shot, without heed for propriety and without giving their opponents any opportunity to fight back. That was the method they believed in. Yi Futian was known throughout Emperor Xia's realm and was extremely powerful. He had beaten Xiao Sheng before he had even become a saint. There was no way Chu Shi would have greeted or warned Yi Futian, given that he intended to make a move against him. He simply acted. His speed was such that hardly anyone noticed what happened. Yet, Yi Futian was able to evade that attack, a testament to his baffling speed. Yi Futian had been able to evade the attack due to his extremely powerful perception, which had become especially powerful after he'd become a saint. Saints were capable of melding their will with the world around them, so no actions around them were able to escape their notice. They were capable of tracking every pulse of movement around them. As such, even though they were crossing the fairy pool, he was nonetheless able to sense Chu Shi's actions within that split second. Space manipulation had been used in that very instant, enabling him to disappear from where he stood and evade that attack. Even he had to admit that the attack from Chu Shi had been perfect. If it had been someone else in his stead, they would not have been able to evade such explosive attacks. Despite having missed the first time, Chu Shi did not stop attacking. He flashed and mirages appeared, shrouding Yi Futian in an instant. Demonic might was brimming and many exterior incarnations were appearing all around. All of them were of Chu Shi himself, surrounding Yi Futian. Every single one of them held a blade that looked extremely sharp. Chu Shi made his move and the flashing of the blades was seen. Many of the exterior incarnations brought their blades down and it seemed as if the power of the Great Path had buried the space they occupied. Blade art of Azura, Hell of Azura. Boundless flashes of the blades were seen in that space as they tore through space. The attacks were seemingly meant to cut that space up into pieces. The ones at the fairy pool all looked in that direction and saw Yi Futian being buried in the flashes of blades. That was the blade art of Azura. It was probably difficult to find wiggle room while trapped by that skill. Yi Futian, who was being buried by the Hell of Azura, burst all over with holy light all of a sudden. He melded with the Great Path and multiple layers of the will of the Great Path burst from his body in an instant. He did not stay where he'd been as he resisted the other party's attacks. The space around him was shaken and the vast space seemed to have been frozen. The overpowering footwork of Shenyuan was brought out and the extremely dazzling light surged into his arms, flowing to his fingers as he pointed forward. Crackling, high-pitched sounds were heard as the blade was bashed against Yi Futian's body. However, the dazzling light that coursed about his body seemed to be indestructible armor that prevented him from being cleaved. The fingers that he pointed tore through the Hell of Azura, heading straight for Chu Shi at breakneck speeds. Chu Shi looked at that incredibly dazzling silhouette before him turning into golden lightning and charged forward, feeling that he was in trouble. He was baffled as to how Yi Futian had been able to tell his true body from the illusions with just a single look. He dissipated into a grey mirage and quickly saw a terrifying storm of sword aura whipping up in the air. One dazzling sword after another shot out from the air and headed straight for Chu Shi's body. Chu Shi froze momentarily. Yi Futian arrived at the very next moment. His body descended like a bolt of lightning that was shrouded in holy light. He pointed his finger forward and brought about a terrifying sword will that headed straight for Chu Shi. Chu Shi cleaved a flash of the blade in a hurry, tearing through the space before him. Yet when that finger arrived, The flash of his blade was broken and the light from the finger pierced through his body. Chu Shi's body dropped from above in an instant, falling into the fairy pool and sending splashes everywhere. Yi Futian then grabbed Chu Shi from the water and hoisted him up. He shot a cold glance at his opponent and said, "Get lost." He clapped as soon as he uttered the line, sending Chu Shi flying back to where he'd come from. The light on Yi Futian disappeared and his body landed on Chu Shi's boat where he stood quietly. The others took one look at him, wondering if that holy light about him had been something he'd learned while training in Dali dynasty. It was rumored that the unique training method had been something imparted to him personally by the imperial advisor of Dali. The young palace lord of Azura Palace was completely overwhelmed. He struck first and yet he had been defeated, losing the right to fight altogether. The sound of the guqin was heard again, but it was no longer the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. On a boat floating on the pool, the master of the 100 Flowers Valley was playing the guqin. His tune seemed to be able to affect the will of others, making it increasingly difficult for them to control themselves. The sound seemed to be attempting to meld with the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. Auras emanated from the handful of people remaining as they continued to move forward. There was a faint stifling aura on the pool. Yi Futian felt himself growing increasingly irritated and anxious. It was evident that he was being affected by the sound of the guqin as well. He kept his eyes forward and said, "This place is the Sea of Desires and is difficult to wade through. Please, I implore you all to return. It is not worth having your states of mind be affected by the sea." One by one, they turned to look at him and frowned somewhat. Yi Futian had his hands behind his back at the moment. He was heading forward in silence, yet telling the others to go home. Having made it so far, none of them wanted to turn back so easily. Furthermore, all of them were already deep into it and had developed intense yearnings. They each wanted to cross the fairy pool and take Yaroshi as their own. There was no way any of them would simply yield under such circumstances. It seemed that Yi Futian had thoughts about Yaroshi, given how he wanted the others to give up while he continued making his way forward. No one else around him heeded his words. Yi Futian turned his eyes forward and sat cross-legged on the boat. He waved and a guqin appeared in front of him. While he had undoubtedly lost his guqin spirit, he always kept a guqin with him nonetheless. He began plucking the strings and a tune was heard. 3 distinct sounds from guqin were heard mixing, but they retained enough to be told apart. All 3 of the sounds had extraordinary clarity as they seeped into the ears of those within earshot. Yi Futian's mind became exceptionally tranquil and clear as the Yukio song played. It was as if he had entrenched himself in an absolute barrier constructed from his own emotions. The lust dancing in his mind gradually subsided. When his tune was heard by the others, they too were affected, causing the influence of the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires and the tune played by Master of the 100 Flowers to weaken. His tune went from tranquil to raging, as if there was a hot-blooded force welling up within him, taking apart the passions and lust that had developed. Those who were still at the fairy pool had a mystical feeling developing in their minds. Their passions and lust subsided, which seemed to remind them of their paths in training. At the same time, the notes that were dancing in the world around them seemed to become imbued with the will of the great path of their surroundings. He flicked his arm and caused dazzling blades to swoop through the air, turning them into swords of Kasyapa that moved with the dancing notes. They then transmuted into terrifying bolts of lightning that shot at the Master of the 100 Flowers. The Master of the 100 Flowers hastened his playing at the same time. The dancing notes turned into terrifying attacks, clashing in the air. However, there seemed to be countless dancing notes around him. Every note turned into swords of Kasyapa and rained down on him in a frenzy. The Master of the 100 Flowers' fingers sped up and intense clashing sounds continued to be heard in the air. The notes, imbued with the power of the great path, continued to be blown up as the water of the fairy pool splashed. A bolt of lightning streaked by and, with a crisp crack, the Master of the 100 Flowers grunted as the strings of his guqin snapped. He turned to look at Yi Futian and put away his guqin. He took one look ahead before turning around and heading back to where he'd come from. His silhouette quickly disappeared as if he had never been there in the first place. Are none of you going back? Yi Futian continued asking. Qin Bai and the others took one look at Yi Futian before turning around and leaving, giving up of their own free will. Before long, only Yi Futian and Xia Lun were left on the fairy pool. Yi Futian was thinking about what would happen if he just gave up right there and then. You're invited to the island, Sir Yi, a voice said. The island in question then appeared right before Yi Futian's eyes. It was so near that it seemed like he could reach shore with one step. Xia Lun was unable to see it and remained on the illusory sea, but he was nonetheless able to hear the voice as well. Yi Futian turned his eyes to look at Xia Lun. Xia Lun nodded and said to him, "Go on ahead." At that moment, Xia Lun felt rather conflicted. He knew that Yarrow she would not have let him get near. If it had to be someone else getting onto that island, he was glad that person would be Yi Futian. He was wondering if Yi Futian had given up right there and then, Yarrow she have chosen someone else as a substitute. It was not something he would have wanted to see. As such, he would have rather had Yarrow she choose Yi Futian. He was unwilling to think about what would have happened from then on out. He simply hoped Xia Qingyuan would not resent him when she found out. Yi Futian nodded and his boat moved towards the island. He stepped out of the boat and landed on the island. Green covered the island completely. Fairy cranes were flying in the air. Yi Futian was even able to catch sight of a phoenix resting on a parasol tree. There was a woman of striking beauty sitting on the extremely lush and beautiful island, playing the guqin leisurely and looking serene. The scene looked like something out of a dream and felt astounding. The tune stopped when Yi Futian came by. The woman looked up at Yi Futian and smiled brilliantly. I hoped that it would be you, Sir Yi, that made it here. I knew that if anyone would make it here, that it would be you, Sir Yi. It would seem that you do not disappoint after all. Yarrow she, who was dressed in lavish clothing, did not lose one bit of her alluring beauty as she smiled brilliantly. There seemed to be all manner of beauty manifesting on her, more than enough to mesmerize any man. Why would you, Goddess Yarrow she, hope that it would be me that would make it here? Yi Futian asked. Yarrow she took one look at him with sheepish eyes and said, You're the only one in all of Emperor Xia's realm that I could fall for. Her eyes locked on Yi Futian's when she spoke, looking embarrassed. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Yi Futian said. Because of Xia Qingyuan? Yarrow she asked with a smile. Yi Futian shook his head. I remember the first time we met. You said that your heart belonged to someone else, and that person was your wife, Sir Yi. However, from what I know, your wife has since passed away. So why would there be a need for you to cling to her? If it is because of Xia Qingyuan, do you think that there is anything about me that is inferior to Xia Qingyuan? Yarrow she asked. I have no such intentions. Yi Futian continued to shake his head. Yarrow she smiled. Your level of intelligence should allow you to learn from Xiao Sheng's incident. What happened was not something that Xiao Sheng would have been able to pull off on his own. The one who would be able to pull off all of that is someone from the royal palace. I'm sure that Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan would have figured out that much. I wonder if Queen Xiao was involved. He was Xiao Sheng's aunt after all, and perhaps she did not wish to see you and Xia Qingyuan get too close. Are both Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan unable to find out anything, or do they just not want to? You played a key role in winning in the Battle of Empty Realm for Emperor Xia. You ventured alone into Emperor Li's realm, yet you met with all of that. I do not believe that there is anything in Emperor Xia's realm that could have been kept secret from the Emperor if he wanted to find out more. You're not of the Xia clan, after all, Sir Yi. Perhaps they are simply using you due to you having extraordinary talents. Yi Futian took a look at Yarrow she and knew deep down that what she said made sense. He was able to come to such conclusions himself and intended to put the matter to rest. He was unable to do anything like what he had done to Xiao Sheng, for he lacked a target. However, he continued to trust Xia Qingyuan, knowing that she definitely would not want any harm to come to him. The news was leaked when she sent people to pick him from the lower worlds. That, coupled with everything else that had happened, meant that the royal palace had something to do with it. That was the only way anything made sense. There could be no other explanation. However, Yaroshi was well aware of his relationship with the royal palace, yet she had chosen to say all of that to him. While none of what she'd said seemed out of place, one could have learned that Yaroshi was not on good terms with the royal palace. Furthermore, she'd gone so far as to mention Emperor Xia and Queen Xiao. If he were to report her to the authorities, he could easily ruin her, yet she did not seem to mind that at all as she chatted away. What had made her so displeased with the royal palace? Why was she always at odds with Xia Qingyuan? Xia Lun had told him to not get near to Yaroshi, yet the prince had then asked for him to come along. It seemed that Xia Lun's objective for being at the event had been to stop Yaroshi from doing all of that. Yi Futian thought that, although what Yaroshi was doing was displeasing, he still had no right to interfere with her matters. After all, he was not someone close to her. If you have anything that you would like to get off your chest, my ears are all yours, Yaroshi. Yi Futian did not respond to Yaroshi's accusations about the royal palace. Deep down he knew about a lot of things already. When the Sacred War had broken out in the 9 states, his imperial will had burned and Emperor Xia had locked down the news, forcefully suppressing the matter. For that, he owed Emperor Xia his life. Furthermore, since Emperor Xia knew all of that, he would have been able to develop his speculations. As such, Emperor Xia knew Yi Futian better than many others. Even if Emperor Xia did intend to use Yi Futian, he would not have wanted any harm to come to the young man. Otherwise, it would have been like keeping a hidden threat around him. Yi Futian knew that much at least. As for Xia Qingyuan's temperament, he had a good idea of what hers was due to having been around her for such a long time. Despite being cold and aloof, her thoughts and intentions were simpler than those of Yaroshi. Anything I want to get off my chest. Yaroshi was dazed as she looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes seemed shifty for a brief moment, yet she quickly concealed it with a smile. What kind of thing would I want to confess to you? For example, who your parents are, Yi Futian said. Yaroshi gazed at him without flinching. Yi Futian did not evade her look as he gazed back at her. With all that has been going on as of late, between the attitude of both Yaroshi and Xia Qingyuan took when they were around each other, as well as rumors about Queen Xiao and the Holy Mother of the West, Yi Futian was able to arrive at some conclusions. All of that, coupled with what he had learned of Yaroshi's status at the Yarotai Divine Palace, enabled Yi Futian to develop a very wild, bold guess. It was speculation that involved the royal family. The space they occupied seemed to have ground to a halt and turned extraordinarily quiet. Yaroshi shook her head lightly and her eyes became somewhat reddened as she forced a smile onto her lips. All of that made her look sad and beautiful at the same time. Xia Qingyuan is your sister and His Majesty is your father, correct? Yi Futian asked as he looked at Yaroshi. I have no father and I do not have what it takes to be a sister of the high and mighty princess. Yaroshi looked at Yi Futian and continued, you have heard the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires. Do you know why such a tune appeared in Emperor Xia's realm in the first place? It was because someone enjoyed the song alone, yet they'd forbidden the owner of the song from playing it ever again. That someone thought the song would embarrass him. Furthermore, he turned around and married another woman and made her the queen. Do you think such a person would be qualified to be someone I call father, Sir Yi? Despite not admitting to it outright, what she said had undoubtedly verified Yi Futian's speculations. As such, he was able to understand why Yaroshi had done what she did, and the resentment that she harbored deep down. When he was invited to the Yarotai Divine Feast, he'd heard that the last time the event had been held was decades prior. The Holy Mother of the West had taken leadership of the place back then. He was wondering if that event had been held after Emperor Xia had made Queen Xiao queen. Everyone claimed that the Holy Mother of the West had lost to Queen Xiao in the contest of the title of the #1 beauty in all of Emperor Xia's realm. In truth, however, there were other reasons for it. Reasons that had changed their lives from then on out. If the people of Emperor Xia's realm had to choose between Xia Qingyuan and me, who do you think the people would pick? Yaroshi asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not reply, but then again, there was no doubt about the answer, it would be Xia Qingyuan. The people would have naturally wanted you to choose the high and mighty princess, due simply to the fact that the girl in question is the princess. Yaroshi chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. After all, She'd grown up hearing of Xia Qingyuan's name. Yi Futian looked at Yaroshi and sighed deep down. Yi Futian looked at Yaroshi and sighed deep down. Despite being of the same background in the sense that both were daughters of Emperor Xia, Xia Qingyuan was born in the royal palace and was doted by Emperor Xia. She was known by all since birth. It was rumored that her talents were unparalleled throughout Emperor Xia's realm. She was lauded as the future empress of the realm. In contrast, Yaroshi's status as the virgin of the Yarotai divine palace paled by leagues. But then again, if she were to simply be the virgin of the Yarotai divine palace, she might not have so many thoughts about things and would continue being the elegant virgin in peace. However, with comparison, came pain. She too was the daughter of Emperor Xia, yet she grew up hearing the name of another girl instead. She knew deep down that regardless of how exceptional she could become, that other name would forever shine brighter than hers. It was a fact that she was unable to change. All of that was naturally somewhat cruel to Yaroshi, but that was how fate was and there was nothing anyone could have done about it. It was for that very reason that princes of the imperial courts fought over the throne. The princes were all brothers from the same father, yet there could be only one who could ascend to the throne. Yaroshi was even more pitiful than the princes who were fighting each other for the throne, as she never had a father by her side. It was obvious that Yaroshi intended to resist, but given that her father was Emperor Xia himself, there were very few ways she could do that. As such, she had gotten to Yi Futian. Of course, there was also the Yarotai divine feast. Perhaps that was her way of resisting fate. It was not Yi Futian's place to chastise Emperor Xia, and it certainly was not his place to chastise Yaroshi either. Yi Futian sighed looking at the woman before her. I went to the Dali dynasty to train not long ago, and I think you know about that too. I studied under the imperial advisor of Dali when I was there. I thought that the imperial advisor would be someone filled with ambition, yet the imperial advisor that I came to know was someone who was able to see through everything. His greatest wish was that his daughter could have a normal life. There was one of his students who resented him and even wanted to take his life, but he did not mind any of that. He remained willing to escort me and send me off, even knowing who I really am. He did not have any thoughts about that student who saw him as the enemy taking revenge against him. He did not dwell on whether or not I would become a threat in the future if I returned to Emperor Xia's realm. He let go of the past, thought little of the future, and did what he could in the present. If there is nothing you can do to change anything, why not try putting it all down instead? Yi Futian continued, I know that it's not my place to ask you to put it all down. It's easy to advise others, but it's something else altogether if those things are happening to you. But then again, regardless of what you do, Emperor Xia will still be Emperor Xia, and Xia Qingyuan will still be Xia Qingyuan. You might think that you're punishing them, but what you're doing is punishing yourself. Furthermore, at least you know who your father is. I never knew who my biological parents were. But what can I do about it? Other than calling them as *****ols when I'm reminded of that fact, there is little else I can do. Yaroshi kept her eyes on Yi Futian and smiled, saying, I never realized that you had such a bleak past. I know the reasoning behind it all, but I couldn't just let it all go with only a few words. Yi Futian was able to tell from her reply that her obsession ran deep. She was not someone he could move with words. She had some sort of ongoing contest with Xia Qingyuan deep down. Yaroshi smiled and continued, seeing that Yi Futian was staying silent. You are versed in the art of the guqin, which would make you a good choice to play the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires with me. She then extended her hand and pulled Yi Futian's arm, bringing him to the instrument. Yi Futian took a look where her arm was. Her supple, lithe fingers coiled around his wrist as she brought him before a guqin. Yaroshi then sat down and took out the scores and handed them over to Yi Futian. Take a look at the score while I play the song over once. Yi Futian opened the score and saw the glittering brilliance of it. The score's countless notes seemed to be imprinting themselves into his mind and dancing, which was a result of Yaroshi's playing. The tune was soothing and gentle. It made one feel amicable and at ease, as if they were about to enter a beautiful place. Yi Futian continued to read the score as he listened to the tune. The tune seemed to have melded with the score itself, sucking him in and immersing him completely in the music before he realized it. The heavenly demon song of the Six Desires was not a demonic song that enthralled people using lust as he had imagined was the case. It was a song that was truly able to resonate with a person's emotions and desires. The song was extremely complex and long. What he had experienced before was but a part of the song's power, which continuously amplified the desires of its listeners, making them succumb to it and giving them no means of escape. Such desires were part of human nature and emotions. What the tune was doing was simply amplifying certain emotions and desires until said emotions were rendered completely under the song's control, making an escape from it impossible. It was a song capable of manipulating the passions and emotions of its listeners, making them fall under its spell and be completely immersed in it. It was no surprise that the song had come to be known as the Heavenly Demon Song. Music was like martial arts which, in their very nature, were not divided into good or evil. The song would have been good if the user played it to do good, and evil if the user played it to do evil. Futian listened to the complete song and some time passed. He looked at Yaroshi beside him. Her fingers gradually stopped moving over the strings. There were a few strands of loose hair at her forehead. The smile on her face remained gentle and alluring. It was a mesmerizing and endearing sight to behold. Futian was even able to see Jiyu in her. The two faces seemed to have overlapped with each other, making him feel an urge to pull her into his arms. "What's wrong?" Yaroshi turned around and smiled, looking at his eyes as she asked. "Are you mesmerized by the song?" "Somewhat." Futian did not deny it. At the moment, Yaroshi looked really endearing, making him want to cherish her. "You're of an extremely stable state of mind to be able to come this far. All the same, I didn't expect you to get mesmerized by the song." Yaroshi smiled sweetly. Futian could see his dear Jiyu in her. "Well, I'm not a piece of wood, am I?" Futian smiled and replied. Yaroshi stared at him with an embarrassed look in her eyes and said, "If there is some urge that you need to act on, I'd be willing to cooperate." "I'll have a go," Futian quipped as he looked at the instrument before him. "All right." Yaroshi moved to the side and Futian sat where she'd been sitting, putting his hands on the strings. He began to slowly play the tune. Yaroshi listened beside him. The sound of his playing was beautiful. While it was his first time playing the song, he was getting the hang of it already. The tune could be heard throughout that paradise and there was a beautiful lady at his side. The scene looked more beautiful than anything found in pictures. The song finally ended after quite a while. Futian took a look at Yaroshi by his side, recalling the times when he had played the instrument for Jiyu. It still seemed as if the faces of the two women overlapped. "Is the tune incomplete?" Futian asked, looking at Yaroshi. "Indeed. That was only half of the heavenly demon song of the Six Desires. The remaining half was something that was never brought to the Yarotai Divine Palace." Yaroshi then continued, "You're getting over 70% of the tone and feel right on your very first try. If you were to play it several times more, I'm afraid you would be better at it than I am. When you completely master the song, I'll be happy to dance to the tune for you." "Very well." Futian smiled and nodded before continuing to practice the song. Time passed and Futian played again and again. Yaroshi went up to him at times and both of them would collaborate and write songs. Both of them seemed to be like one entity in that picturesque scene, looking natural and beautiful. An unknown amount of time passed and Futian's tune was still being played. Yaroshi leaned against him and the lower part of her dress sprawled on the ground. Endearment and love were seen in Yaroshi's beautiful face as if she too was immersed in the picture. Her fragrant scent continued to attack Futian's senses, making him feel urges that he was not supposed to be feeling. When the song was over, Yaroshi circled her arms around his body and hugged him gently. Her gentle, supple body pressed close to his body and Futian felt a fire burning inside. "Yaroshi," Futian called gently. "Sir Yi, the heavenly demon song of the Six Desires is a spiritual type song, capable of affecting the passions and emotions of its listeners. There is no need to suppress yourself when you're under the song's spell. Unleashing your desires would be beneficial to the training of spiritual powers. Yaroshi's voice sounded like something from a dream, working its mystical magic in Yi Futian's ears and tugging his heartstrings. If I'm not the one you like, you are free to see me as someone else and I'd be totally fine with it, Yaroshi said. Yi Futian looked at the face right in front of his eyes. It was as if he was looking at Yaroshi, Gu, the glass saint, and some others at the same time. It was an environment that could satisfy any fantasy of his. At that moment, at Emperor Xia's faraway palace, a figure was standing at the princess's residence. The figure's usually calm face seemed to be troubled at present. Just what was happening at Yarotai Divine Palace? Had it been the Holy Mother of the West's idea to throw the Yarotai Divine Feast there? Or was it Yaroshi's idea? She heard what everyone was talking about, how the feast at Yarotai Divine Palace this time was being held for Virgin Yaroshi of the Yarotai Divine Palace to select a path companion. Who would Yaroshi choose? Back at the birthday banquet for her grandfather, Yaroshi had been seen staying really close to Yi Futian. Yaroshi had been at the Battle of the Empty Realm as well and had always been following Yi Futian around. She had naturally been aware of all of that. She looked into the distance at that thought. That God. I sent someone to tell him to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, yet he went to the feast all the same. Couldn't he tell that Yaroshi was up to no good? What has gotten into your head, Qingyuan? A voice asked. Emperor Xia appeared before her. Nothing much, Xia Qingyuan replied. Why would you be spacing out then? Emperor Xia smiled and added, seems to me that your mind is elsewhere. I don't know what you're talking about. Xia Qingyuan's voice sounded plain when she said that. Emperor Xia smiled and did not try to embarrass her. He then said with a solemn face, Qingyuan, there is something that I've never told you before. But since the matter has gotten you involved, it is time that you knew. Xia Qingyuan shot a puzzled look at her father. Yaroshi of Yarotai Divine Place, she is your elder sister, Emperor Xia said. That one statement made Xia Qingyuan freeze. She was unable to react. Yaroshi is my elder sister? Yarotai Divine Palace, above the Enchanted Island. Yarotai Divine Palace, above the Enchanted Island. Her slender body wrapped around his, full of infinite allure. Her elegant and inviting figure was so close. The long dress decorated with phoenix patterns slowly slipped off, exposing the fair skin on her shoulders. Those eyes of hers seemed to be able to capture the souls. It caused Yi Futian quite some confusion. Yi Futian was burning up inside. He looked down at the figure that was entangled around him. There was a strong desire deep in his heart. There also seemed to be another figure in his mind that exhorted him to indulge himself, release his desire, and lose himself in it. Master Yi. Yaroshi looked up, eyes soft. She seemed to have the power to melt men's hearts. Both of Yi Futian's hands held that flawless face, then slipped down slowly to land on those delicate shoulders. Yaroshi's eyes closed slightly. She seemed to be just as lost in the moment as he was. One of Yi Futian's hands moved to Yaroshi's bosom. Yaroshi's lips slightly parted, a fragrance filled the air, and from those lips came a moan that was ever so soft and gentle. However, in the next moment, Yaroshi's eyes opened suddenly, staring at Yi Futian. Master Yi. The expression in Yaroshi's eyes kept changing. In them, he saw surprise, confusion, and discomfort. Upon Yi Futian's caressing fingers, there was an incredibly sharp sword will blooming. It penetrated through Yaroshi's body instantly and rushed into her body. In an instant, the sword will enveloped the body of Yaroshi, seemingly intent on destroying her. A tear rolled down from the corner of Yaroshi's eye. Pitifully, she asked, why is Master Yi treating me this way? Yaroshi, you invited me to come, and I came. You invited me to cultivate in music, and I accompanied you, treating you as a friend. I do not wish for you to debase yourself, Yi Futian said slowly. However, Yaroshi, you set me up. Is it as retribution against Emperor Xia and the princess? As his voice faded, the sword will on his fingers became stronger, tearing everything. Yaroshi's beautiful figure gradually became transparent, on the verge of being torn apart and shattered. Traces of sword will pierced through, and Yaroshi's figure immediately crumbled and dissipated between heaven and earth as if it had never existed in the first place. Looking at that disappearing figure, Yi Futian appeared cool and collected, as if nothing had happened. He turned his gaze and looked in front of him, surveying this beautiful enchanted island. He spoke into the void, saying, "The heavenly demon song of the 6 desires wasn't incomplete. The goddess didn't want me to see the rest of it. It was 6 desires controlling a person's emotions and desires, taking over the feelings and thoughts of the other. If I guessed correctly, the bottom portion of the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires should be able to create an illusion that is close to reality, and once the emotions are incited by it, they will be controlled bit by bit until they are mired in the abyss and unable to escape. When crossing the fairy pool, as I stepped onto the enchanted island, it appeared that the illusion had been lifted, but it was not so. I'm still inside the illusion, right?" Yi Futian's voice called into the void. As Yi Futian's voice faded, a burst of laughter as clear as silver bells was heard. Indeed, Yaroshi didn't judge incorrectly. To be able to maintain such strong control within the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires, no wonder you are the person valued by Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. The voice fell, and a figure drifted down from above the enchanted island. It was Yaroshi, clad in a dress, dignified and elegant, and exquisite beyond words. Her smiles and movements were full of charm. She drifted down until stood in front of Yi Futian, smiling. She asked, "How did Master Yi detect it? Was Yaroshi that unattractive?" The feeling was remarkable. Reality and illusion seemed to have truly fused into one. From the void, many goddesses floated down one after the other, landing in different positions on the enchanted island. Yaroshi was still looking at Yi Futian. She said, "When I hosted the Yarotai Divine Feast, the world declared that it was so I could choose a path companion. Now, I would like to choose Master Yi as my path companion. Would Master Yi be agreeable to it?" Now, without the effects of the illusion, Yi Futian felt that everything had gone back to normal. His emotions were no longer controlled by such a strong desire but seemed to be extraordinarily peaceable. Yi Futian saw Yaroshi gazing at him, waiting for his answer. "As I said before, I have a wife," Yi Futian replied. "I see." Yaroshi smiled. Her smile seemed beautiful but sad. From her point of view, it was just an excuse. Everyone in the world knew that Yi Futian's wife had fallen in the 9-state sacred war. It had been years since then. Still, he used such an excuse to refuse her. Even though she was so proactive, between her and Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian was more willing to choose Xia Qingyuan. Sure enough, she still lost. At that moment, a group of people arrived in a flash. Yaroshi turned her attention toward them and asked, "What is it?" "Emperor Xia's people are here," the person replied. Yaroshi's eyes flashed strangely and she smiled sarcastically. First, it was Xia Lun. Now someone else? Was he worried that she would steal away the man favored by his beloved little princess, or was he concerned about her fall from grace? "Go and look," Yaroshi said, but before she could move, she felt a strong force coming her way, shrouding the enchanted island within it. Yaroshi saw the figure at the forefront and let out a bright smile. Xia Qingyuan, finally. Was this because she could no longer sit by the side any longer? The foremost figure was Xia Qingyuan. She had launched a grand matrix of space to come across the void, descended directly into Western region, and rushed to Yarotai Divine Palace. Order of Emperor Xia T. This time, the person next to Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and looked at Yaroshi, declaring, to grant Yaroshi the title of Princess Xi, surname Xia, and a residence of Princess Xi which is to be built within Emperor Xia's palace so that Princess Xi can visit at any time. Yaroshi was stunned. Her father wanted to name her as a princess. She looked at Xia Qingyuan again. Xia Qingyuan said, "My father the emperor wanted me to give you this message. T the time, the Holy Mother of the West chose to stay and did not want to enter the palace, and my father did not force her. You do not need to bother with grievances. As long as you are willing, you can cultivate at any time in the princess residence at the palace. You came to show pity on me." Yaroshi looked at Xia Qingyuan. For so many years, she had always compared herself with Xia Qingyuan. "No," Xia Qingyuan said. I came to pick someone up. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Futian and said, he is mine. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and was speechless. Yarrow she looked at Xia Qingyuan and suddenly smiled. He was her person. She turned her attention to Yi Futian and said softly, what happened today, Yarrow she will always remember. I pray that Master Yi will not forget Yarrow she. Yi Futian looked awkward and saw Xia Qingyuan's eyes staring at him coldly. He couldn't help but feel fretful. Women were scary, especially beautiful ones. The goddess taught me a song today. Yi Futian will remember it well, Yi Futian said. Yarrow she handed a musical score to Yi Futian, saying, this is the bottom half of the heavenly demon song of 6 desires. Take it if it pleases Master Yi to accept it. Should the feelings of today persist, you know where to find me. Yi Futian looked at Yarrow she. He did not refuse and accepted the score. Yarrow she had set him up. This score, perhaps, served as compensation to him. Moreover, now that Emperor Xia had also given Yarrow she the title of princess, the two of them would probably meet again in the future, so there was no need to be adversarial because of this. However, Yarrow she's words contained some hints which made it easy for others to make conjectures. But he could not explain anything in public. Many people from Emperor Xia's palace looked at him with a strange look. Now, both princesses were here. This guy was really something else. I will take my leave now, Yi Futian said, turning to go. Xia Qingyuan followed close behind. She did not spare Yarrow she another look. Many, such as Xia Lun and the village chief, had come from the air, waiting for the news. They had not expected Xia Qingyuan to come in with an entourage. Master, are you having fun? The black-winged condor blinked his eyes and glanced at Xia Qingyuan. This she-devil was pretty arrogant. Tie this beast up and take it back to the palace to cook, Xia Qingyuan said, glancing at the black-winged condor. Ah! Pity the poor black-winged condor, who let out a scream with a shudder. After the departure of the people from Emperor Xia's palace, Yarotai Enchanted Island returned to its former calm atmosphere. After the departure of the people from Emperor Xia's palace, Yarotai Enchanted Island returned to its former calm atmosphere. On the Enchanted Island where Yi Futian had resided previously, a group of people had arrived. The person in front of the group was graceful and elegant, with stunning looks. The feminine charm she exuded was even greater than that of Yarrow she. Her glory was impossible to behold. Moreover, judging her age from her appearance alone, she was just slightly older than Yarrow she. Her actual age was impossible to fathom. This person was the mistress of Yarotai Divine Palace, the Holy Mother of the West. Yarrow she looked up at the Holy Mother and called out with a smile, Mother. I remember that I told you once that the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires can truly stoke human desire. Even if you could control a man's emotions for a moment, and even if you succeeded, you could not possibly keep his heart. After all, they think of it as mere desire. The Holy Mother of the West said to Yarrow she, in the future, don't do it again. Was this the reason why Mother lost to Queen Xiao? Yarrow she smiled and said, Mother cultivated in peace and was detached from matters of the heart with no more arguments, but did he pay more attention to you? Xia Qingyuan was right. He asked me to go to the palace, and I refused because I wanted to cut off the past. It was my choice, there were no regrets. As Ren Huang, he had his pride, continued the Holy Mother of the West. But, he still can't help but send people here today, Yarrow she continued. Mother lost to Queen Xiao once upon a time, but I won't give up so easily. Yarrow she, Holy Mother of the West sighed and looked at her daughter, saying, I'm afraid you will get pulled in deeper and deeper. Yi Futian could maintain such clarity under the magic of the heavenly demon song of the 6 desires and his desire under control. He possessed such a reputation. Surely, he was no simple character. Clearly, Emperor Xia had intentionally focused on training Yi Futian and did not oppose Yi Futian's close relationship with Xia Qingyu. In the future, it may be another him again. Naturally, she did not want Yarrow she to repeat her mistake. Go see him at the palace when you get a chance. Since he gave you the title of princess, it was a declaration to the world that he acknowledged you, so don't keep on resenting him, the Holy Mother continued. Yaroshi smiled and said, "Fine." Although this year's Yarotai Divine Feast was more like a comedy of error, the news still spread out rapidly, creating sensations in Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia had granted Yaroshi the title of Princess Xi, giving her the surname Xia. Yaroshi's real name was Xia Xi. After all, she was the daughter of Emperor Xia. Once, the Holy Mother of the West and Queen Xiao had competed for the title of the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm, but they did not expect that there was such a story behind it. Emperor Xia had lived up to his reputation as the emperor, having conquered the two most beautiful women in Emperor Xia's realm. The Holy Mother of the West of Yarotai Divine Palace also belonged to Emperor Xia. Many people admired and envied the emperor. His Majesty was nothing if he did not desire the most beautiful women in the world, despite his cultivation. However, all most people could do was only use their imagination. But, today, someone else had exhibited similar tendencies. Yi Futian. On the enchanted island of Yarotai Divine Palace, did something happen between Yaroshi and Yi Futian? Xia Qingyuan, the little princess, actually came in person to pick up the one herself. This. What else could there be but envy? Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian, and the rest were traveling in the direction of the Emperor Xia's palace. On the way back, Xia Qingyuan remained silent and did not speak, but Xia Lun and Yi Futian were chatting rather delightfully. The black-winged condor had been hiding behind Yi Futian, trembling, his mouth closed tight. He dared not speak any more nonsense. He couldn't afford to mess with her. He was still thinking, this she-devil wouldn't really play for real, would she? She was way too scary. Follow me to the palace. When they had arrived at the center of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan turned her head and spoke to Yi Futian. Very well. Yi Futian nodded and asked the people of the cottage to return to the villa first. As soon as the black-winged condor heard Yi Futian, he started sneaking toward the back, getting ready to slip away. Did I say that you could go? Xia Qingyuan stopped and stared at the black-winged condor. The wings of the black-winged condor stiffened. If this she-devil was displeased with the master, why take it out on him? He was only asking if the master was happy or not, and she had a problem with that. He turned, trembling, and said to Xia Qingyuan, "Whatever the princess commands, little condor is at your service, through hell or high water." Yi Futian looked at the black-winged condor with contempt. This was as much resolve as this useless thing could muster. "Then come to the palace with me," Xia Qingyuan said. The body of the black-winged condor stiffened even more. He looked to Yi Futian pitifully, and said in his head, "Master, help me." This she-devil was playing for real. He could never go to the palace, not even if they killed him. The princess asked you to go, so go. She won't really roast you, Yi Futian said with some despise. The black-winged condor blinked and stole a glance at Xia Qingyuan again. "Why wouldn't I?" Xia Qingyuan said. The black-winged condor's hair stood up on his back, sensing murderous intent. Yi Futian was at his wit's end. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "What angered the princess? What did the little condor do? What angered her?" Xia Lun glanced at Yi Futian and silently turned in another direction. Best not to get involved in this matter. The others who were following them also stayed far away. They saw nothing and knew nothing. His eyes were disrespectful. "Can't I punish him?" Xia Qingyuan asked, looking at Yi Futian. "Then punish him, but there is no need for the princess to terrorize him." Yi Futian continued, "And since when did I become the princess's person? My father, the emperor, commanded you as my imperial bodyguard. Is there a problem?" Xia Qingyuan said coldly, "I sent a messenger to tell you to go to the golden hall of the lotus at the palace to cultivate. Why didn't you go? If I hadn't gone to Yarotai Divine Palace, were you planning on staying?" Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "I don't like restraint. If the princess thinks I don't obey orders, I will resign as the imperial bodyguard. Do you think your resignation is up to you?" Xia Qingyuan's voice was a little colder. She looked furious. She stared at Yi Futian and said, "I refuse your resignation." In the distance, Xia Lun and the others stayed out of the way, but couldn't resist listening in. This was war. For as long as he had known her, Xia Lun had never seen his sister throw a tantrum. Was this because she was antagonized? When they left, Yaroshi's words had a lot of hidden meaning. On their way back, Yi Futian didn't even offer any explanation. Others who had followed Xia Qingyuan also felt it too. Though the princess was mostly quiet, she was rarely angry. Never mind on account of a mere imperial bodyguard who dared to talk back to the princess. But only an idiot or moron dared to treat Yi Futian as a mere bodyguard. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said lightly, "Thank you, princess, for coming to my rescue this time, but I could not possibly serve the princess forever. Perhaps, in a little while, I will inform Emperor Xia of my intention to travel and do the things I need to do." Xia Qingyuan was stunned for a moment. She looked at Yi Futian, then asked, "What things do you have to do?" "Look for someone." Yi Futian looked into the distance and said. When Xia Qingyuan heard what he had to say, suddenly, she was silent. She, too, looked into the distance and said quietly, "Very well." As she was speaking, she continued forward, and everyone was a little bewildered. What was happening? Why did the whole thing suddenly come to an end? "Master, can I go now?" the black-winged condor asked in voice transmission. Yi Futian glanced at him, then stepped forward, leaving the poor black-winged condor to decide whether to follow him or not. Finally, he gritted his teeth and caught up to them. Xia Lun and the others followed in doubt, bewilderment written all over their faces. In the palace, the group retired to their respective quarters. Xia Qingyuan took Yi Futian somewhere. This was the palace above the 9th layer of heaven of Emperor Xia's palace, ethereal and ever sacred. When Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan had brought him here, he knew who wanted to see him. In front of him, on the steps that disappeared into the mist, a figure stood quietly. It was as if he had been waiting for him. "Go," Xia Qingyuan said and left. Yi Futian walked forward and saw the figure turn around to look at him. "Your Majesty." Yi Futian bowed to pay his respect. This was the first time he had met Emperor Xia in the truest sense. At the earliest, he had seen the projection of Emperor Xia in the lower world. Now that he had seen the true body of Renhuang, although there was no discernible breath, it gave out a feeling of giant, akin to a god, similar to the impression that Emperor Li had given him. Likewise, Emperor Xia was also sizing up Yi Futian. Although he had noticed Yi Futian for a long time, this was also the first time he had seen him up close. This guy was audacious. When he was in the 9 states of the lower world, he had turned that world upside down, causing Emperor Xia to have to deal with the aftermath on his behalf. Now in the upper world, he was equally as bothersome. "Did you touch Yaroshi?" Emperor Xia stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian shivered, but fortunately, he had not. "No," Yi Futian replied resolutely. His voice had just drifted off when the feeling of the pressure on his body weakened. Emperor Xia stepped up and came to Yi Futian, patted him on the shoulder, saying, "It's impossible for young men to behave themselves. When I was your age, I had many romantic adventures as well, but don't be excessive, kid." "Ah." Yi Futian looked up at Emperor Xia, and blinked, revealing an innocent look. Excessive? He had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Seeing Yi Futian's innocent look, Emperor Xia wanted to give this guy a beating but thought better of it and stopped himself. Instead, he patted his shoulder again. "Between Qingyuan and Yaroshi, whichever one you like, as long as they are willing, I have no opinion on the matter. But if you go too far, I won't spare you." Yi Futian looked awkward and finally understood what Emperor Xia meant. Since Yaroshi was also the daughter of Emperor Xia, then the emperor had 2 daughters. The excess that he was referring to was naturally. This old man was a genius. Yi Futian clearly understood what Emperor Xia meant. Yi Futian clearly understood what Emperor Xia meant. That old guy actually had thoughts like that. Well, not that it didn't sound exciting or anything, though. But then again, just thoughts, nothing more. He wasn't that type of person, after all. Yi Futian's actions were more benign than what was going on in his head. He bowed right away after hearing Emperor Xia's words and said, "Your Majesty, I dare not harbor such thoughts." "Dare not?" Emperor Xia smirked coldly at him and asked, Is there anything you dare not do? That kid is the princess's valet in name, but since when did he ever give any face to Qingyuan, eh? Emperor Xia thought. One hell of an asterisk soul, that's what he is, the emperor thought. Emperor Xia dared not subject his precious daughter to any degree of grievances, however slight it might have been. Yet, for a long time, what his daughter had been occupied with was little more than what was going on with Yi Futian. The kid is full of *T. Yi Futian had no idea where the resentment that Emperor Xia harbored came from. Xia Qingyuan and Yaoshi? But then again, he thought it was best for him to shut up at that moment. He then lowered his head obediently and said nothing. The very reason he dared do whatever he did in Emperor Xia's realm, be it going up to Lihan Heaven all those years ago, or the more recent act of throwing his weight around at the Xiao clan's manor, was standing right before him, after all. To put it more bluntly, it was because he served Emperor Xia. There were a lot of people in Emperor Xia's realm who saw what it was like between him and Xia Qingyuan, but he knew better than anyone that Emperor Xia, who was the one who kept him around after the Sacred War of the 9 States. He was the one who truly backed Yi Futian up. The old guy who stood before him at that moment was the greatest boss in Emperor Xia's realm, one that he could not afford to offend. He could have offended anyone but Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia glared at him after seeing Yi Futian playing possum and asked, "You've been to Dali. How was it?" The Dali dynasty rules over both the upper and lower worlds and was very cohesive, but there were also shortcomings. The royal members and extended families were very powerful and rather xenophobic, so much so that they did not like the imperial advisor all that much. Dali dynasty would be stronger otherwise, Yi Futian answered. All of that is but Emperor Li's maneuvers for balancing power. Emperor quipped casually, but then again, the imperial advisor of Dali is truly someone indeed. If he has taken a liking to you so much, when will you ask him to come over and serve Emperor Xia's realm? The realm here has no royalty or extended families to be concerned about. He would absolutely have a better time here than in Emperor Li's realm. Yi Futian was speechless. It was the first time he came to see Emperor Xia. Everything he knew about the old man crumbled. Emperor Xia appeared carefree and laid back, nothing like the imposing, almighty impression that Yi Futian had of him. That was probably something born out of the projections of Emperor Xia from when Yi Futian was still in the lower worlds. Is the emperor actually telling me to get the imperial advisor to betray his own country? Yi Futian wondered. Your Majesty, Emperor Li is good to the imperial advisor of Dali and holds him in very high regard. It is utterly impossible to have the imperial advisor betray Emperor Li's realm under such circumstances, Yi Futian replied. It had a lot to do with a person's character. If a person were being very trusted and valued by one's sovereign, and said person betray their sovereign without reason, or worse, for their own interests, then there would be little character of such a person in the first place. The imperial advisor was willing to escort him back to Emperor Xia's realm due to having taken a liking to him. Still, the imperial advisor would never betray Emperor Li. That was, unless Emperor Li was a trash person. Yet, if Emperor Li had been one such person, the imperial advisor would not have taken his position of imperial advisor in the first place. There is nothing absolute in this world. Time is capable of changing many things. Perhaps, you might become the lord of a realm someday, or even rule over the realms. There might no longer be Emperor Xia's realm or Emperor Li's realm. Emperor Xia turned around and walked up the steps, his back facing Yi Futian. As a person who trains and seeks the great path, one shall always be unfettered and free. However, there is still a need to be wary of boundaries. He then turned and shot a warning look at Yi Futian, who, having just lifted his head before, lowered it right away, feeling rather speechless. What about trust between people, then? Your Majesty, I have something that I would like to seek your guidance with, Yi Futian, who was hanging his head low, said at that moment. Speak, Emperor Xia looked at him and said. I have heard from the princess that my wife might not have perished. There was an empress in the 3,000 realms whose methods are capable of communicating with the heavens, and her will is capable of transcending the 3,000 realms. Could that be possible? Yi Futian asked. Having broken into Saint Plain, he was not able to venture further away. Yes. Emperor Xia nodded. It might be possible. But the chance is slim, and it's best not to keep your hopes up too high. Yi Futian clenched his fists slightly and felt somewhat tense. So long as there was still hope, he wanted to see for himself. Your Majesty, who might that empress be, and where would I be able to find her? Yi Futian asked. You want to go out and look for her despite having just become a saint? Emperor Xia glanced at Yi Futian plainly and continued, You're quite in a hurry. That empress is at the top among all within the 3,000 realms. She reigns supreme. Even if I were to go out and look for her, she might not have even bothered taking a good look at me. Your current level of training might not even be worth mentioning. I would only want to look for my wife, and I have no intention of becoming the empress's enemy. Yi Futian then pressed on, Please tell me, Your Majesty. I will inform Qingyuan, and when you're ready to go, you may ask her, Emperor Xia replied, and Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Is there anything else you need of me, Your Majesty? Yi Futian asked again. Yeah, right. Get lost. Emperor Xia waved his hand dismissively at Yi Futian and said, I didn't even bother settling the score with him, and he is already in a hurry to get out. The emperor thought. The kid is indeed full of **t. Yi Futian felt rather speechless at Emperor Xia's attitude and said, I shall take my leave then. He then turned around and left, still feeling rather speechless. Emperor Xia was indeed totally different from how Yi Futian had expected him to be. But of course, Emperor Xia indeed felt more approachable that way, due to the lack of distance stemming from the lack of that high and mighty attitude. High and mighty, that was how he felt Emperor Li was like. Even when he was telling Yi Futian that he intended to marry his daughter to the young man, the emperor still seemed so distant, looking down at the living beings from the clouds above. Yi Futian returned to the cottage villa right after he left the palace instead of getting snorted at in the princess's residence. Xia Qingyuan found him to be incredibly irksome at the moment, and it was best that he did not go anywhere near her. The news of Yarrow Shi being made a princess spread throughout Emperor Xia's realm several days later. On that day, a group of people arrived at Emperor Xia's palace, serving as escorts to Yarrow Shi. It was a happening that caught the attention of everyone in Emperor Xia's palace. There would be 2 princesses of Emperor Xia after the emperor made Yarrow Shi a princess. Everyone wondered how Emperor Xia would treat a princess who had been out there for so many years. However, during the Yarrow divine feast that day, Emperor Xia had sent Xia Lun before sending someone with Xia Qingyuan. That meant that the emperor was still concerned about Yarrow Shi, nonetheless, or he would not have been paying so much attention to her. Yarrow Shi came straight to the Emperor Xia's palace high in the clouds and was able to see the biological father that she had always wanted to see for all those years, the man who stood at the very pinnacle of Emperor Xia's realm. Both of them looked at each other and said nothing. The scene in the fleeting clouds was unusually quiet. Emperor Xia finally sighed after some time, breaking the silence. He said, Do you hate me? I dare not hate you, father, Yarrow Shi said. Emperor Xia was able to hear the distance between the two of them from the tone that she had taken. It was something that had never been there when he was talking to Xia Qingyuan. But he was able to understand. As speculated by all, if Emperor Xia did not care about Yarrow Shi, he would not have concerned himself with the Yarrow divine feast. She was still his daughter, after all. I had sent Xia Lun to stop you in hopes of preventing you from punishing yourself for what happened all those years ago. What happened between your mother and me was our own choice, and we respected each other's choices. You could hate me, but there is no reason for you to hurt yourself. Emperor Xia walked up and looked at Yarrow Shi, saying, You thought I've never been concerned with you, but in truth, I've been to Yarrow Divine Palace quite a number of times to see you. You didn't know it, nor did your mother. Yarrow Shi looked up at Emperor Xia. If the emperor was willing, it was naturally possible for him to go and see her without anyone else knowing. I'm not telling you all this because I want your forgiveness. I don't want to see my daughter live with hate and resentment. As a descendant of Ren Huang, you should be living freely instead. Emperor Xia looked at her eyes and said. Yarrow Shi lowered her head a little, and her eyes were somewhat reddened. She was unable to understand how the man she had hated for decades was standing right in front of her eyes, yet she was unable to bring herself to hate him. She was his daughter, a daughter of a Ren Huang, a princess of extremely high prestige in all of Emperor Xia's realm. I have tried letting it go, but perhaps I still need time, Yaroshi sighed and said. I will give you time. Emperor Xia nodded and continued, do you have any other wishes? If I do, would you grant them? Yaroshi asked. So long as it is something within my capacity to grant, Emperor Xia said. Of course, Yaroshi said with a smile. Speak. I want a valet, Yaroshi looked at Emperor Xia and said. Emperor Xia was dumbfounded. His brows twitched slightly as he looked at Yaroshi and asked, Yi Futian? Would you be able to grant that? Yaroshi looked at him and asked. Emperor Xia was unable to come up with an answer. It was apparent that Yaroshi had not been able to let it all slide. Yi Futian was the valet of his other daughter. Yi Futian might be a valet, but he is not required to fulfill any of a valet's duties. He is a valet in name only. While he might be Qingyuan's valet, he never stayed in Qingyuan's place or acted as a valet. If you want him to be your valet, you'll only need his approval. Emperor Xia knew that Yaroshi was very sensitive at the moment. If he were to tell her that Yi Futian belonged to Xia Qingyuan, it would have incited her instead. Every word he said right there was the truth. He had not lied to Yaroshi. Thank you, father. I shall try. Yaroshi smiled and nodded. Both of them chatted for a while after that. That day, Yaroshi moved into her new place. To the people of Emperor Xia's palace, it was not a small matter. Furthermore, the first thing she did after moving in was send people to the cottage villa to summon Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan sent someone over to the cottage villa and summoned Yi Futian as soon as she found what was going on. As such, Yi Futian, who was playing his guqin on the plains at the mountains, received summons from both Xia Qingyuan and Yaroshi. He took a look at Qin Zhuang, who was there to deliver the news and said, Tell the envoys that I'm now training in isolation. I'm not going anywhere. Understood. Qin Zhuang left to relay the message. Both groups of people left and sighed deep down after hearing his reply. Yi Futian was probably the only person in all of Emperor Xia's realm who dared to behave in such an abrasive, cocky manner. 2 princesses asked to see him, and he was seeing none of them. Trouble was brewing in Emperor Xia's palace. Yi Futian continued to play his tune or train. He was not the only one doing so, as everyone in the cottage villa was training diligently as well. Among the ones from the cottage villa at the moment, only Yi Futian and the Sword Saint had made it to Saint Plain. Yu Sheng, Jiyu Dongliu, Yi Wuchen, and the others were naturally doing their best in hopes of attaining sainthood. It was year 10024 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, and a lot had happened in Emperor Xia's realm in the past year. It was year 10024 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, and a lot had happened in Emperor Xia's realm in the past year. Yi Futian became a saint, and Xiao Sheng had perished. The Xiao clan, which had been extremely renowned for a time, seemed to show signs of decline. There was yet another princess in Emperor Xia's palace, Princess Xi. It was said that she kicked up a lot of fuss after moving into the royal palace, being at odds with Xia Qingyuan. Princess Xia Qingyuan seemed to have gotten herself a rival. There were signs of activity from Dali dynasty's army at the borders of Emperor Xia's realm, and there had been several skirmishes. That alerted Emperor Xia's realm considerably, and armies had been sent there to strengthen border defense, as well as keep a close eye on the movements of the neighboring dynasty. However, it seemed as if none of that had anything to do with Yi Futian. Ever since he had returned to the cottage villa after the Yarotai divine feast, he had been focused on his training. Training at Saint Plain required more time than before to see noticeable progress. While it was said that being able to step into Saint Plain itself had been an achievement of a different magnitude, it still seemed inadequate to Yi Futian. It was especially so since he had developed thoughts of venturing far outside of Emperor Xia's realm, and that would have required him to enhance his powers continuously. If he were to get to the stage like that of the Swordmaster of Lihan, he would have been able to come and go anywhere as he pleased, so long as he did not get on the bad side of Renhuang class of beings. Emperor Xia's realm seemed extraordinarily lively in the new year. The Divine Cloud Valley, which was known as the number armoring clan in all of Emperor Xia's realm, was no exception. Great old halls in the divine Cloud Valley were glittering with golden brilliance. The place was filled with mighty ones, and the Valley Master had been one of the followers of Emperor Xia, an armorer serving the Emperor, specifically. The divine Cloud Valley would have been able to remain a prestigious clan whose status was immutable in Emperor Xia's realm, so long as their people did not commit grave offenses like treason. There were several silhouettes seen high in the sky above divine Cloud Valley on that day. The group of people landed right before they entered the valley as a sign of respect. The guards outside of the valley were unable to help but gauge one of those who came, one who was dressed in white and had silver hair, looking to be of exceptional bearing. There was only one person in all of Emperor Xia's realm who sported such an appearance, which made him stand out like the sun at high noon. "I'm Yi Futian, and I've come to pay the Valley Master a visit. Please inform your superiors." Yi Futian cupped his hands and said as he went through all of the required proprieties. The guards were shocked to find that the man was Yi Futian. "Please hold on for a moment, Saint Yi." A guard went in to deliver the word. Someone else came out to receive Yi Futian's party into the valley not long after. "Please forgive us, Saint Yi. There are honored guests at the valley today, and that was why there was a delay," the one who received them explained to Yi Futian. "No matter. I'm only here to pay a visit, after all. Please, lead the way," Yi Futian replied, but he was still curious. From what he heard from the other man, there was already someone here before they did, and it seemed that those people were of exceptional status, and he wondered who they might have been. Yi Futian and his party came to a grand, old hall, and there was already quite a crowd at the place. Yi Futian saw several familiar faces in the crowd before him. Gongsun Zhong, Gongsun Ni, Gongsun Xian, and some others were all there. Gongsun Zhong looked rather complicated when he saw Yi Futian show up. He had been somewhat dismissive of him at Old Man Xiao's birthday banquet all those years ago. It was a testament to his arrogance, which stemmed from his exceptional talents. However, he remembered what happened in the Battle of Empty Realm well. At present, Yi Futian was someone known everywhere. He had let go of his obsession with Xia Qingyuan back at the Battle of Empty Realm, and he had little to resent Yi Futian for, but what happened left a lasting impression on him nonetheless. "Brother Gongsun." Yi Futian cupped his hands and smiled as he greeted Gongsun Zhong, apparently without care for the scuffles they had back then. He was able to tell that Gongsun Zhong had held back many things himself. Gongsun was dumbfounded for a moment when he saw Yi Futian greeting him, before sighing deep down. It seemed that the difference between him and Yi Futian had gotten increasingly large. Gongsun Zhong then lifted his hands and returned Yi Futian's greeting. "Ms. Ni, Ms. Xian, it's been a while." Yi Futian turned to look at the Gongsun sisters. Luo Fan came as well, and Yi Futian had deliberately brought his older brother along. Since both his fifth brother and Gongsun Xian had taken a liking to each other, he did not mind playing matchmaker and presenting them with more opportunities to meet up. As for the result, he was not trying to force anything but let things take their course. "It's been a while indeed." Both sisters nodded. They were acquaintances back at the Battle of Empty Realm. Gongsun Xian turned her eyes to Luo Fan, who scratched his head for a bit and said, "Well, Divine Cloud Valley is a really big place. Shall I give you a tour?" Gongsun Xian looked at him and said. Luo Fan's eyes sparkled, yet Yi Futian butted in immediately, "My fifth brother knows a thing or two about armoring. If you'd be willing to give him a tour at Divine Cloud Valley, I'm sure he'd be delighted." "That's so?" A brimming voice spoke. "If that's the case, have your fifth brother come over more often then. It would do him a lot of good learning armoring arts right here." Yi Futian turned his head around and found the person who spoke was an elder wearing a golden robe, who smiled as he looked at Yi Futian's party. There was another youth who looked extraordinary at the elder's side, looking at Yi Futian with a smile. "Yi Futian, here to pay you a visit, Valley Master," Yi Futian bowed and said. He then looked at the youth at the Valley Master's side and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." While it was the first time he laid eyes on the young man, his bearing and appearance bore some similarities with that of Emperor Xia and Xia Lun. Furthermore, he was an honored guest whom the Valley Master attended to personally, which spoke volumes of his status. That young man was none other than the fourth prince, Xia Kuan. Xia Kuan took a look at Yi Futian and smiled, saying, "It's no wonder that my sisters are getting at each other's throats in the royal palace. You really are the number one in my generation in Emperor Xia's realm." "You're too kind, Your Highness," Yi Futian smiled and said. "His Highness is correct, though. There is indeed none among your generation throughout all of Emperor Xia's realm who would be able to overpower you." The Valley Master then added with a smile, "Anyway, what brings you here to Divine Cloud Valley today?" "To tell the truth, I'm here to ask for your help in matters concerning armoring today, Senior." Yi Futian then continued straightforwardly, "However, I dare not ask for such help from you without giving you anything in return. I want to offer a top-notch sword sutra that I acquired at Dali as payment. I shall pay for the material cost of the work in sacred spirit stones as well." The Valley Master nodded as he heard Yi Futian talk. Yi Futian was one of the brightest figures in all of Emperor Xia's realm. If he were to go through the princess with such a request simply, the valley would have had to agree to it. However, Yi Futian did not do so. He paid a personal visit instead and was requesting services by trading for a fair price. Those actions earned the Valley Master's affinity, thinking that the young man to be a decent fellow. "No problem." The Valley Master did not hesitate and agreed to it right away. Since Yi Futian was giving him due respect, he was willing to return it with the same amount of respect. "Thank you, Valley Master." Yi Futian extended his hand and handed the sutra to the Valley Master, saying, "This is a top-notch sword sutra that was previously lost in Dali. It's called the Sword of Kasyapa." The Valley Master took it over and flipped the pages nonchalantly, finding it to be something decent. He then turned to Yi Futian and said, "This is indeed a precious piece. What kind of implement would you like forged?" "Swords." Yi Futian said, "I would like a sword capable of incorporating my life spirit into it, as well as a batch of swords of space." Those swords were something he wanted made for Yaya. Yaya's training had yet to be restored to its pinnacle state. The last battle cost her considerably, and he was unwilling to see something like that to happen again. As such, he wanted a batch of swords crafted in order to help her in future battles. If he were to request something like that of the Valley Master, he was naturally expecting the products to be top of the line, which would have definitely come at considerable costs. They were things that conventional armorers were incapable of crafting, after all. "No problem." The Valley Master then asked, "When would you like them finished?" "The sooner, the better," Yi Futian answered. The Valley Master then took a look at the fourth prince, who then said, "It's completely fine to attend to his request first. I'm in no hurry. Are you here for matters concerning armoring as well, Your Highness?" "If that's the case, it's completely fine for my request to be finished later," Yi Futian added. "It's all right. Let's get yours made first," Xia Kuan smiled and said. "Thank you, Your Highness," Yi Futian thanked the fourth prince. "Well, in that case, let's get to it right away. If you'd like a ritual implement capable of incorporating your life spirit, it would be best that you stay around and help with the crafting process. I'll be bothering you at Divine Cloud Valley for some time then, Senior," Yi Futian nodded. "Valley Master, I shall take my leave then," Xia Kuan then said. "Very well. Goodbye, Your Highness." The Valley Master nodded and ordered men to send the prince off while he brought Yi Futian elsewhere and ignited the forge. Several days later, golden flames shooting up to the heavens were seen at the forging tower of Divine Cloud Valley. Many were watching the Valley Master himself at work. There was a terrifying great matrix at the front where sword aura of their world manifested in a frenzy and melded within the matrix. There seemed to be a leaf-shaped sword appearing above the matrix. The weather above the sword at that moment changed, their surroundings shrouded by stifling might. Terrifying diagrams of sword arts were projected in the heavens, surrounding that sword. A silver-haired figure sat cross-legged and unleashed his will into the matrix, incorporating his will as a saint while sensing the terrifying power ahead, melding with it. The Valley Master formed a mudra in his hand. Boundless sword will in the heavens gushed from the matrix downwards, following the terrifying diagrams and flowed into Yi Futian's brow, making him shine brilliantly all over with holy light. The power of the Great Path was imbued within the sword. How much of the weapon's power could be brought out became solely dependent on Yi Futian's power. Boundless light flowed into Yi Futian's brow after quite a while. Sword will coiled around him before their surroundings returned to their usually quiet state. The Valley Master brought the spectators and everyone else away, leaving Yi Futian sitting cross-legged over there. Extremely holy light glittered in his mind, causing imperial will to ebb at his brow, which was then incorporated within the sword. He was there to get a trump card for himself forged, enabling him to gain an extra element of surprise at key moments, which, in turn, would allow him a means to end his enemy without regard to level difference. The sword will around him gradually dissipated after a while. The light on his brow disappeared as well, and it was only then that he rose and left. The Valley Master then began to forge the other swords the next day. The process had taken even more time, and only ended when he had finished crafting multiple swords of space for Yi Futian. He put the swords away and looked at the Valley Master, saying, "Thank you for all your hard work, Valley Master. I'm forever in your debt. I'm just doing what I can." "No need for such gratitude," the Valley Master replied. "If there shall be anything you'd need in the future, please do inform me," Yi Futian said again. "Will do." The Valley Master nodded with a smile and did not refuse. Yi Futian then brought his people and left. The Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley had a lot of thoughts as he watched Yi Futian leave. The trip seemed to be one where Yi Futian requested for him to make things, but it was actually one to forge good relations between the two of them. At the same time, it undid the scuffles between Yi Futian and Gongsun Zhong all those years ago. No one knew whose Emperor Xia's realm it would be in the future, after all. Yi Futian was playing the guqin at the cottage villa. Yi Futian was playing the guqin at the cottage villa. Someone walked up to him at that moment. It was Jiyu Dongliu. "How is training, third brother?" Yi Futian looked at Jiyu Dongliu and asked. "Saint Plane bottleneck," Jiyu Dongliu answered. His plane had been higher than Yi Futian's a long time ago, and his state of mind had always been superb. However, he remained incapable of making the breakthrough. He needed some opportunity to make the breakthrough. "You're getting ready to leave?" Jiyu Dongliu asked. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. "I've been training in isolation for some time ever since I made it into Saint Plane. It's time that I venture outside. Furthermore, you guys probably need your turning points. If isolation isn't doing you guys any good for making the breakthrough, why not try and venture outside instead?" Jiyu Dongliu nodded and said, "What about the villa? I'll get the princess to look after the place. There shouldn't be any surprises for us at this point," Yi Futian replied. "When will we be departing?" Jiyu Dongliu asked again. "I'll go to the royal palace for a bit. We'll get ready to depart after that." Yi Futian got up and said. "I'd get the others to get ready." Jiyu Dongliu did not say anything further, turning around and leaving. Yi Futian took to the air and headed for the royal palace. It has been quite a while since the last time Yi Futian went to Emperor Xia's palace. He had never stepped foot into the royal palace ever since he met Emperor Xia personally last year. He went to the princess's residence in the royal palace that day. Xia Qingyuan looked rather displeased seeing Yi Futian show up. She asked coldly, "What brings you here?" "When I last met His Majesty, he told me to look for you when I was ready to leave." Yi Futian then continued, "I hope you'll tell me what I need to know, princess." Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian. She knew what he was there for. It seemed that he had gotten ready to leave. "Empress Qin," Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and said. "Empress Qin?" Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan. "The person you're looking for. She is Qin Ji, an empress of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and explained. She was a legendary empress. However, the empress is at the Supreme Path realm, which is extremely far away from Emperor Xia's realm. Despite having made it into Saint Plane, getting there will take you an untold number of years. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She waved her hand, and a jade scroll flew at Yi Futian. Yi Futian extended his will inside and found a map. The 3,000 realms of the Great Path were scattered all over the place and spread out in a cascading manner, seemingly without rules and making them look like stars. Every single realm was like a star in itself. Yi Futian found where Emperor Xia's realm was and found Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm at its left and right, respectively. Other than that, there were also other Ranhuang's realms, clustered together like a region of stars, and there was actually a curved line circling them as if to mark them deliberately. There were words denoting the region, the Crimson Dragon region. The region you see Emperor Xia's realm in is known as the Crimson Dragon region, which includes Emperor Xia's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and many other Ranhuang's realms in it. All of them are parts forming the Crimson Dragon region, and the topmost realm was the center of the Crimson Dragon region, the Crimson Dragon realm. Xia Qingyuan then elaborated, the Crimson Dragon realm is also the liveliest, most bustling realm within the region, attracting all manner of mighty ones there. Furthermore, it is a nexus connecting other regions. Every realm within the Crimson Dragon region has a grand teleportation matrix leading to the Crimson Dragon realm. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. What Xia Qingyuan meant was that there should have been one such matrix leading straight to Crimson Dragon realm in Emperor Xia's realm. If you want to find the Empress, you should use the Crimson Dragon realm as your springboard before venturing into other realms. Xia Qingyuan continued. Yi Futian nodded, saying, "Thank you, Princess. Is the royal palace capable of sending me straight to Crimson Dragon realm?" "It is." Xia Qingyuan nodded. "If that is the case, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again, Princess," Yi Futian said. "No need to thank me. I'm going out on a pilgrimage myself as well, and I'll be heading to Crimson Dragon realm as well, so I'll be taking you with me," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Yi Futian blinked. "I'm afraid that would be rather awkward, Princess." Yi Futian's eyes looked shifty. No one knew what the trip would have entailed, and Xia Qingyuan's status was special. "If you're not going with me, then you figure out how to get there yourself." Xia Qingyuan shot a cold glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt as if he was being crushed between her fingers and said in an exasperating tone, "Sorry to trouble you then, Princess." Xia Qingyuan looked at him coldly. "Since when did Yi Futian get so polite?" "I'll head back and finish my preparations," Yi Futian said and left right after. However, he stopped after taking several steps. He remembered that it was his actions of making use of the matrix before that led to all that had happened afterward. Now, he halted his steps and seemed to be steeped in deep thought. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian's back and felt puzzled. What is he thinking now? She wondered. Yi Futian stopped for a bit before turning around. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked, "Princess, may I ask for a favor?" "Speak." Xia Qingyuan had no idea what was going through Yi Futian's mind. "This trip might be somewhat dangerous, and I think you should stay where you are," Yi Futian said. "Speak." Xia Qingyuan's tone turned even colder. "That be ****. Yi Futian spoke his mind, and Xia Qingyuan looked rather puzzled. Thoughts seemed to be running behind those bright eyes of hers, and she looked at Yi Futian, saying after a while, "I'll do the setup." Yi Futian nodded before walking out of the princess's residence. However, he was unable to make it far before someone else had gotten in his way. "Princess Xi," Yi Futian looked at the alluring figure before him and cupped his hands, greeting her. "Why don't you come to visit my place since you're here at the royal palace, Sir Yi? You're telling me that you've forgotten all about me so quickly," Yaroshi said as she seductively looked at Yi Futian. "I have business to attend to. Help yourself around, Princess Xi," Yi Futian cupped his hands and said, disappearing as soon as he finished. Emperor Xia had warned her before. They were in the royal palace and directly under the scrutiny of Emperor Xia. Yaroshi would not have dared to do anything to harm him. Best not get on the bad side of this woman, though. "You afraid I'm going to eat you up or something?" Yaroshi called out without caring where she was. Her eyes were sad and resentful. Many in the royal palace heard her voice and felt speechless. That Yi Futian is one hell of a lucky ****. The people from the cottage villa came to the royal palace in a low-profile manner several days later, hardly alerting anyone around them. The teleportation grand matrix in the royal palace lit up, and many disappeared from Emperor Xia's palace right away. Princess Xia Qingyuan left with them. It was not until Xia Qingyuan went off that someone, including Yaroshi, took notice, wondering where Xie Qingyuan had taken Yi Futian. However, the ones guarding the matrix actually kept the whole thing a secret and did not say anything to anyone. In the royal palace of Dali dynasty several days later, Li Yarou had seen some dark times after the incident with the seventh swordsman all those years ago. He had originally been a student of the imperial advisor in name and had gotten close to the imperial advisor's residence. However, due to the case with the seventh swordsman, he had almost turned against the imperial advisor and was at odds with them. He had even gotten the prince regent to act, yet the prince regent was blocked off by the imperial advisor, allowing Yi Futian to leave alive. As such, Li Yarou became the most downtrodden one in Dali dynasty. Both sides wanted to have nothing to do with him. Li Yarou reflected on himself and trained in isolation since then, and was actually able to make it into Saint Plain at the start of year 10024 of Divine Prefecture calendar. That caused quite a commotion, and even Emperor Li took notice of him, thinking better of him. The third prince came to show goodwill as well. Li Yarou began to get close to his third brother and the side of the royal members, cutting off contact with those from the imperial advisor altogether. Of course, it went without saying that the imperial advisor's residence was having quite a hard time. They were keeping a very low profile. Your Highness. A servant girl came to report. Who was it that allowed you to disturb me? Li Yarou, who was training, opened his eyes and shot a cold glare at her. Having one's training interrupted was something extremely irksome. Your Highness, there is news from Emperor Xia's realm, the servant kneeled and said with a shuddering voice. Li Yarou's eyes softened after he heard that it was news from Emperor Xia's realm. Bring them in. Yes, Your Highness. The servant girl left and quickly brought someone there. Your Highness. That someone bowed. What is it? Li Yarou glanced at the messenger, wondering if it had something to do with Yi Futian and if that man did something that would have astounded everyone yet again. There was news from Emperor Xia's palace saying that Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan activated the teleportation grand matrix in the royal palace, leaving Emperor Xia's realm, the messenger reported. You sure about this? Li Yarou rose. Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan both left Emperor Xia's realm? The news could not be more true. Many knew of that news. Xie Qingyuan had indeed left with Yi Futian. Where have they headed to? Li Yarou asked. The Emperor Xia's palace sealed the news, but there were rumors saying that Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan might have gone to train in the Crimson Dragon realm. The Crimson Dragon realm? Li Yarou's eyes sparkled. The Crimson Dragon region consisted of both Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm. The Crimson Dragon realm was the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region. It was not a place where both Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan could throw their weight around, yet they had actually left for that place. Is the news reliable? Li Yarou asked again. There shouldn't be a problem, the messenger replied. Li Yarou was feeling rather restless by then. Despite having broken into Saint Plain, there were some obsessions that he was unable to lay to rest. The time he spent being duped by Yi Futian proved to be the greatest insult he suffered in his life. He had to make Yi Futian pay for that. Yi Futian in Crimson Dragon realm, Li Yarou mumbled to himself and then left. Yi Futian ventured outside with Xie Qingyuan, so Emperor Xia would have definitely sent powerful escorts to protect them along the way. Li Yarou's current powers proved rather inadequate. However, it was a chance that he would absolutely not miss. The Crimson Dragon realm was the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region, and the central areas of many regions were connected to many realms, making them extremely prosperous and bustling with people. The Crimson Dragon realm was the primary realm of the Crimson Dragon region, and the central areas of many regions were connected to many realms, making them extremely prosperous and bustling with people. People of all realms in the region came to train and explore there. It went without saying that those who were capable of crossing realms to train were either extremely powerful people or people with highly notable backgrounds, for instance, someone like Xie Qingyuan. Otherwise, the time that one would have spent crossing realms to train would have exceeded what ordinary cultivators were able to afford. Yi Futian and his party were already at Crimson Dragon realm, and for the past several days, they were able to feel one thing about the place: it was hot. Crimson Dragon Realm was filled with intense, fiery aura throughout the place, like how the void aura permeated the entire empty realm. That place would have been a heaven for cultivators training in fire-related abilities. People who were versed in the will of the great path of fire would have been extremely suited to train at the Crimson Dragon Realm. Furthermore, the fiery aura of the Crimson Dragon Realm was more intense than the will of space found in the empty realm. As such, the place was very hot. But then again, cultivators cared little about their surrounding temperatures. It did not seem that the notion of spiritual qi in the upper worlds being abundant was an exaggeration. Furthermore, spiritual qi was not the only thing found in abundance. Futian even began to wonder what the true nature of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path actually was. Is it really like it is said in legends, that all realms are products born from the heavenly path shattering? He wondered. Futian was drinking at a restaurant in the Crimson Dragon Realm, feeling scorching heat welling up from within his body. It was as if flames were about to shoot through his throat. Fiery will of the great path in his body was invoked, causing him to feel himself being set ablaze. The booze here really is something indeed, he thought. He took the cup on his left and mumbled, some fine booze indeed. No wonder it's so expensive. One hell of a luxury this thing is. The liquor contained the power of the great path, making a true fine brew of the great path. The price of one bottle of liquor was calculated in sacred spirit stones as well. No common folk would have been able to afford such an item. It was no wonder that those of high birth had a natural edge to them right from birth. If one were to think about the cultivators of the lower worlds, they were indeed a miserable lot. They lacked resources to back their training and had to rely on themselves to make it far enough before being able to enjoy more resources. The difficulty of them doing so far eclipsed those who had an impressive background. Xia Qingyuan was seated across Futian. She remained dressed in men's clothing and looking dashing. Curiosity could be seen in her eyes. How about you give it a go? Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said. As a daughter of Ren Huang, Xia Qingyuan had naturally enjoyed all manner of resources, but she was a light drinker. She poured herself a cup after being urged by Futian, before emptying it. As someone who had yet to make it to Saint Plain, she felt as if her internal organs were burning, and her body had been set on fire. Her face was burning red in an instant as well. She stared at Futian. Her eyes looked like they were about to spit flames. Futian looked at her and then said with a grin, "You don't look half bad like that at all. But don't drink so much in one go. It'd be quite a waste." He then took the bottle away from Xia Qingyuan and handed it to another woman sitting elsewhere, saying, "Phoenix, you, on the other hand, should drink more and don't let it go to waste." Phoenix trained in fire-type abilities. "Can I try too, Master?" The black-winged condor stuck its head over, and Xia Qingyuan shot a look at the bird, who then lowered its head, lowering its neck. It was tough for a bird to get around. "How far are we away from Crimson Dragon City?" Futian asked Xia Qingyuan. He did not look at the map of Crimson Dragon Realm carefully. Xia Qingyuan had one with her, after all. 2 to 3 days away, Xia Qingyuan replied. The Crimson Dragon City was the main city of Crimson Dragon Realm. It was located at the absolute center of the realm. Crimson Dragon Realm is indeed a big place, Futian mumbled. Big and very hot. It was said that the Crimson Dragon Realm had 9 suns, and they took turns rising. There was no night in the realm, only day. There were rumors saying that the master of Crimson Dragon Realm, the Crimson Dragon Emperor, had a wife who was an empress. She spent her days basking in the sun. While the truth of the rumor remained to be seen, it nonetheless made Futian realize how truly terrifying extremely highly trained cultivators were. He had never experienced how powerful cultivators of Renhuang Plain truly were, but saints were terrifying enough as they were. At the level of Renhuang, one could kill millions simply by being angry, practically causing a genocide. The Crimson Dragon Realm was at the center of the region. Cultivators from all realms gathered there, so it was only natural that the realm is huge. Not only is the place huge, but extremely powerful people are also practically everywhere. Your training doesn't seem to be much compared to these people. Xia Qingyuan took a look at Futian and continued, "Furthermore, Due to being the center of the region, Crimson Dragon Realm is a very messy place. Mighty people from all realms clash often, and martial arts are greatly proliferated here. There are many cities and training resources to be found. They are taken by people powerful enough to claim and keep them. Plundering often happens here. Yi Futian chuckled. His training was indeed considered weak if compared to those throughout the 3,000 realms. However, being a saint, he no doubt was qualified enough to venture throughout the world, and he was indeed no weakling. His powers had surpassed most people, after all. Saints were always able to find a place where they belonged in any realm. For instance, in Emperor Xia's realm, the Juying Sword Saint was but an ordinary saint, yet he was nonetheless able to establish the Juying Palace. Due to him usually being surrounded by people from top-notch forces, his sainthood training did not seem to stand out all that much. In truth, however, any saint would have been regarded as powerful people in any realm. While the place is messy, it presents a lot of opportunities. A voice was heard at that moment. Yi Futian and the others turned around, looking at the ones sitting at a table beside theirs. The one who spoke wore a blue shirt and looked to be around 30 years of age, yet he was brimming with superb bearing. It was apparent that he was a saint. None of the people around him had common bearings either. Yi Futian was naturally able to sense that their powers were very strong. He had taken notice of the group a while ago. However, with the Crimson Dragon Realm quite literally overflowing with powerful cultivators, they did not seem to be out of place. "I take it that you all are from other realms then?" the young man asked Yi Futian and his party. He was gauging the party as he asked. There was little need to say much about Yi Futian's bearing. Despite being dressed in men's clothing, Xia Qingyuan was nonetheless a beauty. The glass saint was, too, a top-class beauty. Yaya looked very young, but he was unable to tell what level her training was actually at, but she was definitely very powerful. Even the sages did not look to be ordinary folk, which meant that they were possibly of top-notch forces from other realms, who came all the way to the Crimson Dragon Realm to train. There were too many people like that in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Many cultivators were coming from all realms to train every day, and every single one of them was of top-notch forces in their respective realms. "Yeah," Yi Futian nodded and said, "We're from other realms. The name's Shenzhen, from Chenya City. I just came from training at Fusang Valley. I'm getting ready to head back to Chenya City. If you guys are heading to Crimson Dragon City, I'd say that it's quite a coincidence since we're heading there as well," the young man smiled and said. "Fusang Valley?" Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes at Shenzhen. "So are the rumors concerning the Fusang Valley true?" Xia Qingyuan looked at Shenzhen and asked, "I have heard that there is a Fusang tree in the Fusang Valley that shoots up to the heavens. 9 suns revolve around the tree as they rise and fall in sequence. The suns are, too, bathing in Fusang Valley. My level of training does not permit me to enter the center of Fusang Valley, so I have never seen it myself. But it might actually be true." Shenzhen smiled and continued, "What plans do you have at Crimson Dragon City, by the way? Have you found a place to stay? We're venturing out far away on a pilgrimage and have no specific goals. We plan to settle down at Crimson Dragon City first," Yi Futian replied. "In that case, why don't we head there together, then? You could all settle down at Chenya City. That would save you a lot of trouble. Chenya City is not far away from Crimson Dragon City, after all." Shenzhen extended an invitation. There are many small cities surrounding Crimson Dragon City, and it is said that most are private estates. Xia Qingyuan looked at Shenzhen. "And you are looking at the young city lord of Chenya City?" Shenzhen smiled and replied. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Things sounded normal in that case. "Since you're so kind to extend such an invitation to us, Brother Shen, we shall not be standing on ceremony then," Yi Futian agreed to the proposal. They saved themselves a lot of trouble with someone leading the way, and they did not need to look for somewhere to settle down. Xia Qingyuan took one look at Yi Futian, thinking that he might have been too eager to accept such a proposal. Resources at the central region of Crimson Dragon Realm are all taken up by top-notch forces around. All of the cities had their masters, and they possess absolute rights in determining how their cities are run. The Crimson Dragon Emperor does not concern himself with any of those and lets the people of Crimson Dragon Realm quarrel among themselves. Being a young city lord means that Shenjun has some kind of background. He might be up to something, inviting us to the city, Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian telepathically. You're of some kind of background yourself, princess. Yi Futian replied, with this Shenjun guy leading the way, we'll be saving ourselves a lot of trouble. Regardless of his motives, I do not need to worry about anything, since you're around, after all, princess. Xia Qingyuan glared at Yi Futian. Just what does that B** take me for? Who is the valet here? She thought. Yi Futian ignored Xia Qingyuan's glare. You're the one who insisted on coming after all. I'm not going to hold back then. That was quick. How may I address you? Shenjun asked. Name's Yi Futian. Shenjun smiled and nodded, saying, you, your wife, and the others will be pleased when you reach Chenya City. My wife. Yi Futian was dumbfounded. Xia Qingyuan saw Shenjun looking at her in a peculiar manner and retorted coldly, I'm no wife of his. My bad. Shenjun cupped his hands and apologized. He was able to tell from how the two looked at each other that they had a solid relationship. He was simply testing things out by calling them husband and wife, and it did not really matter if he was right. However, Yi Futian did not seem to have any intention of introducing Xia Qingyuan, and Shenjun found the relationship between the two puzzling. The black-winged condor opened its eyes wide and took one look at Xia Qingyuan, finding her to be oddly calm. The bird was praying deep down that the way those two were addressed earlier would never come true. My days would go down the gutter if that were to come true, it thought. So, we're departing now? Shenjun asked again. No problem. Yi Futian nodded. All right, in that case, let's go then. It's quite a distance from here. Shenjun smiled and rose. All of them walked out of the restaurant and took to the air, continuing to head straight for the central region of the Crimson Dragon Realm. Yi Futian looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. Is it true that the Crimson Dragon Realm has 9 suns? He wondered. The Crimson Dragon Realm was only the main realm of the Crimson Dragon region, and the fiery aura was already that intense. I wonder what the Supreme Path Realm is like, he thought. Yi Futian was getting increasingly curious about the world of cultivators. What would the eyes of an emperor be able to see indeed? The Crimson Dragon City served as the center of Crimson Dragon Realm, and many cities were surrounding it. There were people building cities outside Crimson Dragon City in the early days of the realm. As time passed, the number of cities grew, and the place became what it was at present. The Crimson Dragon City served as the center of Crimson Dragon Realm, and many cities were surrounding it. There were people building cities outside Crimson Dragon City in the early days of the realm. As time passed, the number of cities grew, and the place became what it was at present. The Crimson Dragon Realm was at the center of Crimson Dragon region, and all manner of people were found in that realm. Other than cultivators native to Crimson Dragon Realm, there were also cultivators from other realms. Some were there for pilgrimage, and some settled down at the realm for good. As such, the Crimson Dragon Realm was extraordinarily prosperous and lively, in a manner that Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm were unable to compare to at all. The place was a main realm of the region, after all, gathering mighty ones from many other realms. As such, the many cities littered around Crimson Dragon City were also controlled by mighty ones from all places. Powerful cultivators took cities and called themselves king, as they became king of a city. There were those who gave it their all to manage their cities, making their respective cities forces that belonged entirely to themselves, and things continued to develop from there. Some made the cities a place of training for their clans and families, taking over the entire place but never bothering themselves to manage them. There was also an extremely rare bunch who went about taking one whole city for themselves only, making the place their private training ground. The Crimson Dragon Emperor did not concern himself with any of that and simply let things take their own courses. The turnaround of those cities was intense. Chenya City was one of those cities and had been around for many years, becoming quite a place in itself. 2 groups of people came from the air high above Chenya City. It was the young city lord of Chenya City, Shenjun, and Yi Futian's party, coming to Chenya City. Xia Qingyuan introduced what she knew about the Crimson Dragon Realm in detail to Yi Futian along the way. Yi Futian developed some knowledge about the realm. The main realm of the Crimson Dragon region was far more chaotic and intense than places like Emperor Xia's realm. The notion of the strong preying on the weak was shown in a more clear manner. Shenjun turned his eyes to Yi Futian and the newcomer's party at that moment, saying, "You are here from other realms. Do you have any plans to stay here for long? If you people are indeed planning to stay here for some time, would you mind being the City Lord's office's guests, then? Thank you, Brother Shen. But we're only here for training and will be leaving before long. There is no need to bother you any further." Yi Futian refused. The way Shenjun put it, it seemed that he intended to get them to side with the City Lord's office. However, there was no way they would become a part of other forces at the Crimson Dragon Realm. It was apparent that Shenjun had good eyes for gauging people, wanting to make them his people. Very well. Shenjun smiled and did not mind. He then continued, "We met at a restaurant out there, and since we're all now here at Chenya City, I'll be your host. Let's go to the best restaurant in the city." "Thank you, Brother Shen." Yi Futian smiled and agreed to it. Xia Qingyuan, who was at his side, glared at him and said telepathically, "This Shenjun guy is a young city lord and has quite a background. The way he is doing things with us makes it seem like he's trying to buy us over. There is no way we will do it, so why get so close to him?" Princess, when one trains outside, the people one gets to know come from all corners of the world. Now that we're at a main realm and there are so many mighty ones around, if Shenjun proves to be of goodwill, then we have nothing to lose being friends with him. If he is up to no good, then we have nothing to fear either, Yi Futian replied. They were only stopping by. It felt right to be at home everywhere since they were out on a pilgrimage, after all. Seeing that Yi Futian knew what he was doing, so Xia Qingyuan did not say anything further. Since they were away from Emperor Xia's realm, she did not seem to have that much of a say of things anymore despite being a princess. As such, she just let him be. The largest restaurant in Chenya City was one of the businesses ran by the City Lord's office. The scene at their place above the stairs and below the pavilions looked very elegant, and one would have been lucky to look at the scene far away, drinking there. Shenjun then gave the people around him their orders. Several of them took flight and left. He then looked at Yi Futian at his side, smiling and saying, "I'd say that you, Brother Yi, definitely have exceptional talents, being able to become a saint at such a young age. I've just ordered someone to invite some young saints here, and we could talk about training." "Sounds great. I'd like to meet the saints of Crimson Dragon City as well." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "I have forgotten to ask. Which realm are you from?" Shenjun asked again. "I'm from Emperor Xia's realm." Yi Futian answered truthfully. Shenjun nodded and said, "I have heard of the realm, one that belongs to the Crimson Dragon region as well. But I have never left Crimson Dragon realm despite having been training for so long. That is one of my regrets. The Crimson Dragon realm is the main realm of the region itself. It's perfectly normal to have never left. If the trip is for training, I'm afraid you'll have to go to other realms that are more powerful." Yi Futian smiled and said. Cultivators aimed for higher heights, so there was no way they would have ventured to weaker places instead. Having made it from the 9 states to the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm, there was no way Yi Futian would have ventured to other lower worlds to train. It might have been possible if he were to be going to those places to temper his state of mind, though. "You have a point," Shenjun smiled and said. He then looked at Xia Qingyuan and the others. The most attractive people in the group were all women. Since Yi Futian did not introduce any of them to him, it would have been awkward for him to ask. He was still unable to discern the relationship between everyone. For instance, Xia Qingyuan had always behaved in a cold and aloof manner, looking haughty and prideful, which meant that she was of very high status within the party. She and Yi Futian were always among the crowd, yet she was not Yi Futian's wife, and there had never been an intimacy shown between the two. From the looks of it all, those people might have been people studying under the same teacher. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan might have been holding core positions within the clan. Shenzhen asked proactively after having that thought. I suppose your group is people studying in the same clan, brother Yi? Yi Futian knew that Shenzhen was curious. He then smiled and said, you could say that. Most of us here do indeed study within the same clan. I suppose your teacher is extraordinary for being able to produce students such as yourself. Shenzhen smiled and said. Yi Futian smiled and said nothing more. Both of them chatted leisurely, and many below the restaurant looked up in their direction. Some were curious about the identities of Yi Futian and his people. They were, after all, received personally by the young city lord, and they were still shrouded in mystery. The only thing known about them was that they all felt extraordinary. A figure came through the air at that moment. That person flew straight into the restaurant and arrived where they were with just a single step. That person wore a long robe, and his hair was pitch black. His eyes were brimming, and an overbearing aura emanated from him. Young city lord. He nodded to Shenzhen as he greeted him. He then turned his eyes at Yi Futian and the others, looking rather hostile. Mo Chen, Shenzhen then said, this is Yi Futian. We got to know each other when I was on my way back from Fusang Valley. Mo Chen took one look at Yi Futian with a plain expression. One could describe him as cold. Yet another figure arrived where they were right there and then. It was a woman. Her sleeves and long hair billowed. She was of decent appearance, and there was an exceptional bearing about her. She wore plainly and looked clean and clear-cut. You're in quite a good mood, young city lord, the woman looked at Shenzhen and said. Sichu Yang. The eldest daughter of the Sichu clan of Chenya City. The youngest woman in Saint Plain. Shenzhen introduced each other. Even in Chenya City, there were a few saints who were Yi Futian's age. Other than resources, one also needed talent and the right state of mind to achieve much in cultivation. Accomplishing that also required time and experience. At that moment, an extremely hot aura was sensed. Everyone turned to look far away. A huge fiery beast appeared in the sky. It was the fiend, Cheongqi. That demonic beast was humongous and was oozing rage and hostility. Black flames were burning all over its body as if it was something that came from hell. A low-pitched roar was heard, and the fiend headed straight for the steps below. Many evaded, and a girl turned around and looked at the Cheongqi that was about to descend, feeling terrified. Look out, someone yelled. Stop it already. Sichu Yang eyed the carriage on the Cheongqi's back and shouted. However, the ones on it seemed to have heard nothing. The huge body continued to descend, and it seemed as if it was about to step onto the girl. Yi Futian and his people frowned at the scene. He then stood up and disappeared. The fiend seemed to have been stopped by a formless will of the great path at the very moment it descended. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the little girl disappeared from where she was. The fiend descended with a loud boom. Many were still reeling from the shock. They turned around and looked at the steps above, seeing a silver-haired figure cradling the little girl in his arms, casting a cold glare before him. It's okay. Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at the trembling little girl, consoling her. Ran. An elder ran up to him, and his face was ashen from fright. The little girl cried as she ran to the elder. Yi Futian turned around and looked at the fiend. A voice was heard from it. Will of the great path of space. The voice sounded slightly demonic. One figure after another clad in white flashed. All of them were pretty women, and it seemed that they were all very young, looking to be around 20 or so. They laid prostrate before the fiend as they landed. A young cultivator clad in white walked out of the carriage on the Cheongqi's back. His white garb looked utterly stainless. And even his shoes looked spotless. That young face looked slightly demonic, and he had an extremely fair complexion. The man stepped out and walked by stepping onto the women. He walked to the front of the steps and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at him as well with rather cold eyes. The world of cultivators had all manners of people in it, after all. The man did not mind and looked at the old man and the girl, saying, she was lucky enough to survive. Send her over to the Bliss Palace tomorrow. The old man looked up in a trembling manner at the young man who spoke. His face was ashen, yet he lowered his head, saying, understood. No need for that, old man, Yi Futian looked at the old man and said. The old man looked at Yi Futian, wanting to say something, yet he ended up saying nothing. The young man smirked hearing Yi Futian's words. He then looked at Yi Futian and said, "You take pity on them, then? What do you think will happen to her in the end if she does not enter Bliss Palace?" "Not as bad as you make it seem," Yi Futian replied. The other party smirked sarcastically. There were many people like that in the world of cultivators, no background and no one to look after them. Crimson Dragon Realm would not have ended up as much in the end. It was him being generous for allowing her to enter Bliss Palace. "All right, Brother Yi is a guest of mine." At that moment, Shenjun's voice was heard from the pavilion. The young man then moved his eyes away from Yi Futian, looking at Shenjun and nodded. "Young city lord." Shenjun nodded and said, "Come on in." Shenjun nodded and said, "Come on in." Yi Futian glanced at the other party before turning around, settling back into his seat. That young man walked to the restaurant and sat somewhere. His demonic eyes had been lingering on Xia Qingyuan, the glass saint, and the women in the group when he turned to look at Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan frowned, her eyes looking colder than usual. "Brother Yi, this is the young palace lord of the Bliss Palace of Chenya City, Bai Zi. He has a habit of going about things his way. I hope you can forgive that," Shenjun said to Yi Futian. He turned around to look at Bai Zi. "Bai Zi, it's best that you keep your eyes peeled on the future. If it had not been for Brother Yi making a move, your beast might have just stepped on her. She would be spared from having to experience the cruelty of the world in the future, then." Bai Zi's expression was calm. He seemingly did not feel anything wrong with what he did. Everyone has their own fate to deal with. Even if there are trials and tribulations in the future, it is their path to walk. There is no need for you to find an excuse for your cold-blooded nature. Sichu Yang glanced at Bai Zi and said. Ms. Sichu hails from a renowned clan and has never known the insignificance and despair felt by the weak. Bai Zi looked at Sichu Yang and replied. Sichu Yang recalled her background when she heard what Bai Zi said. It was said that Bai Zi had been through a lot since young, and he was able to get as far as he did by climbing out of a sea of blood. That was why he had an obsession with cleanliness, with not a single speck of dust being found on him. He also liked young, pretty women, those who were brimming with the zest of life. It reminded him that his own blood was still warm. She was born in a place like Chenya City, and none of her elders were able to serve as much of a backing for her. They were unable to even look after her. What do you think would have become of her from here on out? Bai Zi elaborated without the slightest hint of emotion, sounding rather demonic. Regardless of the life she would be walking from here on out, it's not your place to decide for her, Yi Futian said coldly. But it is indeed my place. Bai Zi turned to look at Yi Futian after hearing his words. Both men glared at each other, without either of them willing to look away. There is no need for you to argue. Shenjun then said, Brother Yi and his people came all the way from Emperor Xia's realm. I've invited you all here to drink, not fight. One's drinking companion is of the utmost importance. Forgive me, Brother Shen, I'm in no mood to drink with one such person, Yi Futian said coldly. I think it'd be awfully boring as well. Bai Zi glanced at Yi Futian plainly before turning to Xia Qingyuan and the glass saint. But the two of you, would you like to have a drink? Get lost. Xia Qingyuan glanced at him in a cold, condescending manner, her eyes filled with contempt. As for the glass saint, she behaved as if she had never heard him in the first place, staying quiet. Bai Zi's eyes continued to stare at the two of them. A plain grin was seen on his pale face, and it seemed as if he did not mind at all. Idiot. The bird shot a look of contempt at Bai Zi. My master has yet to throw his weight around, and yet this dude thinks he owns the place now? It thought. While that demonic woman is indeed rather brutal, she is definitely not someone that Shoal deserves to lay hands on, it thought. Xia Qingyuan's eyes softened somewhat when she looked at the black-winged condor. Where did the animal come from? Bai Zi's eyes turned demonic as he shot a look at the bird. Plain pressure was emanated, and the black-winged condor sensed danger. However, its eyes continued to stare at him. It said, And I was thinking of telling you to call me master. Several figures clad in black appeared behind Bai Zi, looking cold and murderous. Well, since none of you people are willing to drink, I guess it would not be a bad thing to see you guys fight instead. But then again, don't go too far. Let's see what the ones who have yet to break into the Saint Plane are made of then, Shenjun said and looked at Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and the others behind Yi Futian. I'm completely fine with that. Bai Zi's eyes remained on the black-winged condor. Call you master, eh? He thought. What do you think, brother Yi? Shenjun looked at Yi Futian and asked. Yi Futian looked up and shot a thoughtful look at Shenjun, then said, those people are not qualified. He then rose and said to Shenjun, I have lost my mood today, and I shall take my leave. Please excuse me, brother Shen. Shenjun nodded after seeing Yi Futian and his people rise. He then asked, would you like me to see to accommodation arrangements for you? No need for that. I'll look for a place myself, Yi Futian said and ventured outside. He did not bother to even look at Bai Zi on his way out, merely passing by his side. The others followed Yi Futian and left. He scanned the place a little bit after walking out of the restaurant before heading somewhere else. An old man and a little girl were walking in Chenya City. They evaded anyone who they passed, looking exceptionally tiny and insignificant in the crowd. Old man. The old man halted his steps. He turned around and saw Yi Futian before bowing and saying, greetings, young man. Uncle, the little girl called. Her eyes still looked sweet and innocent. Yi Futian walked up and patted the little girl's head, before turning to look at the old man, saying, I see that the young palace lord of Bliss Palace being a demonic guy who is up to no good. Just what kind of a place is Bliss Palace? The old man was alerted and scanned their surroundings after hearing Yi Futian's words. He lowered his voice and said, the cultivators of the Bliss Palace are indeed a very eerie, demonic bunch. The young palace lord is more so. He likes young girls and uses them as cauldrons to train. Why were you still willing to send her to the Bliss Palace, then? Yi Futian asked. What else could I do? I was once a servant of little Rant's parents. I've been looking after her ever since her parents died. In a place like Chenya City, it would be best for little Ran here to be a servant girl for some larger force. While the young palace lord of the Bliss Palace is using girls as cauldrons for training, at least the girls around him are able to train with him nonetheless. I hope little Ran is of better talent. She might have better opportunities. The old man sighed. But then again, if you are willing to take her in, I would be able to die in peace. The old man then kneeled on the ground. The little girl wanted to kneel as well, but Yi Futian stopped her. Yi Futian remained speechless for quite some time. He had once how wonderful it would have been, if people of the 9 states of the lower worlds, from places like the Eastern Barren Territory and the Nandu Nation, were able to train in the upper worlds. However, at that moment, he seemed to have realized that not everyone would have been able to be like him, capable of moving up step by step, and be able to be met with the best forces there were, whenever he might have ended up in. The people of every realm had their own way of survival. Powerful people were able to stand out from the crowd. In contrast, in places where resources were abundant, and cultivators were commonly powerful, weak people without backgrounds were destined to be marginalized, making even just surviving difficult. But then again, there was also an extreme handful who were able to struggle and survive, getting more powerful one step at a time. However, for someone like little Ran, who lost her parents, the possibility of such a thing happening was infinitely small. Worse still, the Crimson Dragon realm was extremely vast. Just struggling and breaking free of the place would have proven difficult. The Crimson Dragon realm was a chaotic place, which made conditions far harsher than places like Emperor Xia's realm. He was right, though. Maybe Bliss Palace is indeed not that bad of a choice for her. A voice was heard, and a woman arrived. It was none other than Sichu Yang. The woman, who was the youngest saint in the Sichu clan, was saying something that made Yi Futian feel pitiful. However, there was nothing he was able to say to retort. We know that some things are wrong. But why do we console ourselves instead of righting said wrongs? Yi Futian mumbled. It sounded like he was talking to Sichu Yang, but at the same time, it was like he was asking himself, "A realm is vast. How much could even saints be able to change? How would we go about righting said wrongs?" Sichu Yang asked. The ancient ones had named plain levels of training of cultivators, with words like sages and saints. Did they mean only the magnitude of one's power when they said that? Yi Futian asked again. Sichu Yang was astonished. Everyone in the world knew that Ren Huang, saint, and sage meant planes of training, after all. I could bring her to the Sichu clan. However, I would only be able to change her fate by doing so. How would we be able to change the world of cultivators as a whole? Sichu Yang took a good look at Yi Futian. She found that the silver-haired cultivator who came to the Crimson Dragon realm from other realms seemed different from the others. The old man kneeled and kowtowed to Sichu Yang, shedding tears. "Thank you." Yi Futian looked at Sichu Yang and said, "You're right. But then again, even though we might not be able to change the world of cultivators, we will at least be able to change what we can. What is the plane that the Palace Lord of Bliss Palace is at?" Sichu Yang stared at Yi Futian, saying, "He is an unblemished saint. What do you intend to do?" Bliss Palace was a top-notch force in Chenya City. The power of an unblemished saint would indeed be terrifying. Furthermore, there were many powerful saints to be found within the Bliss Palace. Yi Futian turned to look at Yaya. Yaya was able to tell what Yi Futian intended to do from the look in his eyes. She then nodded. He extended his hand and patted Yaya's head, smiling brimmingly. Yaya then glared at him. "Third brother, what is more powerful than reasoning?" Yi Futian turned around and asked Jiyu Dongliu. "One's fist," Jiyu Dongliu answered. The two brothers looked at each other. Their teacher had been propagating his ideals in the Eastern Barren Territory back then, but eventually found that he needed to rely on his fist to do the talking. As such, Yi Futian came to admire Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing better. All great, lofty goals had to be built on the foundations of one's fist. Sichu Yang looked at the backs of Yi Futian and his people with a peculiar expression. Just what are these people trying to do here? She wondered. Bliss Palace had a great estate in Chenya City. The majestic palace was towering constructs built in a cascading manner, extending into the clouds. That palace looked like something suspended in the air far away, looking majestic and magnificent. The golden gates of the Bliss Palace looked extremely lavish as well. A group of people came below Bliss Palace at that moment, standing before the gates. Yi Futian stood at the forefront. Xia Qingyuan looked at him in silence, not bothering to stop him at all. If Yi Futian liked the idea, it would not have mattered much even if he ended up crushing the entire Bliss Palace. "Who are you people?" A mighty one standing before the gates of the Bliss Palace scolded Yi Futian and his party. Yi Futian did not bother saying anything. He took a few steps forward, and towering sword will emanated from his body all of a sudden. The sword aura shot to the skies and howling in the heavens, turning into shapes of leaves and pulsed with the dazzling light of the sword, circling above the heads of everyone present. The guard of the Bliss Palace was dumbfounded. Someone else yelled, "Intruders!" Sword will rained down from above as soon as the one yelling finished. The attack streaked through space as they rained. The great golden gates of the Bliss Palace crumbled right away at the very next moment. The guards of Bliss Palace looked at what happened with astounded expressions. Thousands of sword will rained down and zipped past their sides. The might of the attacks continued to climb, and the buildings crumbled one after another as the attacks hit them. The guards of Bliss Palace looked at what happened with astounded expressions. Thousands of sword will rained down and zipped past their sides. The might of the attacks continued to climb, and the buildings crumbled one after another as the attacks hit them. The place was quite literally turned into ruins within mere moments. One mighty one after another streaked through the sky, and powerful might of the saints were felt. The people from far away were shocked by the scene, and they all looked at the Bliss Palace's direction. What kind of people would destroy Bliss Palace just like that? Powerful might of the saint whipped up in one of the destroyed halls in Bliss Palace. A silver-robed figure's eyes pierced the air below. The figure stepped out and turned into a dazzling beam of silver light. He waved his sleeve, and terrifying devouring power shrouded the world around him, causing the sword wills to head straight for his sleeve. The silver figure continued to move forward as his long hair billowed. His entire body coursed with extremely dazzling silver light. Futian gradually lifted into the air and looked at the figure before him. At the very next moment, swords of Kasyapa rained down on him as they tore through the space. The silver figure's expression twitched, and a rumbling noise was heard as he waved his sleeve about. A huge sleeve appeared and swept through their surroundings, sucking in the rain of swords into it. High-pitched cracking noises were heard, and the sleeve was torn apart right there and then. Swords of Kasyapa shot out and severed his long sleeve, piercing through his arm. With a terrifying shriek, that person became bloodstained and his face ashen. "Who is it that dares to wreak havoc here?" A loud, booming voice was heard throughout their surroundings. Many streams of saintly pressure pressed forth, rolling at Futian. Futian's body remained standing tall in the sky, and sword will circled him. He turned to the people of the Bliss Palace and asked, "Where is Bai Zi?" Many mighty ones from the Bliss Palace stepped outside, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, at that moment, there was another young woman who appeared behind Futian. A huge sword diagram appeared high in the sky. Boundless sword wills howled throughout the vast space, as they were melded into the sword diagram. The might of the sword shrouded the entire Bliss Palace as the sword diagram spun. The pulsing light of the swords appeared above the Bliss Palace, causing cracks to form everywhere. That scene caused the eyes of many saints in the Bliss Palace to be locked onto the sword diagram in the sky. Their expression looked grim after that. Their level of training naturally allowed them to sense the power latent within the sword diagram. If that sword were to be dropped, it would not have been something that saints of true self would be able to withstand. Furthermore, those people did not seem to be cultivators from Chenya City. When did Bai Zi end up offending such a powerful person? "Who are you people?" A voice was heard from the pinnacle of the Bliss Palace. Dazzling light glittered as they shot up to the heavens. A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe was seen standing there. Dazzling light seemed to be shining above his head, raining down onto his surroundings. The holy pressure seemed to have shrouded the vast space around him. His eyes felt sharper than swords as he cast his gaze at Yaya in the air. Yaya did not respond. The dazzling figure then lowered his head and looked at Futian below. A figure clad in white gradually rose to the air within Bliss Palace. His clothing was free of stains. He cast his gaze at Futian far away with icy eyes. He was astounded that someone he had met no long ago in that restaurant came crashing into Bliss Palace. "Bai Zi, who is he?" That glittering middle-aged man was none other than the Palace Lord of Bliss Palace. He asked while looking at Bai Zi. "Teacher, he was someone I met not long ago in the restaurant." "Someone from other realms." Bai Zi responded and then turned to Futian, asking, "You're doing this for that girl? Did he come to Bliss Palace, one of the top forces in Chenya City, for reasons like that?" Despite having been training for so many years, Bai Zi had never met someone so ridiculously crazy before. Futian walked up to him and said, "You said that it was your place to decide whether she lives or dies. In that case, rather than to continue living a sinful life, I think it'd be better that you die. We shall see if you're fit to determine my fate." Bai Zi stepped forward. Golden tablets appeared in the air as he stepped with runes carved onto them, bliss. Countless tablets circled in the air, all of them imbued with terrifying holy might. One who gazed upon the myriad of tablets seemed to be about to hallucinate, sucking them into the world of the tablets. Illusions. Futian thought. A golden light shot out of Futian's eyes all of a sudden, enabling him to see through all that was ethereal. The tablets then shot at him in a frenzy. He stepped forward and was circled with sword will all around him. When the tablets came, the swords of Kasyapa tore right through them, causing them to crumble one after another. Bai Zi waved his hands as he saw that dazzling figure coming up at him. An incredibly huge tablet that looked like it was from the heavens materialized out of nowhere, flying straight at Futian and making escape impossible. The swords of Kasyapa appeared, yet was unable to pierce through that tablet. Boundless, dazzling holy light burst from the tablet, causing multiple layers of illusions in all who saw it. Yi Futian moved, and the space around him trembled as if every step he took weighed thousands of pounds. He extended his hand and focused the will of the great path into his fist, which then burst with glittering light. The will of the fist was launched before he had gotten close enough. One layer after another from the Huangting fist will was blasted at the tablet of the great path. Countless cracks formed on the tablet with his fists at the center within mere moments. The tablet then crumbled with a loud boom. He then lifted his hand and grabbed it in the air. Bai Ziyi felt as if the space around him had been placed in a lockdown. He held a golden spear in his hand, shining with glittering light. At that moment, swords rained from nowhere, streaking through space and headed straight for Bai Ziyi. He then waved the spear about and caused illusions to materialize. The swords were boundless, and with a tiny tearing sound, the swords managed to pierce Bai Ziyi's body. However, at that moment, the palace lord made his move. He grabbed with his hand and causing formless power placing Bai Ziyi's body in a lockdown. The swords still rained in a frenzy, and yet, they were unable to break through that barrier. The sword diagram in the sky unleashed towering sword will and an extremely dazzling beam of the sword burst through the air in a frenzy, heading straight for the palace lord of Bliss Palace. The palace lord looked at the air and stepped out. His surroundings trembled with him, and everyone around felt their bodies trembling. The weather in the air changed, and countless tablets streaked through the air. Holy light filled the entire Bliss Palace, and countless holy sword wills rained from the sword diagram. All mighty ones were on guard, and there was a heaven-cleaving sword appearing in the middle, which tore through their surroundings and crushed all of the tablets as it went straight for the palace lord. The boundless golden tablets that streaked at Yaya seemed to have been transmuted into thousands of ancient seals, yet none of them were able to survive being shined on by the sword diagram. The palace lord then extended his palm. Boundless holy light shrouded his entire body, and the towering golden light was all turned into tablets. His body grew in size and melded with the boundless tablets. He then attempted to lash out at the sword that was piercing the space with his bare hand. Terrifying rumbles were heard everywhere as the sword and the hand clashed. The entire Bliss Palace was crumbling, and the towering building was quickly razed. The ground beneath the palace lord crumbled in a frenzy, with the cracks extending outward. Boom! Another rumble was heard, and everyone close enough to hear it felt as if their eardrums were about to rupture. Everyone then saw the palace lord take to the air and charge at Yaya. He lashed out with both arms, every strike seemingly able to cause a breakdown in reality. An unblemished saint. Yi Futian looked at the battle taking place high in the sky. The palace lord's body glittered. The holy light looked flawless, and there seemed to be no weaknesses in the great path wielded to be found. The power was such that not even Yaya's sword matrix would have been able to take out with one strike. Kill him. Bai Ziyi's white garb was bloodstained. He glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes, and saints from Bliss Palace all turned to Yi Futian. No one but the palace lord of the Bliss Palace and Bai Ziyi shall be killed. The Bliss Palace shall be dismantled. Anyone who dares make a move shall be killed with extreme prejudice, Yi Futian declared with a brimming voice. His voice was heard throughout the air and managed to stun all mighty ones around them. The saints from Bliss Palace all gazed at Yi Futian, and none of them made a move. The battle raging in the sky was immensely terrifying. Every attack from the palace lord seemed to have caused the space around them to rumble. It seemed there were millions of tablets in the air, and none of them was still able to break through Yaya's sword. Furthermore, the sword diagram behind Yaya's back seemed to be growing still, blocking out the sky. The swords of many cultivators in Chenya City streaked shot to the air and flew towards the diagram. The sword wills of the swordsmen seemed to be about to burst right through their bodies. The palace lord naturally knew something was off and brought increasingly raging power to bear with his attacks, seemingly about to bring about doomsday. I shall hand Bai Ziyi over to you people. A voice was heard, which made many shudder. Is the palace lord about to lose the fight? They wondered. Yaya stepped out as soon as his voice was heard. The light of the sword diagram moved alongside her body. There seemed to be a beam appearing high in the sky as if about to tear through everything in its path. The light of the sword burst and rained down. The countless tablets all crumbled at that moment. Their surroundings seemed to have ground to a halt, and many saw a beam of the light of the sword appear on the palace lord's imposing body, tearing right through it. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. Refusal to accept what was happening was in his imposing eyes. Am I about to die? He wondered. Unblemished saints were regarded as super-powerful people, even in the Crimson Dragon realm, but he ended up being killed before he knew what actually transpired. All of that sounded ridiculous. The palace lord was not alone. Many looked at what happened in the sky, and their eyes froze, finding the turn of events ridiculous. The scene was extremely shocking to them all. A dazzling beam of the sword felt blinding to all who saw it. At the very next moment, the palace lord's body crumbled under the beam of light of the sword, turning into nothing. No. Bai-Zi looked at the sky, and his eyes remained open despite the scorching, blinding light. His eyes were fixed on the scene. He was unable to believe that his teacher had just been killed. The death of an unblemished saint was caused only by him ignoring the fate of a little girl. He was wondering if all that would have even added up in the first place. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,